Welcome, my dear friends, to the enigmatic realms that lie between the cracks of reality. For those that don't know me, I'm MM2. I am but a humble wanderer, traversing the infinite expanse of parallel universes and hidden dimensions. One day perhaps I shall divulge my own enigmatic tale, but for now, a thrilling chronicle awaits. Today it is my great pleasure to present to you an exhilarating story that is unlike any other, for it weaves together the threads of multiple genres, blending sci-fi, suspense, mystery thriller, and psychological elements into a captivating and interconnected narrative. In Chasing Shadows, the Three Faces of Marvin, the story revolves around three characters: Detective Marvin, Reporter Marvin, and Serial Killer Marvin, who exist in parallel universes. As murders occur in each of their worlds, they begin to realize that they are connected through the mysterious carving of three interlocking circles on the victims' bodies. As they work together to uncover the truth, they discover that serial killer Marvin has been manipulating events across multiple universes to achieve his own twisted goals. So hold on tight, my friends, as we journey into the unknown. Prepare to be captivated, thrilled, and taken to the edges of your imagination. This is a tale that will challenge your perceptions and make you question the boundaries of our universe. Without further ado, let the story of Chasing Shadows, the Three Faces of Marvin begin. Chapter 1. 3. Marvin's One Story. In the pulsating hub of Washington, D.C., where politics, power, and prestige collided, lived a man of unmatched deductive prowess, Detective Marvin Williams. He was a 10-year veteran in the homicide division, his career punctuated with numerous triumphs over cases that had ensnared the public's attention and gripped them in fear. Marvin was a tenacious bloodhound, known for his uncanny knack for unearthing the truth from the grimmest and most tangled circumstances. One of his earliest victories, still vivid in his memory, was the high-profile murder of Rupert Blanchard, a self-made magnate whose wealth seemed to flow as endlessly as the Potomac. With his well-groomed silver hair, a hawkish nose, and commanding presence, Blanchard had been an enigmatic figure, his empire spreading its tentacles across the city and beyond. His life was abruptly snuffed out in his posh downtown office, and his body was found riddled with bullets. The office, a vision of clean, minimalist design, was eerily untouched, void of any signs of forced entry or struggle, making the murder an elaborate problem that seemed to mock the very laws of reality. Marvin, however, was unswayed by the bizarre circumstances. Day in and day out, he immersed himself in the case, following every lead with eagle-eyed vigilance. He combed through the city, interviewing many witnesses that spanned from high society socialites to the average city dweller. After several grueling weeks of relentless pursuit, he unearthed a connection to a disgruntled employee, Arthur Kellerman. Kellerman was an erstwhile cog in Blanchard's mighty wheel, recently ejected for undisclosed reasons. He was an introverted man with sharp, calculating eyes and an almost tangible air of resentment surrounding him. The corridors of power were all too familiar to him, as he'd been privy to the inner sanctum of Blanchard's office and harbored a deep-seated motive for the murder. He had been blatantly overlooked for a well-deserved promotion. "Mr. Kellerman," Marvin had begun when he confronted him, his gaze steady and uncompromising, "there's a trail leading from Rupert Blanchard's death to your doorstep. I think it's time you told us your side of the story." The story of an underappreciated employee seeking his distorted form of justice had begun to unravel, revealing a sinister underbelly of the glamorous world of business. Despite the veneer of nonchalance, Arthur Kellerman's hands began to tremble. Marvin's unwavering gaze was a storm he hadn't anticipated. Swallowing hard, Kellerman met Marvin's piercing gaze with a defiant scowl. "I've got nothing to hide, Detective," he declared, though his voice wavered, betraying his facade of confidence. The interrogation room was a suffocating cell of stress, the air thick with anticipation. The single overhead bulb cast a harsh light over them both, a silent observer of the tension coiling in the room. Over the course of hours, Marvin meticulously chipped away at Kellerman's bravado, weaving through the labyrinth of lies that the disgruntled employee had so carefully crafted. He found holes in Kellerman's alibi, scrutinized his every reaction, and tirelessly pushed for the truth. "I'm afraid your claim of innocence doesn't hold up, Kellerman," Marvin said, his voice a low rumble as he leaned back in his chair. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the worn tabletop, a metronome to the tense symphony of their conversation. "Your access to Blanchard's office, your dissatisfaction at being passed over for promotion, not to mention the ballistics report matching the bullets to a gun registered under your name. It's a damning pile of evidence." Once bristling with defiance, Kellerman seemed deflated, his energy sapped by the relentless grilling. He slumped in his chair, his gaze dropping to the cold metal handcuffs that lay on the table, a chilling prophecy of his imminent fate. Silence hung heavy in the room as Kellerman wrestled with the reality of his situation. Marvin allowed him the time, his mind spinning, piecing together the final fragments of the puzzle. He reflected on how a life of potential had been consumed by jealousy and vengeance. It was a path he had seen all too often in his decade within the world of homicide. Finally, Kellerman sighed heavily, his shoulders sagging further. "All right, detective," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll tell you everything." And with those words, the case of Rupert Blanchard's murder took its final turn toward closure. A grim but necessary end to a tale of ambition, power and betrayal. As the chapter of the Rupert Blanchard murder case concluded, the city breathed a collective sigh of relief. The waves of shock that had crashed upon its residents slowly receded. Marvin, the silent hero, became a household name. Newspaper headlines blared his triumphs, television screens replayed his press conferences, and whispers of his tenacity echoed in every corner of the city. But amidst the fanfare, Marvin remained unperturbed. He knew his job was far from over, for a new chapter was waiting to be written. The next saga that unfurled was a stark contrast to the previous one. A teenage girl, Nicole White, had vanished without a trace. The city, just beginning to heal from the trauma of the Blanchard murder, found its wounds freshly reopened. The air hung heavy with anxiety as weeks stretched into an agonizing search. Despite the efforts of the police force, no leads surfaced. The ghost of the missing girl seemed to hover over every street corner, her smiling face on every missing poster, a haunting reminder of the uncertainty. Marvin threw himself into the case with unflinching resolve. He spent countless hours with Nicole's distraught family, sifting through the fragments of her life. He studied her hobbies, friends, and routines, seeking the threads that could lead him to her. "Mrs. White," he began gently one afternoon, seated across from Nicole's mother in their living room, filled with memories of a happier past. "We need to go over everything once again. Nicole's friends, places she often visited, and anyone new or unusual she had recently met. It's important. We might find something we missed." Each interview was a delicate balancing act, probing for vital information while respecting the pain and fear of a family teetering on the edge of despair. Days turned into weeks with little headway, the trail growing colder with each passing moment. Then an unexpected break. A call from a resident of a neighboring town, claiming to have spotted Nicole. The caller was an older woman named Martha, her voice shaky yet determined over the line. "I've seen that girl, detective," she said. "From the news. Nicole. She was here in Lexington." Marvin sprang into action with this flicker of hope, retracing Nicole's supposed steps in Lexington. Every lead was scrutinized and every sighting was cross-referenced. His relentless pursuit bore fruit when he finally found Nicole, frightened but unharmed, on an abandoned farm at the town's edge. When the news broke of Nicole's safe return, an audible sigh of relief seemed to ripple through the city, and tears of joy replaced those of despair in the White household. Having held its breath for weeks, the community now erupted in cheers. Marvin was once again hailed as the city's savior. But for him, it was more than the accolades. The sight of Nicole reunited with her family reminded him why he had dedicated himself to this grueling path: to restore balance and bring closure to those ensnared in the jaws of injustice. As Marvin reveled in the solace of resolving Nicole's disappearance, a new storm was brewing in the heart of Washington, D.C. A shadow had begun to creep across the city, one more chilling than any Marvin had faced before. This nemesis was not a disgruntled employee or a missing child, but a monster hiding in plain sight. A serial killer. Oliver Carver was a highly respected figure in the city's business arena. He was a picture of urban sophistication, well-dressed, articulate and charismatic. A silver-tongued orator, he had a knack for commanding respect in boardrooms and charming acquaintances at social gatherings. Yet beneath his polished exterior hid a horrifying alter ego that reveled in the macabre dance of death. Carver, a wolf in a businessman's attire, had been hunting within the city, targeting young women who reminded him of a past love that had spurned him. He had crafted an intricate web of terror, leaving a trail of victims yet confounding investigators with his near-impervious evidence handling. Marvin was tasked with unmasking this phantom. Night after night, he pored over every piece of crime scene data, every shard of forensic evidence. He would sit in the eerie silence of the morgue, under the sterile white light, studying the silent victims, the key witnesses of Carver's monstrosity. "We have a pattern," Marvin explained one evening to his team, an array of crime scene photos spread across the precinct's worn-out tables. All victims resemble his old flame, similar age, hair color and build. He's recreating a distorted fantasy. The investigation was grueling, but Marvin was relentless. He tracked down witnesses, and each interview was a desperate dive into the memory pool of those who had seen the victims last. He passed through security footage, pieced together alibis, and searched for the connection that would unmask Carver's secret life. His break came several months into the investigation. A piece of fabric found at the latest crime scene was traced back to a high-end suit that was part of a collection only Oliver Carver owned. Armed with this evidence, Marvin confronted Carver at his office. The clash was as dramatic as it was inevitable. "Mr. Carver," Marvin started, his gaze steady on the man whose double life was about to crumble. "It appears your business isn't the only thing you're known for." The shock of the accusation sent a jolt through the room, a stark contrast to the mundane hum of the city outside. The businessman's serial killer's veneer cracked, revealing the monster beneath. His apprehension sent waves of relief through the city. The phantom had a face, a name, and now, thanks to Detective Marvin Williams, he would face justice. Each of these cases presented unique challenges for Marvin, but he solved them through perseverance, attention to detail, and a relentless pursuit of justice. His successes earned him a reputation as one of the top homicide detectives in the city. As the night fell over the bustling Chinatown, a scruffy-looking homeless man in his late 50s was rummaging through a trash can in a dark alley when he made a gruesome discovery. He stumbled upon a woman's body. He was disoriented and frightened. Realizing what he had found, he ran into the restaurant shouting for help. The middle-aged Chinese cook appeared from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron. The homeless man blurted out what he had found, and the cook immediately picked up the phone to call 911. As the cook spoke to the dispatcher, the homeless man paced nervously back and forth, muttering to himself. He was clearly in shock, and the cook tried to calm him down as best he could. The dispatcher relayed the information to Captain Richards, who was in his office at the police station. Marvin was at his desk, poring over the case files of the serial killer, when his captain, Captain Richards, approached him with a stern expression. "Marvin, we just got a call from dispatch," Captain Richards said, his voice grave. "A body has been found in Chinatown in a dark alley behind one of the restaurants. I want you on this case. Get down there and see what you can find." His heart raced as he gathered his things and prepared to head to the crime scene. "Do we have any preliminary information, Captain?" Captain Richards shook his head. "Not much yet. A homeless man found the body while going through the trash, looking for food. The victim is a young woman, and from the initial observations it looks like she was strangled. The responding officers reported some peculiar details about the crime scene, but I'll let you see for yourself." "Understood, Captain," Marvin replied, his mind racing with the possibilities. "I'll head over there right away." As he drove to the crime scene, he couldn't help but wonder if this new murder was connected to the serial killer he'd been investigating. Marvin had been working on the serial killer case for months now, and every new murder was a potential break in the case. He couldn't help but wonder if this latest murder was connected to the killer he'd been hunting. The city was on edge, and the pressure was on him to solve the case and put an end to the killings. As he made his way to the latest crime scene, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the break in the case that he'd been waiting for. Traffic blocked the road leading up to the alleyway, causing a backup of cars and impatient drivers. Flashing blue lights illuminated the area as officers stood guard, keeping onlookers at bay. The chaos of the crime scene was in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the busy city around them. The restaurant was bustling with activity as officers took witness statements and canvassed the area for any potential leads. The city's bustling energy seemed to vanish as Marvin stepped into the shadowy passageway, replaced by an eerie silence. The alley was flanked by brick walls adorned with graffiti and the remnants of old posters. A few flickering streetlights cast an ominous glow over the scene. As he approached, he spotted several uniformed police officers and a couple of detectives from his team. Among them were Detective Sarah Thompson, a seasoned investigator known for her calm demeanor and sharp intuition, and Detective James Ramirez, a younger detective who had quickly gained respect for his tenacious approach to solving cases. The forensic team worked tirelessly, marking and photographing each piece of evidence they found. The victim, a young woman in her mid-20s, was discovered by a homeless man looking for food. She was lying on her back, her eyes open and staring blankly at the sky above. Marvin examined the body closely, trying to piece together any clues or evidence that could lead to the killer. As he examined the body, he couldn't help but think that the killer was methodical and precise in their actions. Clearly, this was not a crime of passion or a random act of violence. He carefully observed the surrounding area, looking for any possible evidence that could have been left behind. He noticed that there were no signs of a struggle, no footprints, no bloodstains, and no weapons. It was as if the killer had simply vanished without a trace. Marvin's eyes, narrowed in concentration, swept over the crime scene before finally resting on the lifeless body at the center. With a grim determination, he knelt next to it, his gaze immediately drawn to an unusual marking on the victim's left wrist. It was a delicate etching, as obscure as it was intricate, nearly hidden against the pale skin. "Thompson!" Marvin called out, not taking his eyes off the cryptic symbol. "Have a look at this!" He gestured towards the marking. She squinted at it, her forehead creasing into a frown of uncertainty. "Can't say I've seen anything like it before," she admitted, her gaze shifting from the symbol to Marvin. "Doesn't match any gang signs or symbols from our records. Let's get a shot at this. Maybe someone back at the precinct can make something of it." As they continued their examination, the crime scene morphed into a breeding ground of speculation and hypothesizing. The atmosphere was riddled with an unsettling tension that seeped into their discussions. Just then, Detective Ramirez joined them, a touch of hesitance in his approach. "Got a piece of information that might interest you," he began. "A few folks around here reported seeing a suspicious character skulking around last night." The detectives, intrigued by this new lead, agreed to probe further into this angle. The task at hand, reviewing surveillance videos from neighboring businesses, was added to their burgeoning investigation docket. As they wrapped up their initial investigation, the detectives couldn't help but feel an unnerving sense of unease. This was not just another murder. They were dealing with a perpetrator who reveled in the macabre, an adversary whose intellect was as frightening as their meticulous planning. A chilling calm washed over the investigators as the final pieces of the crime scene tape were peeled away. The brutal reality of their task bore heavily on them. This was a dance with an adversary unlike any other, a monstrous savant cloaked in a veil of mystery. The eerie tableau of the crime scene, still fresh in their minds, fueled their resolve to prevent another atrocity. Aware of the ticking clock of mortality, Marvin steeled himself to spearhead the pursuit. The daunting challenge did nothing to dim his tenacity. If anything, The direness of the situation fanned the flames of his resolve. Returning to the station, the disquiet that had shadowed him at the crime scene followed him into the stark precinct. He settled into his desk, the unforgiving glare of the overhead lights reflecting off the paperwork strewn across it. With a deep breath, he began to distill his observations and theories into the official report, his hand weaving an intricate tapestry of facts, conjecture, and unspoken fears. After several hours of meticulous recording, the report was complete, a tangible testament to the grim events of the night. He grabbed the file, the cool touch of the manila folder, a stark contrast to the inferno of chaos detailed within. With the final piece of the night's work in hand, Marvin navigated the maze of desks and weary officers to Captain Richard's office. "Sir," he began, setting the file onto the captain's cluttered desk. "The initial report. We're dealing with a smart one here. No slip-ups, no obvious patterns yet. Just that unusual symbol. Ramirez has a lead about a suspicious individual. We'll be looking into that." Richards, a seasoned veteran with a weathered face that bore the scars of countless unsolved cases, surveyed Marvin with a weary nod. "Good work, Williams," he responded, his voice gravelly with fatigue. "This isn't going to be easy, but we must stop this sick bastard before he strikes again." Marvin left the captain's office, the weight of the conversation echoing in his footsteps. The station, a hive of activity earlier, now lay quiet in the early morning hours. As he stepped out into the cool embrace of dawn, the city was still wrapped in a shroud of unknowing tranquility, oblivious of the horror lurking in its shadows. Holding the reins of the impending storm, Marvin was resolved to lead the charge toward the daylight beyond. Marvin's ride home was somber, accompanied by thoughts of the vibrant life so ruthlessly snuffed out in a quiet alley. Upon his arrival, he found no comfort in the silence of his home. Instead, he was drawn to the file resting on his desk, a silent yet potent reminder of the mystery awaiting resolution. Inside the folder lay Sarah's story, a promising student in her early 20s, on the cusp of a fulfilling career as a nurse. A girl described by her peers as both diligent and kind-hearted. Each word Marvin read painted a picture of a life full of promise that abruptly ended in tragedy. It was a harsh reality that sat heavily on his heart, a grim burden that bore into his conscience. Despite the creeping fingers of exhaustion tugging at him, Marvin could only surrender to a few hours of restless sleep. When he awoke, the break of dawn seemed duller than usual, the sun's rays paling against the backdrop of the previous night's horrors. The scent of coffee filled the kitchen as he dressed himself, a weak comfort against the daunting task ahead. His uniform felt heavier that morning, a physical manifestation of the responsibility he bore. His usual morning cup of coffee, now serving as a desperate plea for alertness, was a quiet companion as he mentally prepared himself for the heart-wrenching duty that awaited. The drive to Sarah's family home was one Marvin dreaded, but one he knew was necessary. He arrived at the family's home with Detective Ramirez. The grim task of talking to the family about their loved one's murder was never easy. Yet as he parked his car outside the family residence, he reminded himself that it was not just a task, a promise, a vow to bring justice to Sarah and those who cared for her. He took a deep breath, clutching the cup of coffee as if it were a lifeline, and stepped out of the car, steeling himself for the heartache that lay ahead. As they approached the front door, Marvin could hear the sounds of a family grieving inside. He took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. A woman in her mid-40s answered the door, tears already streaming down her face. Marvin introduced himself and his partner, and he asked if they could come inside and talk. The woman nodded, and they stepped inside the house. The pall of grief already clung heavily in the air when Marvin stepped into the family's living room. The living room was filled with family members crying and huddling together. Marvin could see pictures of the victim all over the room. She was a beautiful young woman with long brown hair and a bright smile. The raw reality of Sarah's death had been delivered to them earlier by the initial officers on the scene. Marvin was there now not to share the news of the tragedy, but to delve deeper into its roots and perhaps bring them closer to understanding the why. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson," Marvin began, his voice filled with a sympathetic resonance that reflected his understanding of their pain. "I'm Detective Marvin Williams. I'm here to discuss some details about Sarah's case. I assure you, we are doing everything we can to bring her justice." The pain etched on their faces was evident, and their hearts visibly shattered. Sarah's mother held onto a handkerchief tightly, her knuckles white, while her father's vacant stare seemed to bore into the void of his loss. Detective Ramirez, accompanying Marvin, offered a silent nod of understanding and support. His eyes, filled with empathy, met the parents' grief-stricken gazes. "Can you tell us more about Sarah?" Marvin gently prodded, aware of how the wound was still raw. "Friends, habits, anything that might help us understand what could have led to this." The air thickened with tension as they ventured down this painful path, hoping to discover clues hidden amongst Sarah's life's ordinary details. The questions felt intrusive yet necessary, their answers potential stepping stones towards catching her killer. Leaving the house, Marvin couldn't shake the feeling of desolation that clung to him. It reminded him of his duty and the promise he had to fulfill. He could feel their hope weighing heavy on him, hope that their daughter's life wouldn't be just another unresolved file on a detective's desk. As he looked back at the grieving house one last time, a renewed resolve strengthened within him. For Sarah, for her family, he would leave no stone unturned. Chapter 2. The Parallel Predator. In a parallel universe, Detective Marvin was not a detective, but rather the very type of criminal he pursued in his other life. In this world, he was a notorious serial killer, feared and hunted by the authorities. Serial killer Marvin Hunt lived in a modern apartment in the bustling DuPont Circle neighborhood. His home was minimalist and immaculately clean, mirroring the systematic and calculated nature of his crimes. The apartment was filled with an array of houseplants, giving the otherwise cold and sterile environment a touch of life and contrast. By day, he worked as a forensic psychologist, a profession that gave him an unnerving insight into the minds of criminals. His colleagues and patients would never have suspected the dark secret that lurked beneath his charming and charismatic demeanor. He was skilled at blending into society, maintaining a facade of normalcy that masked the monster within. The thrill of the kill left him feeling alive, yet at times he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. His personality was a dichotomy of sorts. On the surface, he appeared kind, intelligent, and well-adjusted, but underneath he was cold and ruthless, driven by an insatiable hunger for power and control. He reveled in the act of taking lives, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction in his ability to outsmart the authorities. Marvin's existence revolved around a ghastly dance with death, one meticulously choreographed and executed with chilling precision. The thrill of the hunt consumed him, setting his pulse racing with an exhilarating rhythm. Each target was a carefully selected piece in his deadly mosaic. The hours spent preparing offered a twisted form of gratification. His sanctuary, where he retreated after long, nondescript workdays, was a testament to this obsession. Nestled away from prying eyes, it was an unsuspecting room in an ordinary house, where an extraordinarily dark mind plotted its sinister deeds. The room was cloaked in an eerie stillness, walls bristling with rows of bookshelves filled with an unsettling array of crime novels and true crime stories. Each book was a trophy, a grim reflection of Marvin's fascination with the macabre. His desk, an island in this sea of morbidity, was strewn with relics of his grotesque fascination. Newspaper clippings, city maps marked with ominous circles, and haunting photographs of unsuspecting victims-to-be. Marvin had a specific type, an eerie preference for solitary young women without the comforting bonds of close family. The methodical stalking that ensued was an ominous prelude to the terror that awaited them. He would embed himself into their lives from the shadows, learning their routines and habits, watching from afar with predatory patience. The anonymity he maintained was a mask he wore well, a guise that enabled his heinous crimes. His seemingly mundane exterior belied the monstrous nature within, a wolf hidden amidst the sheep. He was an ordinary man to the outside world, but a cold-hearted killer lurked beneath the facade, his heart beating to the rhythm of his deadly obsessions. The fear he induced was his sustenance, his lifeblood, each victim a chilling testament to his macabre dance with death. Before selecting his next target, he indulged in his favorite pastime, people-watching. He would frequent local cafes, parks, and shopping centers, observing the seemingly ordinary lives of the people around him. He would take note of their appearances, mannerisms, and interactions, mentally cataloging each detail for future reference. It was during one of these outings that he first noticed her. A young woman named Sarah, with auburn hair and striking green eyes, sat alone at a cafe, her attention focused on a book she was reading. He couldn't help but be drawn to her, and as he surreptitiously observed her from a distance, he decided that she would be his next victim. Across town, Sarah's life was as vibrant as she was. Animated conversations filled her apartment when her friends came over, their laughter ringing through the rooms, painting a contrasting picture of the grim future that awaited her. Her phone buzzed, and a message from her friend Tina popped up. "I'm telling you, Sarah, this guy is perfect for you." Tina's voice echoed through the phone speaker as Sarah put it on speaker mode, a smile playing on her lips. "Oh, Tina, you always say that about every guy you set me up with," Sarah responded, her laughter light and infectious. "But this one is different, I promise," Tina assured her, excitement buzzing in her voice. "And speaking of promises, you've got to tell me more about this vacation you're planning." Sarah's face lit up at the mention of the vacation. "Oh, it's going to be amazing. I've always wanted to go backpacking through Europe, and it's finally happening." Amidst the cheerful chatter, Sarah shared her dreams and concerns, her excitement about the upcoming vacation juxtaposed against her concerns about the demanding nursing school schedule. "It's tough but also so rewarding," she confessed. "Helping people at quote S.IT just feels right, you know?" But as Sarah reveled in her dreams and the anticipation of a bright future, a dark shadow was steadily creeping closer, a looming nightmare wrapped in ordinary clothing. Marvin, the predator silently waiting in the shadows, had set his eyes on his next victim, a vibrant life he intended to snuff out. Over the following weeks, Marvin dedicated himself to learning everything about Sarah. He discovered she lived alone in a small apartment, was a nursing student, and had few friends. Her life was a perfect fit for his twisted criteria. As he continued to gather information, he meticulously planned each aspect of the kill. He would strike when she was most vulnerable, ensuring his sinister work remained hidden from the world. His obsession grew stronger with each passing day, and he felt an insatiable urge to claim the life of his next target. In the dark recesses of his mind, he reveled in the power he held over the unsuspecting young woman, eagerly anticipating the moment when he would finally unleash his wrath upon her. Sarah had no idea she was being stalked, and that her life would be cut short. Sarah is a kind-hearted and compassionate young woman who always goes out of her way to help others. She's pursuing a degree in nursing as she dreams of making a difference in people's lives. She enjoys taking long walks in the park, reading books, and volunteering at a local animal shelter in her free time. Despite personal struggles, Sarah remains optimistic and determined, always looking for ways to help those in need and make the world better. After meticulously studying her habits, Marvin knew when she would be most vulnerable. Sarah often walked home from school late at night, taking a shortcut through a dimly lit alley in Chinatown. He decided this would be the perfect location for his sinister plan. On the night of the murder, he waited in the shadows, his heart racing with anticipation. As she approached the alley, he felt a surge of adrenaline, his senses heightened by the thrill of the hunt. He silently followed her, taking care not to make a sound. As Sarah reached the darkest part of the alley, he swiftly approached her from behind. He expertly subdued her, using a specially designed tool that rendered her unconscious without leaving any visible marks. With Sarah now incapacitated, he carefully carved the intricate symbol into her wrist, a personal signature that brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. Once his gruesome task was complete, he carefully arranged the body to resemble a peaceful, almost serene scene. It was a twisted final act, displaying his control over his victims even in death. He then slipped away into the night, confident that he had left no traces behind. He felt conflicting emotions as he walked away from the crime scene. The exhilaration of the hunt, the thrill of the kill, and the satisfaction of outsmarting the authorities all swirled within him, providing a temporary sense of fulfillment. However, deep down, an inexplicable feeling of guilt lingered, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. The duality of his emotions left him both invigorated and haunted, driving him further into the darkness that consumed his soul. As Marvin drove home, he felt a rush of adrenaline and a sense of satisfaction from the murder of Sarah. He relished in the feeling of power and control he had over her life, and he reveled in the thought of the chaos and fear he was causing in the city. As he pulled into his driveway, he couldn't help but smile to himself as he stepped out of his car. He knew he had to be careful not to leave any evidence behind, but he had planned the murder meticulously and was confident that he had covered his tracks. Once inside his house, he took a long shower to wash away the tangible traces of his sin, and he then retreated to the solace of his study, a refuge from the mundane world that could never fathom his grim proclivities. Dressed in fresh clothes, he sank into his favorite chair, a worn leather recliner that held the familiarity of countless readings and contemplative nights. As the night grew darker, he found himself contemplating all his kills. Each life he took gave him an indescribable rush, a surge of dark pleasure that was more intoxicating than any drug. As he retired to bed, his mind teemed with the day's chilling events. Each vivid recollection of Sarah's final moments was a visceral symphony, his senses reliving every terrifying detail with morbid delight. Her life had been snuffed out, leaving a void. This made him feel alive, powerful, and even happy. Every shiver of fear, every pleading cry was a perverse melody to his ears, fueling his insatiable hunger for power and control. Where guilt-ridden nightmares might have plagued others, Marvin found a perverse pleasure in the horrific replays. The terrifying dreams, the ghostly echoes of his victims' final movements, were not torment but fuel, fanning the flames of his monstrous desires. Marvin didn't fear nightmares. He welcomed them. The horrors of the night only served to reinforce his twisted conviction, to further fuel his gruesome appetite. Each shudder, each scream, each drop of blood spilled was a trophy in his macabre collection, a dark testament to the monster he had become. Chapter 3. The Reporter's Obsession. In a third universe, reporter Marvin Smith was an ambitious investigative journalist. He lived in a charming art-filled loft in the Adams Morgan neighborhood, a lively area known for its diverse culture and vibrant nightlife. The exposed brick walls and large living space windows reflected his open-minded and creative nature. He worked for the prestigious Washington Post, where he had built a solid reputation for his dedication to unearthing the truth and exposing injustice. Over the years, he'd covered a wide range of stories, from political scandals to environmental crises. Still, it was his relentless pursuit of the mysterious serial killer that had brought him both fame and notoriety. His work history was one of persistence and determination. He had started his career as a local beat reporter, gradually working his way up the ladder with each hard-hitting story he published. His tireless work ethic and a keen eye for detail eventually landed him a coveted position as an investigative journalist at the Post. His personality was a mix of curiosity, compassion, and tenacity. He genuinely desired to make the world a better place through his writing, and he wasn't afraid to confront powerful figures or delve into dangerous situations to expose the truth. His friends and colleagues admired his fearlessness, but they also knew that beneath his bold exterior, he was a deeply sensitive soul who felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. He had been closely following the mysterious serial killer that had been terrorizing Washington, D.C., seated at his worn-out desk. Marvin's fingers danced with a frantic rhythm on the keyboard, each click echoing in the quiet confines of his workspace. The glow from the screencast was a sharp, isolating light on his face, highlighting the determined look in his eyes. Hours had been invested in crafting his latest article, an in-depth examination of Sarah's stolen life, a testament to a spirit abruptly silenced. As he typed, he could feel the weight of his responsibility, not just as a journalist, but as a compassionate human. The mental portrait he was painting of the murderer was both unsettling and captivating, a dangerous enigma that he yearned to solve. He pondered their motives, eventual capture, and the inevitable courtroom confrontation. He understood that this story could define his career, yet more pressingly, it held the potential to serve as a beacon of justice for Sarah. After countless revisions and meticulous scrutiny, he finally felt ready to share his work with the world. The act of hitting the publish button was a catharsis, a sigh of relief laced with a sense of accomplishment. His narrative, woven with painstaking detail and empathy, was now open for thousands to read, remember, and demand justice. Yet, a lingering sense of disquiet remained as satisfaction washed over him. An undercurrent of mystery surrounding this elusive serial killer held the city in its chilling grip. Marvin, acutely aware of the gravity of his role, felt the pressing need to keep the public both informed and safe. His task was far from over. The next day, Marvin found himself sitting across from Detective Horton, the lead investigator on the serial killer case. He was there to gain a deeper understanding of the investigation and gather facts to fuel his subsequent articles. He felt a nervous anticipation churning within him, a potent mix of eagerness and apprehension. He was about to dive deeper into the story that was fast becoming an obsession, a pursuit of truth and justice that had turned into his life's mission. The reporter Marvin was relentless, driven by an unwavering dedication to his job and an unwavering empathy for the victims he gave a voice to. Detective Horton was the epitome of seasoned law enforcement. He carried an air of seasoned authority, always meticulously attired in a suit tailored to his broad, commanding frame. The quiet hum of his professionalism was punctuated by a steely gaze, a testament to years of honed observational skills and relentless dedication to solving cases. His movements were smooth, every action reflecting years of discipline and the weight of authority. His carefully chosen and measured words held a touch of sternness that underscored the no-nonsense demeanor he was well known. An aura of calm and composure surrounded him, seemingly undisturbed even by the most challenging situations. "Detective Horton," Marvin greeted as he entered the room, glancing nervously at the hardened detective. "Marvin," Horton acknowledged, his voice resonating with a low, gravelly tone. Inside the police station's sterile interrogation room, they sat across from each other, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. Detective Horton's office was a testament to his meticulousness. Everything in its place, the desk free of clutter, case files neatly stacked. Horton watched Marvin, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I assume you're here for information on the case," he stated, leaning back in his chair. "I need to ask you to refrain from mentioning the symbol found on the victims in your reports. It's a critical lead we're working on." Marvin felt a knot tighten in his stomach. As a journalist, the urge to reveal this key piece of information battled with his understanding of the situation. But he also knew the importance of maintaining the integrity of an ongoing investigation. "I understand, Detective," Marvin conceded, although the words tasted like vinegar. The silence that followed was filled with unspoken understanding and the shared weight of the secret they now both bore. Marvin trudged back towards his office, and the magnitude of the case weighed down his thoughts. As he stepped through the office entrance, he was greeted by the familiar hustle and bustle that came with the newsroom. Reporters hunched over keyboards, the hum of phones ringing, and the low rumble of conversation filled the air. Among the sea of busy colleagues, a familiar figure caught his eye. Katrina was seated at her desk, surrounded by scattered papers and scribbled notes. A ray of sunshine amidst the frenzy of the newsroom, she was typing away with an intensity that reflected her devotion to their craft. Katrina looked up as he approached. Her gaze softened as she took in his weary countenance. "Rough day, Marvin?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Marvin let out a sigh. You could say that. I've been running in circles on this serial killer case all day. With a supportive nod, Katrina leaned back in her chair, her compassionate gaze never leaving Marvin's face. You'll crack it, Marv. You always do, she said, her words soothingly on his fraught nerves. Katrina was an inviting presence, a friend among colleagues, and a beacon of light even in the darkest times. She commanded Marvin's admiration with an intuitive nature and an ability to see positivity where others saw none. Their shared experiences in the demanding field of journalism instilled an irreplaceable bond between them. She was his confidant, friend and ally, embodying kindness and compassion amidst the sometimes harrowing stories they covered. Her beauty was more than skin deep, yet her physical appeal was not denied. In her early 30s, Katrina had a radiance that drew people to her. Her hazel eyes, often framed by auburn hair pulled back into a neat ponytail, were expressive and empathetic. Her attire at the newspaper, usually composed of smart blouses with skirts or tailored pantsuits, emphasized her slender figure. In contrast, her off-duty attire leaned towards comfort, with yoga leggings and cozy sweaters being her go-to choices. Katrina's years working alongside Marvin at the newspaper had fortified their close friendship. Her understanding of the pressures and challenges unique to their profession made her an invaluable support for him. The grim stories they often dealt with didn't dampen her spirit. Instead, she chose to see the silver lining in every cloud. This optimism, alongside her belief in the transformative power of kindness, was reflected in her meticulous reporting. Her dedication was not just visible in her high-quality articles, but also in her interactions with the people she interviewed. Katrina was committed to her community, and this commitment manifested itself in her fair, comprehensive investigations. As a result, she was deeply respected by her peers and held up as a standard of professional integrity and journalistic excellence. As Marvin grappled with the emotional toll of the serial killer case, Katrina's unwavering support and understanding became increasingly important. She provided him with a safe space to share his thoughts and feelings, and her calm presence helped him stay grounded amidst the turmoil. Katrina approached him one afternoon, her concern evident in her voice. "Marvin, are you okay?" she asked gently. "I've noticed you've been a bit on edge lately. This case must be really getting to you." Marvin, running his hand over his face, let out a weary sigh. "Katrina, something unsettling about this case gnaws at me during the wee hours. It feels like a critical piece is still out of our grasp." He paused, his brow furrowing in frustration. "And there's a piece of information I can't disclose. It's like grappling with a ghost." Katrina met his gaze, her eyes filled with understanding and sympathy. "Marvin, I get it. We're journalists, not detectives. We must shed light on the truth, not hold it back. But sometimes, for the sake of justice, we must bear the weight of secrets." Marvin's desk at the newspaper office became his second home as the days rolled into weeks. His computer screen was lit with countless tabs of articles and reports, the brutal details of the crime perpetually displayed. He could see a similar enthusiasm reflected in the office. The usual hum of the newsroom had morphed into an uneasy buzz. Conversations around the water cooler were no longer about weekend plans or new movies. Instead, they were dominated by whispers about the murderer, the nightmare slasher, as some had started to call him. Snippets of hushed conversations echoed in his ears. "Did you hear about the latest victim? So young," one of his colleagues would say, their voice low and horrified. Another would respond, "I did. My sister lives in that neighborhood. She's terrified. Can't believe a serial killer is on the loose." Marvin found himself spiraling, pulled in by the grisly allure of the case. Shadowy figures and blood-streaked crime scenes invaded his dreams. Every waking moment was spent scrutinizing victim profiles, poring over crime scene photos, cross-referencing witness statements, hunting for a pattern, a lead, anything. His fixation with the case was all-consuming, a vortex of obsession and determination from which there seemed no escape. Katrina stood outside Peter Parker's office, the newspaper's chief editor. Peter was a stern man in his late 50s with a grizzled beard and thick glasses that always seemed to be perched precariously on the bridge of his nose. His office was a reflection of his mind, chaotic yet organized, with stacks of newspapers and manila folders scattered haphazardly on his wooden desk. A lone window behind him framed the city skyline, its bustling life a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere within the room. "Peter, we need to talk about Marvin," she began, her voice breaking the room's silence, causing her to flinch slightly. Peter looked up from his cluttered desk, his brows furrowing with concern. "What's the matter? Is he okay?" Katrina sighed, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she mustered the right words. "He's consumed. The case, it's all he talks about, all he thinks about. I've never seen him this way before. He's losing sleep, barely eating." Peter removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. "I had a feeling this might happen. He's always been passionate, but this is something else. Perhaps he's too close to it." Katrina nodded, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. "Yes, that's what I fear. He's obsessed with it, and I'm worried it's becoming unhealthy. We might need to pull him off the case." Peter was silent momentarily, his gaze fixed on the bustling city outside his window. "I understand your concern, Katrina. We'll need to address this. But how do we convince a man as stubborn as Marvin to step back?" As they pondered the solution, the weight of their responsibility towards their friend and colleague was palpable in the room. The conversation marked the beginning of a struggle, not just against the darkness lurking in their city, but also against the shadow threatening to consume one of their own. The following day, as the dawn light barely crept in through the office windows, Marvin was summoned to Peter's office. Peter was already seated behind his desk, and the morning newspaper spread open before him. "Marvin, please have a seat," Peter said, his voice carrying a weighty seriousness, instantly putting Marvin on edge. The usually bustling office was quiet at this hour, the hushed whispers of the early shift reporters in the background serving as the only ambient noise. Peter took a deep breath before he began. "Marvin, it's about the case, the serial killer, and your obsession with it." Marvin tensed, immediately defensive. "I'm not obsessed, Peter. I'm committed. This is the biggest story this city has seen in a while. We owe it to our readers to give them the truth." Peter nodded, his expression softening. "I understand that, Marvin. We all appreciate your dedication, but you're letting this case consume you. It's affecting your health. Katrina told me that you're not sleeping or eating properly. I can handle it," Marvin interjected, his words bristling with determination. "This is what we signed up for, isn't it? To uncover the truth no matter what." Peter sighed deeply, removing his glasses to rub his eyes. "It's not a question of your dedication or capability, Marvin. It's about you as a person. We care about you. We don't want to see you ruin yourself over this case." Marvin could feel a swell of frustration rise within him, but he also understood their concerns. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before he replied, "All right, I understand your concern, and I appreciate it. I'll make you a deal. I'll see my doctor about the sleep issue, and if he thinks I need to step back, then I will. But until then, let me work." Peter looked at him for a long moment, assessing his resolve. Finally, he let out a reluctant sigh and nodded. "All right, Marvin, but promise me you'll take care of yourself." Marvin nodded, standing up from the chair. "I promise, Peter. Thanks for understanding." As Marvin left the room, Peter watched him go, a heavy weight still lodged in his chest. He had faith in Marvin's abilities, but he could only hope that his friend would take care of himself amid this ordeal. Chapter 4. The Roots of Evil. Marvin Hunt grew up in a dysfunctional family with an abusive father who frequently beat him and his mother. His father was an alcoholic who would come home drunk and take out his anger on him and his mother. Marvin's mother was unable to protect him from his father's abuse and turned to alcohol herself as a way to cope. Marvin had two younger siblings who were also subjected to their father's abuse, but he was the primary target. He often felt responsible for protecting his siblings and would try to shield them from their father's violent outbursts. Frequently, His father would bring young prostitutes home to have sex with. His mother would cry and ask them to leave, but they would refuse. They would stay up all night drinking with his father, and the sounds of their laughter and the music would echo through the house. Marvin hated them and fantasized about killing them and getting revenge on his abusive father. Due to his father's alcoholism and abuse towards his mother, he was unable to form any positive memories of his parents. Marvin's mother always appeared unhappy, while his father's violent and aggressive behavior caused him to feel intense hatred toward him. However, before he could act on his desire for revenge, his father drank himself to death, leaving his mother to grieve for him until she too passed away. As Marvin got older, his fascination with death and violence deepened. The night became his playground, where he gave life to the predator within him. His collection of secreted knives and weapons served as tools for honing his burgeoning skills. In the veil of night, under the frigid glow of the full moon, Marvin often explored the city's meandering cobblestone paths. The city, alive and dynamic during daylight, transmuted into an enigma of shadows after sundown. An underworld that both captivated and enticed him. The cool breeze prickled his skin, stirring leaves in a ghostly melody. The distant cry of an owl, a stray cat's hurried scuttle, and his footfalls echoing through the abandoned alleyways were the chorus of his nocturnal symphony. Marvin moved through the city like a spectre, a creature born of darkness, navigating his way through its alleys and back streets with a predator's grace. His heart thrummed with excitement and a sense of purpose he found only during these nocturnal expeditions. In the solitude of the night, he felt an odd sense of freedom and power. Here, in the dimly lit streets and shadowy corners of the city, he gave in to his darkest fantasies. Often he would observe the prostitutes who plied their trade under the cover of darkness. They reminded him of the women his father used to bring home. A fire would burn in his chest, a mix of disgust, anger, and a perverse sense of curiosity. He would watch them from the shadows, imagining the satisfaction he would feel if he could just get his hands on one of them. His fingers would often dance over the handle of his pocket knife, a chilling sense of anticipation coursing through his veins. He would imagine the knife plunging into the flesh, a moment of sweet revenge for the helpless young boy who could do nothing but watch as his home turned into a living hell. However, he never acted on these impulses, choosing instead to keep them as dark fantasies that fueled his nocturnal wanderings. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, Marvin would make his way back home. His mind buzzed with the macabre images of the night, the satisfaction of his imagined vengeance, and the adrenaline that came with stalking the city streets. The rising sun signified the end of his escape, a return to reality, and the dysfunctional life he led. But the memories of the night and the anticipation of the next outing kept the flame of hope and revenge burning within him. His first encounters with the act of killing started subtly in his elementary and middle school years. It began with trapping innocent rabbits and squirrels. They were not meant for consumption, but rather for an unimaginable sequence of torture that only his twisted mind could conceive. Marvin's horrifying actions escalated when he coldly disposed of a litter of puppies by tossing them into a river, trapped inside a trash bag, their helpless whimpers muffled by the rushing water. The seeds of violence and mortality, sown in his early years, never ceased to sprout. His darkest impulses began to emerge from the shadows and take tangible forms. Despite his troubled home life, Marvin excelled academically and was very popular. He was the proverbial man of the hour in high school. His charisma, coupled with his handsome features, made him irresistible to his female peers. On the surface, Marvin played the role of a playboy, having a string of relationships but never truly developing emotional attachments. Inside, he harbored terrifying fantasies. He would imagine a macabre scene of violence against his girlfriends, but restrained these impulses, keeping them hidden within the depths of his psyche. Marvin was exceptionally intelligent, boasting an IQ that qualified him as a genius. However, he kept this under wraps, disguising his intellectual prowess to blend in with his peers. Instead of acing every test, he would purposefully score in the low 90s. This clever ploy made him seem like a hard-working, above-average student, rather than a prodigy. "Marvin's a good kid, charming and intelligent," his teachers of 10 commented during staff meetings. "And his grades are always impressive. He's a natural leader," another would add. Little did they know, the good kid they were praising carried a darkness within him that was far beyond their comprehension. His good grades and the careful act of normalcy won him a college scholarship. There he pursued his interest in the human mind, veering toward forensic psychology. This path allowed him to delve deeper into understanding criminals' minds, motivations, and actions. Ironically, it also gave him the intellectual tools to conceal his darkness. Marvin Hunt, the model student, the charismatic playboy, was the embodiment of a paradox. Behind his carefully crafted persona was a man whose childhood traumas and secrets shaped him into a monster. These secrets, skillfully hidden from the world, would soon propel him down a path of unspeakable madness and violence. In contrast, reporter Marvin grew up nestled in the heart of a tranquil middle-class neighborhood. His home, a quaint 2-story house, was wrapped in a blanket of ivy and had a well-tended garden his mother lovingly nurtured. Inside the house, the air was heavy with the scent of books and home-cooked meals. His childhood was largely undisturbed by upheaval, defined by a steady rhythm of ordinary family life. His quiet and hard-working father held a modest job in an insurance firm, while his mother was a soft-spoken high school teacher. His younger sister, Lila, was a vibrant and joyful child whose laughter filled their home. Despite this idyllic picture, Marvin often felt like an outsider, even in his home. Marvin was an introverted child, keeping a respectful distance from the boisterous social circles of his peers. He struggled to navigate the complexities of childhood friendships, often feeling like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. Marvin's sanctuary was his room, a small, cozy space in the attic. The room was lined with shelves bursting with books, a testament to his voracious appetite for reading. He indulged in a variety of genres, from mystery novels and historical tomes to science books that explored the cosmos. "You've got your nose in a book again, Marvin," his mother would often tease, finding him engrossed in a Sherlock Holmes story or an encyclopedia about dinosaurs. "Yes, Mum," Marvin would reply, his eyes never leaving the page, "just learning about the Cretaceous period." These books were his companions, his portals to other worlds. Their pages carried him to distant lands, into the minds of compelling characters, and through time, exploring historical events and scientific marvels. Marvin also harbored a deep love for writing, paralleling his affinity for reading. He would spend hours pouring his thoughts onto paper, crafting intricate stories and reflective essays. His compositions ranged from fantastic tales of knights and dragons to poignant musings about life and the universe. Beyond reading and writing, Marvin relished the challenge of solving puzzles. Be it a Rubik's Cube or a complex math problem, he would lose himself in the joy of deciphering the hidden patterns and seeking solutions. His teachers often commented on his keen analytical abilities, seeing in him a mind that thrived on intellectual challenges. Marvin's early years were marked by a struggle to belong, and a rich inner life fostered by his love for books, writing, and puzzles. Even as a child, he was cultivating the intellectual curiosity and analytical thinking that would define his career as a reporter. Unbeknownst to him, these formative years were setting the foundation for his future pursuits. As Marvin got older, he began to feel more disconnected from his family and peers. He struggled with feelings of anxiety and depression, and often found it difficult to express his emotions or seek help. Struggling to express his turmoil or seek assistance, he turned to writing, his refuge and emotional sanctuary. Every sentiment, every anxiety found release onto paper, the words manifesting the chaos within. Yet in the midst of this personal turbulence, Marvin's talent for writing began to shine. As a high schooler, he found a platform in the school newspaper. His pieces, lauded for their comprehensive reporting and perceptive analysis, won him multiple awards. The words he spun were more than just sentences. They were lifelines that bridged him to the world outside. Through college, he further honed his skills, majoring in journalism while contributing to the university's newspaper. His passion for making a difference through his writing persisted undeterred, even as he wrestled with his inner demons. Over time, he transformed his struggles into a successful career as a journalist, harnessing his ability to connect with others through narratives. The isolation that cloaked him bore similarity to the isolation experienced by Marvin Hunt, yet their choices led them down drastically different paths. Detective Marvin was raised in a middle-class family in a small town. His parents were hard-working and instilled a strong sense of responsibility and ethics in him from a young age. His father was a police officer, and his dad's bravery and dedication to the community always inspired him. In school, he proved to be an exemplary student, adhering to rules and regulations, active in various sports, and always ready to lend a helping hand. But what truly ignited his spirit was problem-solving and assisting others. His interest in law enforcement grew as a seed nurtured meticulously over time. The teenage years exposed him to the harsh realities of society. Drugs and violence left an indelible imprint on his consciousness, particularly when he lost a close friend and football teammate to a drug overdose. The incident shook him to his core, imprinting an image of life's frailty and the darkness lurking in unsuspecting corners. This tragedy, however, did not crush him. Instead, it forged him, fueling his determination to shield others from pain and reshape the world into a safer place. His diligence, both on and off the field, paid off as he concluded high school. Not only did his perseverance fetch him academic excellence, but it also awarded him a scholarship, lighting his path to college. There he plunged into the depths of criminal justice, immersing himself in a field where law, society, and morality intertwined. College days for Marvin were an intense blend of hard work and self-discovery. He found himself drawn towards late-night study sessions, voraciously consuming texts about law enforcement and crime prevention. In classes, he was known for his focused demeanor and insightful questions. During one seminar, Professor Higgins, a seasoned criminologist, was discussing a landmark case. Marvin's hand shot up. "Professor, don't you think the investigators could have acted more meticulously? They overlooked several key pieces of evidence during the initial investigation." Professor Higgins, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Interesting perspective, Marvin. Yes, indeed, several details were missed initially. It underscores the importance of attention to detail in our line of work." Marvin's commitment to his studies extended beyond the classroom. A hands-on internship with the local police department also marked his college years. He seized this opportunity to translate theoretical knowledge into practical skills, impressing his superiors with his meticulousness and dedication. A conversation with his mentor, Sergeant Warren, revealed Marvin's innate drive. Warren had commented, "You have a knack for this, Marvin. It's not often we see someone so young with such a keen understanding of the criminal justice system." In his humble tone, Marvin replied, "Thank you, Sergeant. It's just, I've seen what can happen when things go wrong. I don't want others to go through what my friend did. I believe I can make a difference." When Marvin graduated, the local police department, recognizing his potential, offered him a job. With time, his steadfast dedication, tireless work, and unique perspective propelled him through the ranks, ultimately earning him the esteemed title of detective. Marvin's empathetic heart and unyielding pursuit of justice served as his compass, guiding him through every case he undertook, making him a beacon of hope for those wronged. Throughout his career, he exhibited an unyielding sense of empathy for the victims and their families, dedicating his efforts to bringing justice to those wronged. His childhood and experiences nurtured his pursuit of justice and fueled his desire to serve others. Within the kaleidoscope of parallel universes, the essence of Marvin remained consistent. Now, in his early 40s, his physical form across each reality reflected an identical portrait, a lean physique and keen facial features that were characterized by meticulous grooming, a neat trim of his hair, and a pair of discerning brown eyes that could almost penetrate the soul. Though his stature could be perceived as formidable, he emanated a serene and grounded presence, akin to an unmoving rock in the heart of a raging storm. This tranquility, married with his inner strength, facilitated his success in each role as an adept detective, a persuasive reporter, and a discerning forensic psychologist. However, not only his physical manifestation and demeanor harmonized across the dimensions, it was also his core traits: relentless determination, unparalleled resilience, unwavering ethics, and a voracious desire to understand the human psyche. These attributes were deeply ingrained in his character, transmuting and taking shape according to the demands of his respective universes. In one universe, his relentless determination gave birth to an extraordinary detective, an indomitable spirit who never ceased in his quest to deliver justice. In another, these traits transformed him into an accomplished reporter whose resilience made him an unsilenced voice of truth, always on the trail of a groundbreaking story. His thirst for understanding the human mind and rigid ethics created a renowned forensic psychologist in the third universe. He delved into the darkest corners of human psychology, yet remained anchored to his moral compass, always working to unravel the enigma of criminal minds for the betterment of society. Though living divergent lives, the triad of Marvins was bound together by an unseen thread, a singular essence. Their choices and environments shaped their experiences, but they were essentially the same man. Each Marvin was a reflection of the same soul, refracted through the prism of distinct realities, painting a unique yet inherently interconnected picture of life. Chapter 5: Converging Lives. Marvin Hunt led a seemingly normal life during the day. As a forensic psychologist, he was skilled at understanding the minds of criminals and helping law enforcement with their investigations. His colleagues respected and admired him for his keen insights and his empathetic approach to his work. He interacted with his co-workers in a friendly and engaging manner, sharing jokes and stories during lunch breaks and engaging in spirited discussions about the latest developments in their field. One day, during a coffee break, he conversed with his co-worker, Dr. Helen Whitaker, a highly respected criminal profiler. They discussed a recent case involving a highly organized and intelligent criminal whose elusiveness baffled both the police and the forensic team. "Sometimes I wonder how these criminals manage to blend in so seamlessly with society," Helen mused. "It's frightening to think that someone so dangerous could be hiding in plain sight." Marvin nodded thoughtfully, keeping his expression carefully neutral. "Yes, it's a chilling thought, but I suppose it's our job to understand their mindset and help law enforcement catch them before they can cause any more harm." As they continued their conversation, he felt a perverse sense of satisfaction, knowing that he'd successfully deceived even the most perceptive of his colleagues. Marvin remembers his first time interviewing a killer. He was intrigued by the minds of killers. He had the opportunity to interview a man who had committed a horrific crime. The interview occurred at a maximum security prison with thick concrete walls and heavy metal doors. Fluorescent lights cast long, cold shadows, imbuing the grey walls with a gloomier hue. Marvin's footsteps echoed ominously through the sterile hallway as a pair of stern-faced guards escorted him. He felt a sense of unease and excitement at the prospect of understanding what drives others to commit such heinous acts. Then, he was brought in. The prisoner was a towering figure, his shaved head glinting under the harsh lights, his eyes flashing an unsettling mix of malice and amusement. The clink of his shackles punctuated the stillness as the guards ushered him in. "Here's the one you've been wanting to meet, Dr. Hunt," one of the guards grumbled, an undercurrent of distaste lacing his words. His gaze on the prisoner was one of wary disdain. "Thank you, officer," Marvin replied, his tone professional, yet laced with an undeniable undercurrent of intrigue. As Marvin sat across from the convicted killer, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The man before him had committed unspeakable acts, yet he seemed so calm, so collected. Marvin knew what it felt like to have that kind of power, to have that kind of control over another human being. Hours unfurled as Marvin delved deep into the killer's psyche. His questions probed the man's upbringing, relationships, and motivations, each query meticulously designed to draw out the man's inner workings. "What made you do it?" Marvin asked, his eyes never straying from the killer's. "Freedom," came the chilling reply, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "A sense of absolute control, a feeling you've never experienced, Doctor." The encounter lingered with Marvin long after it ended. As he exited the steel doors, leaving behind the chillingly calm demeanor of the killer, he carried with him a seed of jealousy. It wasn't the desire to commit such atrocities, but a yearning to understand that dark, intoxicating pull of power and control. This yearning would fuel his pursuit of the criminal psyche. Despite the gruesome nature of his work, Marvin managed to sustain an appealing aura outside his professional domain. He deftly maneuvered the tight-knit social fabric of his community, his magnetic charm acting as a beacon that attracted neighbors like moths to a flame. He was known for his warm smile, a light-hearted jest always ready at the tip of his tongue, and his genuine, affable nature. To his neighbors, Marvin was not just another face in the crowd, but a reliable friend, always there when needed. On a typical sunny Saturday, you could often find Marvin on his front porch, a cup of freshly brewed coffee in hand, engaging in light banter with his neighbor, Mr. Bennett. "Morning, Marvin!" Mr. Bennett, an older man with a zest for life, would call out cheerfully as he took his customary morning walk. "Good morning, Bennett," Marvin would reply, his smile reaching his eyes. "How's the knee holding up?" "Oh, you know, same old," Mr. Bennett would chuckle, a hint of resignation seeping into his voice. "Doc says I need to keep it moving." "And you're doing a fantastic job at that," Marvin would comment encouragingly. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" The two of them would often sit on Marvin's porch, sipping their morning brew, discussing everything from sports to the weather to Bennett's amusing anecdotes from his younger years. These moments of light-hearted camaraderie were a stark contrast to Marvin's intense professional life, a testament to his ability to compartmentalize his life, and a reassurance to his neighbors that Marvin was indeed one of them. Marvin's charisma extended to his dating life as well. He had no trouble attracting women through online dating platforms, and he often went on dates with various women who were captivated by his charm, good looks, and intellect. He was attentive and engaging, making each woman feel like she was the center of his world during their time together. Despite the darkness that consumed his soul, Marvin was skilled at compartmentalizing his life. He could effortlessly switch between his role as a respected professional, a friendly neighbor, and a charming suitor while keeping his true nature hidden. This ability to blend into society and maintain his facade was one of the reasons he had been able to evade detention for so long. As he continued to commit his heinous crimes, his parallel lives remained separate, with no one suspecting the chilling truth behind the man they thought they knew. Reporter Marvin was deeply absorbed in investigating the serial killer, often finding solace in conversations with his co-worker Katrina. As they discussed the case, he appreciated Katrina's intuitive insights and ability to listen without judgment. One day, as they sat in his office, Katrina asked about his family, knowing that the stress of the case was taking a toll on his personal life. "How are Lisa and Chelsea doing? I hope things are getting better at home." Marvin's personal life was far from perfect. His wife, Lisa, was a beautiful woman from a wealthy background who worked as a middle school teacher. Chelsea is a bright, curious 7-year-old who loves spending time with her parents. She is always asking questions and trying to learn new things. She has a kind heart and loves to help others. She is a creative child who enjoys drawing and making crafts. She is an integral part of her parents' lives, and they do their best to keep her safe and happy. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Well, Chelsea is doing fine. She's still shy and loves playing with her dolls and wearing dresses. I worry about her sometimes, though. She has few friends, and I wish I could spend more time with her. As for Lisa," he hesitated, feeling a knot forming in his stomach. "Things aren't great. She's been cold and distant lately. I suspect she's having an affair, but I can't prove it. We've been arguing a lot, and I think we might be heading for a divorce." Katrina listened sympathetically. "I'm sorry, Marvin. That must be difficult for you, especially with everything going on at work." He nodded, grateful for her understanding. "Yeah, it's tough. I can't help but feel that the obsession with the case is driving a wedge between us." As he grappled with the turmoil in his personal life, he became increasingly consumed by the hunt for the elusive serial killer. The case offered a temporary escape from his troubles, but as the days went on, the line between his work and personal life began to blur, threatening to engulf him. A flicker of understanding crossed Katrina's eyes as she looked at Marvin. The familiar shadow of stress and loneliness was etched into his features, a mirror image of the emotional turmoil her friend had weathered during her tumultuous divorce. Katrina had been her unwavering pillar of support through those challenging times, a patient ear amidst the tear-filled venting sessions, a steady voice of advice when sought, and a constant presence even when silence took over. It was a taxing roller coaster, but Katrina had been there for her friend through it all. And now, as Marvin's exhausted eyes met hers, she decided to extend the same warmth to him, to be the comforting shoulder he could lean on, just like she had been for her friend. Meanwhile, back at Marvin's home, his wife Lisa sat alone, her eyes transfixed on the glow of her laptop screen. Once filled with laughter and shared dreams, their house now echoed with an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on her heart. She missed her husband, not just his physical presence, but the emotional bond they once shared. The vibrant, attentive man she had married seemed lost to her, swallowed by his obsession with a serial killer who was consuming his every waking hour. Feeling increasingly isolated and starved for affection, Lisa succumbed to a dating website's allure. She yearned for conversation, a genuine connection that Marvin, in his current state, seemed unable to offer her. It was not a betrayal, she told herself. It was a desperate plea for understanding, for companionship in a time when she felt most alone. Under the comforting luminescence of her computer screen, Lisa found herself engrossed in a conversation with a man known only by the alias Sunny Days. His profile was minimalistic, just a picturesque sunset over a serene beach, but his words radiated a comforting warmth, pacifying her lonely heart. "So, Sunny Days, why do you frequent this platform?" Lisa typed, her fingers trembling slightly over the keys. The reply came back after a brief pause. "Well, Lisa love, to be straightforward, I believe it's the same reason everyone else does. To understand and connect with another soul." The sincerity in his simple response stirred something within Lisa. The palpable detachment from Marvin had left her yearning for such unmasked and genuine interaction. "My life has been taking a complex turn recently," she responded, vaguely hinting at her domestic troubles. "I'm genuinely sorry to hear that," Sunny Days replied. "If you want to talk about it, I'm here to listen." Lisa's heart pounded as she read his words. Relief washed over her, knowing that someone, even a stranger, was willing to lend an ear. The veil of anonymity provides a shield of safety. "Thank you, Sunny Days. That means a lot to me. Let's just say my husband and I are navigating through rough waters. His work seems to have consumed him, and I feel like he doesn't see me anymore," Lisa finally admitted, her fingers hurriedly typing out the words. "That's a challenging situation, Lisa love," Sunny Days responded. "But it's crucial to remember sometimes people lose focus on what truly matters because they're grappling with their inner demons. It doesn't necessarily reflect on you, even if it feels that way." Sighing, Lisa stared at the response. Yes, Marvin was battling his demons. That was something she knew. But she was also human, yearning for companionship and empathy. And Sunny Days, this understanding stranger, was offering her something that Marvin hadn't been able to give her in a long while. She didn't know where this was leading or what it implied, but it provided the comfort she needed. Their conversation continued into the night's wee hours, becoming Lisa's sanctuary in her sea of loneliness. Sunnyday's words were soothing, with understanding and empathy seeping through each typed message. The loneliness that had become Lisa's unwanted companion started to recede, replaced by a sense of warmth and care that Sunnyday's words brought. On the other end, Sunnydays found himself drawn to Lisa. He didn't know the woman behind the name Lisa Love, but he felt a connection, a sense of common understanding and shared loneliness. In their little bubble of digital communication, Lisa and Sunnydays continued exchanging thoughts and experiences, bridging the distance with their words. They shared their likes and dislikes, dreams and fears, triumphs and failures. With each passing day, Lisa looked forward to these interactions, these moments of escape from her growing desolation. And as days turned into weeks, she found herself developing a strange sort of friendship with Sunnydays. Chapter 6. Visions of Darkness. Detective Marvin dedicated himself to the investigation, working tirelessly to piece together the life of the murdered young woman. He interviewed her friends and family, combing through their testimonies in search of any clue that could lead him closer to the killer. As he delved deeper into the victim's life, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Her world seemed to mirror his own, and he couldn't shake the eerie feeling that their fates were somehow intertwined. Exhausted from the long hours and the emotional weight of the case, he eventually fell asleep at his desk, his head resting on a pile of case files. As he slept, he was haunted by vivid, terrifying dreams. In his dream, he found himself standing in the dark alley where the young woman's body had been discovered. The scene unfolded before him in chilling detail, as if he were an invisible spectator to the gruesome act. He saw the murderer approach the unsuspecting victim, his face shrouded in darkness. As the killer drew closer, his heart raced with an inexplicable sense of recognition. In a flash, the murderer's face was revealed, and his blood ran cold. The man who stood before him, hands stained with the young woman's blood, bore an uncanny resemblance to Marvin himself. He was a twisted, malevolent version of the detective, reflecting his darkest fears and desires. As he stared in horror at the monstrous doppelganger, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Was he losing his mind? Or was there something more sinister at play, something beyond his understanding? Barely escaping the grip of his nightmare, Marvin jolted awake, gasping for air as sweat trickled down his furrowed brow. The dream had felt so real and vivid that he struggled to shake the feeling that he had just witnessed the killer's true face. Haunted by the chilling image of his murderous double, he knew that he must delve deeper into the case, searching for the hidden truth in the shadows. "Marvin, you all right?" The voice sliced through the thick tension in the room like a hot knife through butter. Marvin turned to see Detective Carl Ramsey leaning against the doorway, and concern etched on his seasoned face. Carl was a stark contrast to Marvin. Where Marvin was lean and sharp-featured, Carl was broad-shouldered and had a round, friendly face, often hidden behind a scruffy beard. His deep-set eyes, however, held a world of experience and wisdom, a testament to the years he had spent in law enforcement. "You were talking in your sleep, Marv." Carl's voice was laced with worry. He approached Marvin's desk, taking a seat opposite him. The scent of stale coffee and Carl's familiar cologne seemed to help ground Marvin back in reality. "Oh yeah?" Marvin attempted nonchalance, attempting to brush off Carl's concern. "What was I saying?" "Something about a face, a dark alley." Carl scratched his chin, a deep crease forming between his brows as he recollected. Kept repeating "it's me" over and over. Marvin felt a chill run down his spine. His nightmare echoed in Carl's words, his subconscious fears having bled into his waking reality. He remained silent, his mind a whirl of thoughts. Carl looked at Marvin, his worry deepening at his friend's silence. "You sure you're holding up all right, Marvin?" he asked, his tone gentle. "This case, it's not easy, and I get it. But you can't let it get to you like this." Marvin met Carl's gaze, appreciating his concern but unsure what to say. He had always prided himself on his composure, his ability to remain unflappable even in the face of the grim messed cases. But this was different. The terrifyingly intimate nature of his dream had shaken him to his core. That same night, Marvin Hunt tossed and turned in his bed, his mind plagued by a gnawing sense of unease. As he drifted off to sleep, he was pulled into a vivid and terrifying nightmare. In his dream, he found himself running through the dimly lit streets of the city, his breath ragged and his heart pounding in his chest. He could hear the distant sirens of police cars, their flashing lights painting the night in shades of red and blue. He knew they were closing in on him, their pursuit relentless and unforgiving. As he raced through the maze-like alleys, he could feel the presence of his pursuers growing nearer. He could almost sense their determination, their unyielding desire to bring him to justice. In a desperate attempt to evade capture, he darted around a corner and collided with a figure that appeared out of nowhere. He was tackled to the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Struggling to catch his breath, he looked up at his assailant, expecting to see the stern face of a police officer. Instead, he was confronted by a shocking and surreal sight. The man pinning him to the ground bore his face, a twisted reflection of his darkest self. The doppelganger detective stared down at him with a mixture of rage and determination, his eyes burning with an intensity that chilled him to the bone. "It's over," the other Marvin growled. "You won't hurt anyone else ever again." As the horrifying realization washed over him, he awoke with a start, his body drenched in a cold sweat. The nightmare had felt so real, so visceral, that he struggled to separate it from reality. For the first time, he felt the cold grip of fear. The nightmare had shaken him to his core, planting the seeds of doubt and uncertainty in his once unshakable resolve. Was it a premonition, a warning of the fate that awaited him? Or was it a sign that his twisted deeds were beginning to take their toll on his sanity? With his world crumbling around him, he knew he must confront the darkness within himself before it consumed him entirely. He would not rest until he had vanquished the demons that haunted his dreams, whatever the cost. Reporter Marvin, too, found himself wrestling with sleep, haunted by the gruesome stories he'd been covering. As the shadows of the night enveloped his room, he finally succumbed to slumber, only to be pulled into a startling and vivid dream. In his dream, he was in a dimly lit room, surrounded by towering stacks of newspapers and case files. The air was thick with tension, the weight of countless unsolved mysteries bearing down upon him. He noticed a pattern as he sifted through the endless mountain of papers, searching for a clue that would bring him closer to unmasking the elusive serial killer. Each victim bore an eerie resemblance to the others, young women living alone in the city with no close family ties. The connection between the victims was unmistakable, and as he pieced together the puzzle, a chilling realization dawned upon him. The serial killer was someone he knew, someone he had encountered in his day-to-day life. Driven by a relentless determination to bring the murderer to justice, he followed the trail of clues deeper and deeper into the heart of darkness. The path led him to a shadowy figure, shrouded in secrecy and malice. The darkness dissipated as he confronted the figure, revealing the serial killer's identity. His heart skipped a beat as he stared into the face of the man he knew all too well. It was himself, a twisted, malevolent reflection of his soul. The doppelganger sneered at him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You think you can stop me?" he taunted. "You're just as much a part of this as I am." Jolted awake by the harrowing vision, he found himself gasping for air, his heart racing in his chest. The dream had been so vivid, so unsettling, that he couldn't shake the feeling that he had just come face to face with the true nature of the killer. Haunted by the disturbing revelation, he knew he must delve deeper into the case, searching for the truth hidden within his psyche's shadows. He would not rest until he exposed the sinister connection between the serial killer and the nightmares that plagued his dreams, whatever the cost may be. The three Marvins were each struggling in their way to make sense of their dreams. Detective Marvin couldn't shake the feeling of guilt and responsibility for the victims he couldn't save. Reporter Marvin was haunted by the images and details of the murders he had to report. Marvin Hunt struggled to balance his desire to kill and his emerging desire to stop. As the dreams continued, each Marvin found themselves losing their grip on reality, struggling to maintain a normal appearance in their daily lives. They were constantly preoccupied with their thoughts, unable to focus entirely on their work or relationships. Battling their internal demons, the three Marvins understood that they needed assistance. Nevertheless, the fear of stigma and harsh judgment deterred them from acknowledging their struggles publicly. Hence, they each chose to bear their suffering in silent solitude, fervently hoping to conquer these inner beasts before they were entirely consumed. Within this chaos, Jackie Hughes stood as a soothing sanctuary in Detective Marvin's turbulent existence. This mild-mannered bookstore owner, with her cascading chestnut hair, radiant hazel eyes brimming with intelligence, and a smile that could dispel the darkest clouds, was an ideal antidote to Marvin's high-octane career. 3 years ago, on a dreary evening, Marvin had found solace in Jackie's quaint bookstore. A quiet haven in the chaotic city was a 2-story brick-and-mortar building lined with towering bookshelves, redolent of parchment and ink. Lamps scattered around the store cast a warm, cozy glow, while soft jazz music played in the background. A comfortable reading nook occupied a corner of the store, complete with plush armchairs and a charming fireplace. Marvin had been drawn to the shop by the sight of a rare detective novel in the window, a book he had been searching for. It was Jackie who had served him that evening, her graceful demeanor and genuine love for literature captivating him instantly. From that day, the bookstore became his sanctuary, and Jackie his pillar of strength. They had been inseparable ever since, and Marvin had proposed to her the previous year. Jackie had been his anchor amidst his professional storms, providing him with comfort and solace. He deeply cherished their bond, but the nightmares that began to plague him remained his closely guarded secret. He feared burdening Jackie with the gruesome realities of his work and the toll they had started to take on him. One evening, Marvin found Jackie at their favorite corner in the bookstore, her delicate fingers tracing the spine of a novel, her brows furrowed in concentration. He watched her momentarily before clearing his throat. "Jackie." She looked up, her face softening as she saw him. "Marvin," she smiled, setting the book down. "You look tired. Long day?" He nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, a bit." Jackie studied him carefully, concern lacing her features. "You've been distant lately, Marvin. More than usual. Is everything okay at work?" Marvin hesitated, caught between his desire to unburden himself and the fear of worrying her. He shrugged noncommittally. "Just the usual stuff." Jackie rose from her chair and walked over to him, her hand finding his. "You know you can talk to me about anything, right, Marvin?" He squeezed her hand gently, appreciating her concern but still not ready to reveal his nightmares. "I know, Jackie, and I promise, if you need to worry about anything, you'll be the first to know." Jackie gave him a skeptical look but nodded, deciding to respect his wishes. She knew better than to push him when he was clearly struggling with something. However, her concern for Marvin only deepened. The man she loved was battling some inner demons, and she wished he would let her in to help him fight. Chapter 7. A Calculated Kill. Marvin Hunt had been meticulously planning his next move, his twisted obsession driving him to seek out a new victim. It was during one of his routine stalking expeditions that he discovered her, a young female officer assigned to the prestigious Space Command at the Pentagon. She was a perfect target, symbolizing the authority that sought to bring him to justice. He spent weeks observing her, learning her daily routines and the ins and outs of her life. He discovered she often visited the Pentagon City Mall after work, indulging in shopping before heading home. Marvin Hunt chose the Pentagon City Mall because he was familiar with its layout and knew it well. The Pentagon City Mall is a large, multi-level shopping center in the heart of Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. It boasts a variety of high-end and affordable retail stores, including clothing, jewelry, electronics, and home goods. The mall is known for its modern design, with sleek, polished floors and large windows that let in plenty of natural light. There are also numerous restaurants, cafes, and food courts where shoppers can grab a bite to eat or take a break from their shopping. Marvin decided the mall's parking lot would be the ideal location for his sinister deed. On that fateful day, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling expanse of the mall's parking lot. The air was crisp and cool, a light breeze rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. The lot was filled with cars, their owners blissfully unaware of the darkness that lurked among them. Clad in dark clothing, he blended seamlessly into the shadows as he watched his target exit the mall, her arms laden with shopping bags. He followed her from a distance, his every step calculated and deliberate as she made her way to her car. As the young officer approached her vehicle, she fumbled with her keys, her attention focused on unlocking the door. Seizing the opportunity, he crept up behind her, moving with the silence and precision of a predator stalking its prey. Before she could react, he clamped a gloved hand over her mouth, muffling her startled cry. With his free hand, he brandished a knife, the cold steel glinting menacingly in the dim light. With a swift, brutal motion, he plunged the blade into her body, extinguishing the life within her. As the young officer crumpled to the ground, he felt a surge of twisted satisfaction wash over him. He had claimed another victim, and the authorities were no closer to catching him. He reveled in his power and the knowledge that he had outsmarted those who sought to bring him to justice. With his sinister work complete, he slipped back into the shadows, disappearing into the night as quickly as he had emerged from it. The hunt was over, but the game was far from finished. Captain Richardson shook his head as he heard the news of another murder, this time at the Pentagon City Mall. He hoped they had caught the killer before he could strike again, but they seemed still one step behind. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Marvin's number. It rang for a few moments before Marvin picked up. "Marvin, we've got another one. Meet me at the Pentagon City Mall pronto," he said in a stern voice. Marvin could hear the worry and urgency in the captain's voice and knew that he had to act fast. "I'm on my way, sir," he replied, before hanging up the phone. Marvin's heart sank as he realized that the killer had struck again. He arrived at the crime scene, a mixture of anger and determination brewing within him. The mall's parking lot was bathed in the harsh light of the emergency vehicles, casting an eerie glow on the scene. Police officers and forensic specialists bustled about, securing the area and gathering evidence. He felt overwhelming sadness and frustration as he approached the victim's body. This young woman, a dedicated officer with a promising future, had been ruthlessly cut down in the prime of her life. He clenched his fists, vowing to bring her killer to justice. He surveyed the scene, taking in every detail, the position of the body, the blood spatter patterns, and the victim's personal belongings scattered nearby. He interviewed the first responders and mall security, gathering witness statements and reviewing security camera footage. The more information he collected, the more he realized that this murder bore the same chilling hallmarks as the others. The killer was growing bolder and more daring in his actions. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. As he delved deeper into the case, he couldn't shake the feeling that the killer was taunting him, daring him to catch him. The connection between the victims and the gruesome way they were killed seemed to be a message, a challenge that only he could decipher. With each new piece of evidence, he became more determined to put an end to the killer's reign of terror. He knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down for a moment. The killer was out there, watching, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike again. As the night wore on and the crime scene faded into the shadows, he knew he was in a race against time. He would not rest until he had brought the killer to justice and ensured the safety of the city he had sworn to protect. As he continued his investigation, he noticed something disconcerting about the young officer's body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the killer had left his sinister signature, a carving on the victim's skin, just like the first victim. The realization sent a chill down his spine. This was undoubtedly the work of the same twisted mind. The carving was carefully etched, a macabre symbol that seemed to taunt the detective with its presence. As he studied the symbol, He couldn't help but feel that there was a deeper meaning to it, a message that he needed to decipher in order to track down the killer. He consulted with the forensic team, comparing the carvings on both victims and searching for any patterns or similarities that might provide a crucial clue. As Marvin's police cruiser pulled into the neatly trimmed driveway of the Tate residence, a wave of sorrow washed over him. The daunting task of informing Sharon Tate's parents of their daughter's death gripped his heart with an icy dread. He steeled himself, adjusted his suit, and stepped out of the car, walking towards the beautifully maintained home with its pristine white picket fence, a stark contrast to the grim news he was about to deliver. The Tate family, a middle-aged couple with warm eyes and friendly smiles, greeted him at the door. Their expressions full of hope and anxiety made Marvin's task even more challenging. Their home, filled with photographs of Sharon in her uniform, glowing with pride and ambition, was a harsh reminder of the tragedy that had befallen. He gently ushered them into their living room and took a moment before he spoke. His voice, usually firm and confident, was uncharacteristically soft. "Mr. and Mrs. Tate, I'm here with some devastating news. Sharon. Sharon is no longer with us." A heavy silence hung in the air. Their hopeful eyes turned hollow, the light in them flickering and dying out as the terrible news sunk in. Mrs. Tate's hand flew to her mouth, her sobs echoing through the room, while Mr. Tate sat frozen, tears welling in his eyes. They were in utter disbelief, the world around them crumbling as they held each other for support. Leaving the Tate residence was just as heavy as entering it. Marvin carried their grief with him as he headed to the Pentagon, the seat of the Space Force. The hustle and bustle of the Pentagon felt distant and surreal as Marvin ascended to the office of Sharon's commanding officer, high above the city overlooking the Potomac River. He knocked on the door, his heart pounding in his chest. "Come in," a gruff voice beckoned. Marvin entered, his gaze meeting the stern, serious eyes of the commanding officer, a man hardened by years of service and battles won and lost. "Sir, I'm here about Officer Sharon Tate. She was found dead at her command post. It's a homicide." Marvin watched as the hardened officer visibly crumbled, his steely exterior breaking at the devastating news. The office, usually buzzing with activity, was swallowed in a sudden silence, everyone fully comprehending the gravity of the situation and the shockwaves it would send throughout the Space Force community. "God! Sharon," the officer muttered, his voice cracking. "Are there any leads, Detective?" "We're following every lead, sir. We won't rest until we find who did this," Marvin promised, the determination in his voice echoing around the office. As he left the Pentagon, Marvin felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the loss of Sharon Tate resonating deep within him. Marvin found himself driving home in a haze of exhaustion. The city lights blurred past his window, mirroring the turmoil in his mind. Every piece of information, unsolved clue, and grieving face he'd seen that day flashed before his tired eyes. Marvin made a quick stop at the police station before heading home. In the eerie silence of the night, he updated Captain Richardson, the air heavy with their shared determination to bring Sharon's killer to justice. "We're doing everything we can, sir," Marvin reassured his superior officer, his voice echoing through the otherwise empty station. "We won't let Sharon's killer walk free." Richardson nodded solemnly. "Good, Marvin. Keep me posted." Pulling into his driveway, Marvin's home offered a stark contrast to the chaos of the day. Here it was quiet, a gentle sanctuary from the storm of his responsibilities. The faint glow from the living room windows hinted at Jackie's presence. Marvin's body ached from exhaustion as he trudged up his porch steps. He slipped inside quietly, greeted by the warm scent of a home-cooked meal. But the day's wait had drained him, and he was void of his usual appetite. In the soft glow of the living room, Jackie sat curled up on the couch, engrossed in a book. Her concern was evident in the worry lines etched on her forehead. Marvin managed a weak smile as he headed straight toward their bedroom, his fatigue pulling him in like a magnet. "Marvin, won't you eat something?" Jackie's soft voice carried a hint of worry. but he shook his head, too tired to even speak. Once in bed, sleep eluded him, his mind refusing to quiet down. Tossing and turning, Marvin grappled with the unsolved pieces of the case. Jackie, her concern growing, lay beside him, her soft hand rubbing soothing circles on his back, trying to lull him into a much-needed rest. "It's been a tough day, Jackie," Marvin whispered into the darkness, his voice barely a sigh. I need to sleep." "Try to rest, love," Jackie murmured back, pressing a tender kiss on his temple. Marvin's eyes fluttered shut at her touch, the familiarity of her presence bringing him a semblance of peace amidst the storm of his thoughts. Sleep might be his only escape from the realities of his harrowing job tonight. The next day, Marvin and the other detectives worked tirelessly, analyzing the evidence and exploring every possible lead. They all shared a sense of urgency, knowing that each moment they spent searching for answers was another moment the killer remained at large. Marvin contacted colleagues in other jurisdictions, sharing information and comparing notes on similar cases that might be connected to their own. He knew collaboration was key in solving complex cases like this, and was determined to leave no stone unturned. As the investigation continued, he became increasingly obsessed with the killer's carvings. He studied them late into the night, poring over photographs and sketches in an attempt to unlock their secrets. He was convinced they held the key to the killer's identity, and he was determined to crack the code. The pressure to solve the case was mounting, and the city was gripped by fear as the killer continued to evade capture. As each day passed without a breakthrough, he felt the weight of his responsibility growing heavier. Marvin was struggling with his emotions after the recent murder case, but he was determined to stay focused and committed to solving the case for the sake of the victim's family. Despite feeling overwhelmed and depressed, he pushed himself to continue working tirelessly until the killer was brought to justice. He knew that he needed to put an end to the killer's spree before more lives were lost. With the killer's sinister signature etched into his mind, he doubled down on his efforts, vowing to bring the murderer to justice and restore peace to the city he was sworn to protect. Captain Richardson stood tall and resolute inside the mayor's stately office. The decor reflected the weight of the responsibilities that rested upon the city's leader. The hardwood desk, laden with documents and files, formed the room's centerpiece. Large windows adorned the far wall, providing a panoramic view of the city they served. The gravity of the situation hung in the air as the captain began his report. "Mayor Stevens," Richardson began, his voice filled with the steadiness of a seasoned officer, "we're doing everything we can on the Tate case. We've got our best detective on it, Marvin William. I've faith in his abilities." Mayor Stevens nodded, his gaze steady on Richardson. "I've known Marvin for a while, Richardson. He's got a sharp mind. If anyone can get to the bottom of this, it's him." A brief silence hung in the room before the mayor continued. "I want you to know, Captain, that the City Council and I fully support the force on this. We're authorizing an additional budget for this investigation, and I've called in a few favors to get you additional resources." Richardson felt a surge of relief. The additional resources would undoubtedly be a boon to the strained team. "Thank you, Mayor Stevens. That will definitely help speed things up." Before the captain left, Mayor Stevens added, "Tell Marvin we're counting on him." Richardson felt renewed determination as he walked out of the office. The city counted on them, and they wouldn't let it down. After meeting with Mayor Stevens, Captain Richardson immediately got to work to coordinate the new resources and funds for the investigation. His first step was to inform Detective Marvin William of their support from the mayor's office. He called Marvin into his office, a space starkly contrasting to the mayor's stately office, with worn-out furniture and files stacked in every corner. "Marvin," Richardson began, his face graver than usual, "the mayor has given us additional budget and resources for the Tate case. It's all hands on deck now if you need more assistance." Marvin nodded, his face mirroring the seriousness of Richardson's. "Understood, Captain. I won't let you or the city down." Emboldened by the commitment in Marvin's voice, Richardson moved to the next part of his plan. He called a meeting with the entire team involved in the case, outlining the additional resources and funds they had at their disposal. This included adding more officers to the investigative team and employing the latest forensics technology to analyze the evidence from the crime scenes. Finally, he contacted other jurisdictions that might have dealt with similar cases, hoping to gather more information to aid their investigation. Every step was taken with the singular goal of catching the killer and bringing them to justice. Chapter 8. A Grim Interruption. Reporter Marvin and his co-worker Katrina were engrossed in a lively discussion about the new restaurant that had recently opened down the street. Marvin, being a food enthusiast, was sharing his enthusiasm about the establishment's unique culinary offerings. "You wouldn't believe the diverse menu they have, Katrina," Marvin exclaimed, his eyes dancing with the same spark they held when he discussed an exciting story lead. From traditional dishes that take you on a nostalgic trip to innovative fusion cuisine that challenges your palate, it's gastronomy at its finest. Katrina, whose interest in food leaned more towards convenience than culinary adventure, listened attentively. The way Marvin described the food, the richness of flavors, the precision in preparation, and the creativity in presentation, made her reconsider her usual takeout options. She had never thought about food beyond its primary function of sustenance. But Marvin's passion was infectious, and she was captivated by the vibrant world of cuisine he was painting with his words. When his phone interrupted their conversation, she was about to ask Marvin about the best dish to try. Marvin looked at the screen, his expression shifting instantly. The caller on the other end relayed the chilling news. A murder occurred at the Pentagon City Mall. Marvin's heart dropped as he realized the killer he had been tracking was again making headlines. He knew he had to get to the scene as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at the mall's parking lot, Marvin was met with a chaotic scene. The area was teeming with law enforcement officers and forensic experts, all working tirelessly to gather evidence and piece together what had happened. The grim reality of the situation weighed heavily on him, as he knew that he would once again have to report on the senseless loss of life. He approached the officers on the scene, asking for any information they could provide. They shared what they could, mentioning the gruesome carving found on the victim's body, a detail that had not been shared with the public. This confirmed his suspicion that this was the work of the same killer he had been following. As he moved around the crime scene, taking in the unsettling details, he spotted Detective Horton, the lead investigator on the case. He approached him, hoping to glean some insight into the progress of the investigation. The detective, clearly exhausted and frustrated, shared what he could without compromising the case, emphasizing the need for the public to remain vigilant. The weight of the situation and the responsibility he felt as a reporter was overwhelming. He knew he had to share the story with the public, but also understood the importance of protecting sensitive information to aid the investigation. It was a delicate balance that he had to maintain, and it was taking its toll on him emotionally. As he left the crime scene, his thoughts turned to his wife and daughter. He couldn't help but worry for their safety in the face of such a ruthless killer. Consumed by his duty as a reporter and his role as a husband and father, he was determined to do everything in his power to keep his family and community safe. Katrina could see the strain that the ongoing investigation was taking on him. She knew he needed a break, a chance to clear his mind and find some semblance of balance amidst the chaos. With a gentle insistence, she suggested that they attend a yoga class together after work. Although initially hesitant, he agreed, recognizing the need to care for his mental and emotional well-being. The class was held in a serene studio filled with natural light, the scent of calming essential oils lingering in the air. Soft, tranquil music played in the background as they unrolled their yoga mats and settled in. The instructor, a serene woman with a calming presence, began the class by encouraging everyone to focus on their breath, connect with the present moment, and let go of any stress or tension they might be holding. As Marvin moved through the various poses, he felt his body gradually begin to relax. The tension in his muscles began to dissipate, and he found himself focusing on his breath and the movements, his mind temporarily free from the worries that had been plaguing him. Katrina, an experienced yogi, moved gracefully through the poses, her strength and flexibility evident in each movement. She occasionally glanced over at him, offering him a reassuring smile or gentle encouragement as they progressed through the class. By the time they reached the final pose, Savasana, he felt a sense of peace and tranquility that he hadn't experienced in weeks. As they lay on their mats, letting their breath guide them toward tranquility, Marvin was grateful for Katrina's unwavering support and companionship. The yoga session, which had initially felt like an intrusion on his precious investigative time, now seemed like a much-needed oasis of calm amidst a relentless storm. "Thanks for dragging me here, Katrina," Marvin admitted as they rolled up their mats after class, his voice softer, carrying a note of genuine gratitude. Katrina looked at him with a knowing smile. "You needed this, didn't you?" she asked, her tone gentle. Marvin couldn't help but smile back. "Yeah, I guess I did. I didn't realize how much I was bottling up. This helped, surprisingly." Katrina's constant presence and understanding became Marvin's sanctuary in these turbulent times. Her ability to stay centered amidst chaos acted as his anchor, helping him navigate his turmoil. Marvin felt renewed purpose as they bid each other goodbye for the evening. His mind was clearer, his determination fortified. With Katrina by his side, they were a formidable team pursuing the truth. Their combined journalistic skills and relentless pursuit of truth made them the perfect team to uncover the grim secrets, shrouded in the darkness, to bring justice to the victims and their bereaved families. This newly kindled resolve steeled Marvin for the challenges that lay ahead. As the day drew to a close, Marvin journeyed home, longing for a simple evening with his cherished daughter, Chelsea. The allure of their worn-out couch, a classic movie, and the irresistible scent of pizza was the peaceful end he desired after a demanding day. In the cozy ambience of their living room, Back to the Future played on the screen, their shared favorite. Though seen countless times, the movie still managed to coax chuckles from Chelsea, a sound Marvin treasured. "Daddy, do you think we'll ever see flying cars?" Chelsea asked with genuine wonder, her eyes wide with excitement. Marvin laughed heartily and pulled her closer. "Well, sweetie, with how rapidly technology advances, who knows what we might see?" Elsewhere in the house, Lisa, Marvin's wife, sat cloistered in her study. Bathed in the soft glow of her laptop screen, she appeared immersed in her work. In reality, she was engrossed in a conversation with Sunny Days, an online acquaintance whose existence she kept shrouded from her family. As the evening turned into night, a rare tranquility washed over Marvin. The simplicity of a movie night with Chelsea helped soothe his often restless mind. That night he succumbed to a peaceful sleep, uninterrupted and profoundly restful. He awoke the following day, rejuvenated and ready to face the hustle of his job. The blissful memory of the previous evening became a counterbalance to his otherwise demanding and turbulent routine. Chapter 9. A Dark Facade. Marvin Hunt had managed to maintain a seemingly normal life, despite the horrific crimes he committed. To those who knew him, he appeared to be a charming and successful man. His well-paying job and engaging and charismatic qualities made it easy for him to attract women. He drove a sleek black Audi A6. The car's understated elegance and performance matched his meticulous nature and his desire to blend in. He took pride in keeping the vehicle immaculately clean and well-maintained, a testament to his attention to detail. It was the perfect vehicle for a man who lived a double life of respectability and hidden darkness. Marvin had always been skilled at keeping up appearances. Despite his dark urges and twisted desires, he blended seamlessly with society. No one would have suspected a cold and calculating killer lurking beneath his charming exterior. He believed that he had a special purpose to fulfill. He felt that his dark thoughts were not a burden, but rather a source of strength. He knew he was not reckless and carefully planned each step of his killings. He did not feel uneasy about his actions. believing he was fulfilling his destiny. As he walked the streets at night searching for his next victim, he felt a sense of exhilaration and power. He knew he was in control of the situation and that no one could stop him. He relished in the fear and panic he caused in his victims and took pleasure in taking their lives. Despite the danger and risk of being caught, he felt alive in a way he never had before. He was addicted to the rush that came with the act of killing, and he knew that he would never be able to stop. One evening, while he scrolled through a dating website, Marvin felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of finding a new victim. When he came across Emily's profile, he was immediately drawn to her stunning smile and quirky personality. Emily is a 28-year-old graphic designer with a passion for photography. He sent her a message and was pleased when she responded. Their conversation quickly became flirtatious, with Emily seemingly falling for his charming persona. Marvin was thrilled at the ease with which he was able to manipulate her and began planning their first date. He suggested they meet at a trendy bar downtown, and Emily eagerly agreed. He took extra care in choosing his outfit, settling on a tailored navy blue suit, a crisp white shirt, and a burgundy tie. He knew that maintaining his polished image was crucial to keeping up appearances. Emily's arrival at the bar was like a scene from a movie. Her wavy chestnut hair cascaded down her back, and her smile was radiant and welcoming. She was dressed in a figure-hugging crimson dress, a picture of elegance accentuating her olive skin tone. The gleam in her eyes shone with a mix of curiosity and anticipation as she walked toward Marvin. Marvin, a figure of calm composure, was seated in a dimly lit corner. His eyes lit up as he spotted her. The bar's ambience was relaxed, with soft jazz playing in the background and a low hum of conversations surrounding them. Emily took the seat opposite Marvin, and he flashed her a warm, inviting smile. "You look stunning, Emily," he complimented, his tone genuine. Emily blushed slightly, taken aback by his directness but appreciating it nonetheless. "Thank you, Marvin, I have to say, and you're quite the charmer." The evening went by in a blur of engaging conversations, filled with anecdotes of Marvin's adventures and stories of Emily's passions. Marvin's charm and charisma enamored Emily. His tales were fascinating, and his excellent listening skills made her feel valued and intrigued. On his part, Marvin was the perfect gentleman, all while masking the dark secrets that lurked beneath his charming persona. His knowledge of how to blend into society while carrying out his sinister deeds undetected was what made him so deadly. As the night grew darker, Emily was captivated by Marvin's charm. He was not just handsome, but his charisma was compelling. She was undeniably attracted to him, oblivious to the dark veil that shrouded Marvin's true identity. When the date ended, he walked Emily to her car, sharing a lingering kiss before they said goodbye. He promised to call her soon, leaving her excited and anticipating their next encounter. As he returned to his car, the sinister smile that crossed his lips betrayed the true nature of his thoughts. He thought about the look on Emily's face when he shared a particularly gruesome story and felt a sense of satisfaction at her reaction. As he pulled into his driveway, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, knowing that he had once again managed to hide his true nature from the world. He was already planning his next move, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Marvin decided to read a book after his date because he wanted to distract himself from his thoughts and emotions. He had a tendency to become too invested in his dark thoughts, and he knew that reading a book would help him focus on something else for a while. Additionally, reading was a calming and enjoyable activity that helped him relax after a long day. As he sat down to read, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Emily. He found himself rereading the same page over and over again, unable to concentrate on the words. He tried to push her out of his mind, but her image kept appearing, taunting him. He wondered if she had any idea what kind of person he really was, and if she would still want to be with him if she did. He forced himself to focus on the book, hoping that it would help distract him from his dark thoughts. But even as he turned the pages, his mind kept wandering back to his plans for his next victim. He knew it was only a matter of time before he would need to satisfy his urges again, and he was already planning his next move. As the night wore on, he finally managed to finish the book, but he couldn't shake the feeling of restlessness that had settled in his bones. He knew that he needed to act soon or risk losing control completely. He was drawn to the cold precision of his blades. Their gleam in the dim light was eerily soothing. He retrieved a specific one, its metallic coolness providing a perverse comfort. The blade was like an extension of himself, an integral part of the dreadful dance he would soon partake in. The shadows in his room played with the darkness of his intentions. As he swung the blade, it cut through the air with deadly grace, each swing methodically practiced and terrifyingly precise. His reflection in the blade was distorted, a metaphor for the warped nature of his existence. It was a chilling sight, the image of a man utterly consumed by his terrifying desires, seemingly at peace in the harrowing anticipation of his next kill. His heart raced in his chest, adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was his twisted version of excitement. The thrill of the hunt, the rush of the kill. These were the things that drove him, kept him feeling alive. As the night wore on, Marvin revealed in his impending action. The fear his future victims would feel excited him, each innocent life a stepping stone to his dreadful satisfaction. Every moment leading up to it, every heartbeat, every gasp of shock, every desperate plea for mercy, these were his symphony, the dark and sinister music of his life. Marvin was more than a man. He was a predator, an embodiment of primal fear, hiding behind the mask of a regular, charming individual. And in the quiet of his home, as he played with his blade, the monster inside him grinned, eager and waiting for the dawn of a new hunt. Meanwhile, the next day, Detective Marvin and his fiancée, Jackie, had planned a romantic dinner at an upscale Italian restaurant in Washington, D.C. And Marvin meticulously selected his outfit for his date with Jackie. He wore a tailored navy blue suit, a crisp white shirt, and a burgundy tie. He finished the look with a pair of polished black dress shoes and a hint of his favorite cologne. He hoped the outfit would make him look sharp and charming. As he dressed, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous about the date. He wanted everything to be perfect for Jackie, who he loved deeply. It was a rare opportunity for the couple to spend quality time together amidst the demands of his latest case. Meanwhile, Jackie was also getting ready for the date. She decided to wear a fitted black dress that hugged her curves in all the right places. She paired it with silver heels she knew would catch Marvin's eye. She wanted to look elegant and classy for their special night out. As she applied her makeup and styled her hair, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. She was looking forward to spending a romantic evening with Marvin and enjoying each other's company. Marvin stood there for a moment, frozen by the sight of Jackie as she emerged from their bedroom. She was a vision in her sleek black dress that accentuated her figure perfectly. The soft glow from the lamplight bounced off her auburn hair, making it shine like precious metal. Her shimmering silver heels added an extra sparkle to her look. He was always amazed by her beauty, but tonight she looked ethereal. A radiant smile adorned her face, and it warmed his heart, reminding him of why he had fallen in love with her in the first place. "Jackie, you look absolutely stunning," Marvin managed to say, his voice laden with genuine admiration. His gaze never left her as he took in the sight before him. Jackie blushed slightly, a smile playing on her lips. "Why, thank you, Detective. You clean up pretty well yourself." He chuckled, offering his arm to her. "Shall we, my lady?" They drove through the city, the night lights of Washington, D.C., casting a beautiful backdrop as they made their way to the Italian restaurant. Marvin's tailored navy suit, crisp white shirt, and burgundy tie reflected the city's sophistication, the evening's elegance, and his deep affection for Jackie. The anticipation of the evening had a charm of its own, one that was flavored with love, hope, and the promise of a beautiful future together. As Marvin navigated the familiar roads, he stole occasional glances at Jackie, her beauty illuminated by the city lights. He felt a surge of love for her, appreciating her for always being by his side, for her unwavering support and love. He knew he was one lucky man and was determined to make this evening unforgettable for her. "Jackie," Marvin began, his voice tinged with emotion, "I want you to know how much you mean to me. Despite everything going on, you're my rock. You keep me grounded." Jackie looked at him, her eyes welling up with emotion. "And you to me, Marvin. Let's enjoy tonight, forget the world and just be us." And with that, they continued their drive, a mutual understanding settling between them. Tonight was about them and nothing else. As they entered the dimly lit, intimate restaurant, the aroma of garlic and fresh herbs filled the air. They were led to a secluded table in the corner, surrounded by flickering candles and soft background music. Marvin pulled out Jackie's chair for her, a thoughtful gesture that she appreciated. Jackie looked stunning in an elegant black dress and delicate silver jewelry. Her green eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his chest as he took in her beauty. They began sharing stories and laughter over a bottle of their favorite red wine. Jackie spoke fondly of her family, reminiscing about childhood memories and discussing plans for their upcoming wedding. Her parents were thrilled to welcome him into the family, and she eagerly shared their excitement for the big day. Marvin, determined to keep his mind off the case, focused on the conversation, genuinely enjoying hearing about Jackie's life and her family. They discussed their plans for the future, the possibility of starting a family, and the adventures they hoped to have together. They indulged in delicious pasta dishes and a shared tiramisu dessert as the evening progressed. The sweetness of the desert was a fitting end to a wonderful evening, and he felt grateful for the opportunity to spend time with the love of his life. As they walked hand in hand back to their car, he knew that he would soon have to return to the grim reality of his work. But for now, he allowed himself to enjoy the moment, to bask in the love and warmth that Jackie brought to his life. Their laughter echoed through the quiet streets as they made their way home, a momentary reprieve from the darkness surrounding them. He knew that, with Jackie by his side, he had the strength and support he needed to face the challenges ahead. Marvin and Jackie finally returned home, the warm ambience inviting them into its familiar embrace. They kicked off their shoes, removed their jackets, and sunk into the comforting plushness of their well-loved couch, nestled right in front of the fireplace. They basked in the gentle flicker of the fire, its golden glow reflecting on their faces. Jackie broke the comfortable silence, sharing stories of her day at work at the bookstore and upcoming projects. "Oh, and you won't believe what happened today," Jackie began, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Calvin managed to spill coffee all over his white shirt." Marvin chuckled at her anecdote, his gaze soft. "Oh, I can only imagine his face. It's never a dull day with your employees, huh?" They continued their conversation, their laughter and whispers mingling with the crackling of the fireplace. Each word, each shared memory, weaves a tapestry of their shared life. Marvin poured them each a glass of rich red wine, its deep aroma adding another layer of warmth to the room. Feeling Jackie's head on his shoulder and hearing her soft voice, Marvin felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, displacing the stress and horrors of his work. In these quiet moments, he truly felt at home. "I love these moments, Jackie. Just you and me," Marvin confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "You make everything worthwhile, even in the toughest times." She squeezed his hand gently in response, her voice tender. "And I love being here with you, Marv. Together we can face anything." Eventually they retired to their bedroom, their bodies intertwined under the soft sheets. Marvin's thoughts strayed from the shadow of the serial killer lurking in his city. He found peace tonight in the sanctuary of their shared love. Chapter 10. Unraveling Trust Reporter. Marvin's obsession with the serial killer case had taken its toll on his personal life, leaving him feeling increasingly distant from his wife, Lisa. The past few weeks had seen a shift in Lisa's demeanor. Marvin couldn't pinpoint what was different, but sensed a widening gap between them. She was often secluded in their home office, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, lost in conversations with unknown entities. One day, Marvin returned from his office early, his unsolved case weighing him down. He stepped into their house, the familiar aura of their home usually offering a comforting respite. But today it felt cold, distant. He noticed Lisa's laptop lying on the kitchen table, its screen glowing with an unusual message. She had left to pick Chelsea up from school, the routine that granted her a moment of normalcy amid her increasingly secluded life. Marvin felt an irresistible pull towards the laptop. He glanced around the room, the silence echoing his inner turmoil. He succumbed to his curiosity and stepped closer, his heart pounding. The messages on the screen were from someone named Sunny Days, a playful username that made Marvin's stomach clench. He began to scroll, each message unveiling a layer of betrayal he was unprepared to face. Sunny Days. Lisa, you outshine the sun every day. Lisa. Haha, Sunny, you have a way with words. Sunny Days. Just stating the facts. Our chat today made my day. Lisa. It was fun. You know how to cheer me up. Sunny Days. Let's take this fun offline. How about dinner at that French place you've mentioned? Lisa. I'd love that. Friday at 8 p.m. Sunny Days. Can't wait, beautiful. See you then. Marvin's heart felt heavy as he read the last message. His surroundings blurred, the cheerful kitchen decor mocking his shattered heart. The revelation tainted the sound of Lisa's laughter, their shared meals, and every moment of their life together. The reality of his wife's apparent infidelity was a bitter pill to swallow. And as the initial shock receded, Marvin was consumed by a whirlpool of pain, betrayal, and confusion. The prospect of confronting Lisa loomed in his future, an unavoidable hurdle in the unraveling narrative of their marriage. When Lisa returned home with Chelsea, he struggled to maintain his composure. He didn't want to confront her in front of their daughter, so he forced a smile and engaged in small talk about Chelsea's day at school. As they sat down to dinner, his mind raced with thoughts of what he had discovered on Lisa's computer, making it difficult to focus on the conversation. Later that evening, once Chelsea had gone to bed, he decided it was time to confront Lisa. His voice trembled with emotion as he asked her about the messages he had found. Lisa's eyes widened in surprise, and she hesitated for a moment before responding. She admitted to the flirtation with Sunny Day, explaining that it had begun as a harmless distraction, but had escalated over time. She insisted their relationship had never become physical, but the emotional betrayal was still painfully evident. As they sat in their living room, the air thick with tension and disappointment, he realized that his marriage was crumbling. The living room was steeped in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant ticking of the antique clock that hung on the wall. Marvin sat motionless on the worn-out couch, his gaze unfocused, his heart weighed down by a potent mix of disappointment and fury. His hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. As he sat there, the room seemed to close around him, each tick of the clock echoing his pounding heartbeat. He could still hear Lisa's quiet sobs from the other room, each a cruel reminder of the unspoken words and hidden secrets that had fractured their once secure relationship. With a heavy sigh, he rose from his seat, the leather cushion groaning softly under his weight. His movements were automatic, his body following a well-tread path through the familiar layout of their home. Reaching their bedroom, he paused at the doorway, his hand hesitating over the cool metal of the doorknob. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the restless night that was sure to follow. He quietly slipped inside, the room dimly lit by the soft glow of a solitary bedside lamp. Seeing their shared bed, an emblem of shared dreams and promises, was like a punch to the gut. He changed into his pajamas, his movements slow and mechanical, each action resonating with a sense of profound loss. As he slid under the cold sheets, he couldn't help but miss the comforting warmth of Lisa's presence. But tonight, the bed felt vast and empty, a chilling reminder of the widening gulf between them. The anguish of betrayal consumed him, leaving him with restless thoughts and unanswered questions. Sleep remained elusive as Marvin stared blankly at the shadowy ceiling. But even in the throes of his emotional turmoil, he knew he would need to find the strength to face the painful truth of their fracturing relationship when the dawn broke. With these burdensome thoughts, he surrendered himself to the embrace of the sleepless night. Meanwhile, Lisa sat on the edge of their plush leather sofa. She held her phone in trembling hands, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She took a deep breath, steadying herself before dialing Tom's number. The phone rang a few times before Tom's voice filled the room. "Hey, Lisa, is everything okay? You sound a bit off," he queried, his tone brimming with concern. Lisa cleared her throat, trying to suppress the quiver in her voice. "Hi, Tom," she said, barely a whisper, conscious of the sleeping form of Marvin in the next room. I need to talk to you about something." The words spilled out in a rush, her heart pounding against her ribcage. "Sure, Lisa, what is it?" Tom asked, his jovial tone now replaced with a more serious one. "Marvin found our messages, Tom," she confessed, her voice shaking. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening, making the tension even more palpable. "What? How did—" Tom started, but Lisa cut him off. "It doesn't matter how. What matters is that he knows Tom. He knows about us," she said, a soft sob escaping her lips. There was another beat of silence before Tom finally spoke up. "Lisa, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Lisa sighed deeply. "I know, Tom. I didn't plan for this either, but it happened. And now I need some time to think, to figure out what this means for Marvin and me." Tom paused before saying, "I understand, Lisa. Take all the time you need, and I'm sorry." With that, Lisa ended the call, the finality of the conversation weighing heavily on her. She glanced at the bedroom door, a pang of guilt and regret hitting her. With a heavy heart, she tucked her phone away and retreated into the depths of her tumultuous thoughts, the house's stillness mirroring her internal turmoil. The next day, as Marvin sat across from Katrina at the coffee shop, he couldn't shake off the feeling of betrayal. He trusted his wife Lisa with everything he had, yet she had sent inappropriate messages to someone else and planned to go on a date. Katrina listened intently as he shared his concerns, offering a supportive ear and wise advice. She suggested that he have an honest conversation with her. "Marvin, I think it's time for you to talk seriously with Lisa. You can't keep avoiding this issue," Katrina said. "You deserve to know the truth, no matter how painful it might be. Trust me, I've been through something similar in one of my past relationships, and as hard as it was, I knew that I needed to face it head on. You don't want to be in a relationship based on lies and secrets. You deserve better than that." Marvin nodded in agreement, appreciating Katrina's empathy and insight. As they finished their coffee, he thanked her for being there for him and left his mind racing with thoughts on how to confront her again about the messages and her flirting. Meanwhile, the serial killer case weighed heavily on his mind, creating a perfect storm of stress and heartache. Amid his personal turmoil, he found it increasingly difficult to focus on his work. But with each passing day, the pressure to solve the case grew stronger, leaving him to navigate the tangled web of his personal and professional life. Marvin goes home and tries to distract himself from these troubling thoughts by sitting in front of the TV. He tried to push away the thoughts of his wife being with another man out of his mind. Instead, he focused on what Katrina had said about having an honest conversation with her. He knew it was the right thing to do, but he couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal and hurt. Sitting in his living room, he struggled to find the right words to say to his wife. He knew it wouldn't be an easy conversation, but he also knew it was necessary if they were going to move forward. When Lisa arrived home, Marvin approached her with a heavy heart. He couldn't keep his emotions inside any longer, and with a deep breath, he began to express his concerns and suspicions. Lisa listened to him patiently. Then, with a heavy sigh, she admitted to the affair. She told him that ever since he began working on the serial killer story, she had felt alone and neglected in their marriage. As Lisa spoke, Marvin felt his heart racing and his mind reeling. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and for a moment he felt like he would lose control. but he forced himself to remain calm and listen to what Lisa had to say. He took a deep breath and asked her to tell him everything. She hesitated initially, but eventually told him about the dates in person with Tom. Marvin tried not to show any emotion, but he couldn't help feeling hurt and betrayed. As Lisa finished speaking, she looked at Marvin with tears, begging for his forgiveness. He could see the regret and shame on her face, and for a moment, he felt like he could never forgive her. But then he remembered all the good times they had shared, knowing he didn't want to throw it all away. Marvin's heart ached as he held Lisa's hand, his fingers gently brushing against the soft skin. He looked deep into her teary eyes and saw the remorse that mirrored his pain. A small part of him wanted to push her away, but the larger part, the part that still loved her unconditionally, drew her closer. As their lips met in a soft, apologetic kiss, he let himself get lost in the moment, letting the warmth of their embrace heal some of the raw wounds inflicted by the day's revelations. "We'll work through this, Lisa," Marvin whispered into her hair, the scent of her shampoo familiar and comforting. "I love you and I forgive you. We'll make things right again." He felt her nod against his chest and her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "I promise, Marvin, never again. And I'll do my part to make our marriage work too." Their promises echoed in the quiet living room, seeping into the spaces between them. The road to repairing their relationship would be long and winding, but they had taken their first steps toward healing. But as Marvin held Lisa, a disturbing thought flickered through his mind. He imagined himself coming face to face with Tom, this intruder into his marriage. Dark visions of pain and punishment clouded his thoughts. The echo of a knife's blade scraping against bone, the pleas for mercy, the satisfaction of retribution. A shudder ran through him, the graphic brutality of his imagination sending a chill down his spine. He held Lisa tighter, as if to reassure himself of the present reality. "This case, it's messing with my mind," he admitted quietly, half to himself. Marvin was no stranger to the toll his work could take, but these flashes of anger and violent fantasies were uncharted territory. He took a deep breath, pushing the disturbing thoughts aside. He would not let the darkness of his work spill into his personal life, not now when he had so much at stake. He needed to focus on rebuilding his trust and love for Lisa. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 11. The Haunting Dreams. The lives of the three Marvins were becoming increasingly entwined, with each of them experiencing dreams or nightmares that reflected the parallel lives of the others. Detective Marvin's sleep was filled with haunting nightmares of pursuing a faceless killer. As he chased the figure through the dark and twisting streets, the killer would always remain just out of reach. When he finally managed to catch up to the murderer, the face that stared back at him was his own. These disturbing dreams left him waking up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. Serial killer. Marvin Hunt's dreams were no less troubling. In his nightmares, he was the one being hunted by the police. The fear of capture consumed him as he tried to evade the relentless pursuit. When he was finally caught and tackled to the ground, he would look up to see the face of his captor, a mirror image of himself. These dreams served as a constant reminder of the danger that lurked beneath the surface of his carefully crafted facade. Reporter Marvin's dreams amalgamated the other two Marvins' experiences. He found himself investigating a string of gruesome murders, only to realize that he was simultaneously the detective and the killer. The duality of his role in the dream left him feeling disoriented and terrified. Moreover, the emotional turmoil in his personal life seemed to amplify the intensity of these dreams, leaving him feeling drained and on edge. As the dreams continued to plague all three Marvins, the lines between their realities began to blur. Each Marvin felt an inexplicable connection to the others, as if they shared a face and a deeper bond that transcended the boundaries of their parallel worlds. The dreams began to take a toll on each Marvin's waking life, impacting their relationships, work, and mental well-being. They could no longer ignore the eerie feeling that something profound connected them. and they were each driven by an unspoken desire to uncover the truth behind these shared experiences. Unbeknownst to them, their journeys were on a collision course, and the three Marvins would soon find themselves confronted with the chilling reality of their interconnected lives. A mystical allure surrounds the number 3, a trinity of elements that converge in a harmonious dance. Its resonance transcends mere arithmetic, reaching into the spiritual, philosophical, and metaphysical realms. Look to the heavens, and you find the Trinity in Christianity: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, an emblem of divine unity and diversity. In the colorful pantheon of Hinduism, the number takes the form of the Trimurti: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer, 3 deities symbolizing the cyclic nature of existence. Turn to the mythologies of ancient Greece, and the number surfaces again in the visage of the 3 fates, weaving the destinies of mortals and gods alike, and the 3 graces bestowing their gifts of charm, beauty, and creativity. The number 3 transcends the spiritual to ripple through the fabric of the natural world. It is painted across the universe's canvas in 3 primary colors, sculpted into the space we inhabit in the guise of 3 dimensions, and locked into the very essence of matter as solid, liquid, and gas. Even the foundation of democracy, as exemplified by the United States, stands upon the trifold pillars of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, working in concert to ensure balance and checks and balances. This mystical trilogy presents itself again in our tale of the 3 Marvins. Detective Marvin symbolizes the sphere of rationality, his every move a testament to logic and reason as he unravels the intricate web of crime. Reporter Marvin embodies the realm of creativity, his words painting stories that forge connections and illuminate truths. Serial Killer Marvin, the shadow in this trinity, represents the primal, instinctive underbelly of human nature, unshackled and untamed, exerting power in its most brutal form. In the shared dreamscape of these 3 lives, their experiences converge and their disparate realities intertwine. The magical number 3 casts its spell, binding them in an enigmatic dance of shared destiny and echoing the interconnectedness that pulsates through all existence. Chapter 12. A beautiful Union Detective Marvin's bachelor party was a night he'd never forget. His friends had planned the event months in advance, determined to give their buddy the send-off he deserved before he married the love of his life, Jackie. As Marvin walked through the private room door in the back of the bar, he was greeted with cheers and high fives from his closest friends. The room was decorated with balloons, streamers, and a banner that read, "Marvin's Last Stand." The night started with drinks and appetizers, and as the evening wore on, the group moved on to playing pool and darts. There were no strippers, as Marvin had specifically requested a low-key evening with his closest friends. The guys laughed and reminisced about old times, sharing stories and cracking jokes. Marvin was grateful for the distraction from the stress of his upcoming wedding and the ongoing case he was working on. He couldn't help but think about the serial killer and the victims' families, but for this one night, he was able to set those thoughts aside and just enjoy himself. The group moved on to playing cards and telling more stories, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed as the night wore on. They even shared a round of tequila shots, raising their glasses to toast Marvin's upcoming nuptials. As the night started to wind down, Marvin's best man, Tim, stood up to make a speech. The clinking of glasses ceased, and a hush fell over the crowd as he cleared his throat, preparing to pay tribute to his best friend. "Most of you know Marvin, and I go way back to the good old college days." He started, a twinkle of nostalgia in his eyes. "Marvin was, well, let's say, a wild one." Laughter rippled through the room as Marvin rolled his eyes, a lopsided grin playing on his lips. "That's one way to put it, Tim," he chuckled, shaking his head. "But look at him now," Tim continued, his voice laced with pride. "Our wild Marvin, a respected detective, a loving husband-to-be. We couldn't be prouder." He reached into his pocket, pulling out a sleek black box. "Marvin, this is for you. Something to commemorate this remarkable journey you're about to embark on." As he opened the box, Marvin found a stunning watch, its band gleaming under the dim lights. He flipped it over to see his wedding date engraved elegantly on the back. His eyes widened, and a sincere "Thank you, Tim" escaped his lips. The night wound down, laughter and reminiscences slowly ebbing away. As Marvin walked to his car, the glow of the evening's camaraderie enveloped him, banishing the lurking shadow of his serial killer case to the edges of his consciousness. He paused for a moment, reflecting on his fortunes. "Here's to great friends and the challenges ahead," he whispered to the silent night, a sense of contentment washing over him. The day of Marvin's wedding had arrived, and despite the stress of the ongoing investigation, he and Jackie were determined to make the most of their special day. They were blissfully unaware of the parallel worlds and the other Marvins, allowing them to focus on their love and commitment to one another. The ceremony occurred at a charming historic church in Washington, D.C., its stained glass windows casting a warm glow on the gathered friends and family. The guests, dressed in their finest attire, eagerly awaited the bride's arrival. Jackie looked stunning in her elegant off-white A-line wedding gown. The intricate lace detailing on the bodice and the delicate buttons down the back added a touch of vintage glamour, while her long veil and bouquet of white roses completed the picture-perfect ensemble. Marvin, in a tailored navy blue suit and crisp white shirt, looked dapper and handsome, his love for Jackie evident in his eyes. The music began to play, a melodic harmony that echoed through the grandeur of the church. All eyes turned to the back of the aisle, and there she was, Jackie, radiant and elegant in her wedding gown. On her father's arm she took slow, steady steps towards the altar, a picture of grace and beauty. Marvin's heart pounded in his chest as he watched her, the woman he loved more than anything, approach. His breath hitched at the sight of her, an amalgamation of awe, love, and admiration taking hold of him. Her veil shimmered in the soft glow of the church's chandeliers, accentuating the warmth of her hazel eyes and the gentle curve of her lips. He had never seen a more captivating sight. With each step that brought her closer, a tide of emotion threatened to overtake Marvin. This was it. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the day they would become one. As she reached the altar and her father placed her hand into Marvin's, their eyes met. It was a silent exchange, a promise of what was to come. Marvin cleared his throat and began, his voice unwavering. "Jackie, from the moment I met you, I knew you were special. Your strength, your compassion, your spirit, they all drew me in. Today I stand before you promising to be your rock partner and confidant. I promise to cherish you, to respect you, and to love you through every challenge and triumph that life throws our way." Tears welled up in Jackie's eyes as she reciprocated, her voice filled with the tenderness of her heart. "Marvin, you've been my strength in weak times, my joy in sorrow. You've shown me what it means to be loved unconditionally. As we embark on this journey, I promise to stand by you, to believe in us, and to fill our days with love, laughter, and understanding." As they exchanged their vows, a profound silence enveloped the church, their words resonating in the hearts of all present. It was a sacred promise, a testament to their unwavering love and commitment to each other. The ballroom was adorned with white and gold decorations, and soft ambient lighting created a romantic atmosphere. The tables were set with elegant gold chargers, fine china, and crystal glassware, while lush centerpieces of white flowers and flickering candles added an air of sophistication. The newlyweds entered the reception with a rousing round of applause, their love and happiness radiating throughout the room. The evening was filled with laughter, dancing, and heartfelt speeches from their closest friends and family members. Tim, Marvin's best man, stood up from his seat and tapped the side of his glass with his knife to get everyone's attention. The wedding guests fell silent, eagerly anticipating what he had to say. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Tim began, adjusting his tie. "I've known Marvin for a long time, and I can honestly say he's one of the best friends anyone could ask for." The crowd murmured in agreement, and Marvin grinned at his best man. "I've seen Marvin go through his fair share of ups and downs," Tim continued. "But one thing that's always remained constant is his work dedication. Marvin's colleagues nodded in approval, knowing all too well how hard he worked on the job. However, Marvin isn't just a dedicated detective, Tim said, a sly grin spreading across his face. He's also a hopeless romantic. Marvin's face turned bright red as the guests chuckled. From the moment he met Jackie, he knew she was the one, Tim said, his voice softening. I've never seen him so happy as when he's with her. The guests let out an awe in unison, and Jackie's eyes welled up with tears. So let's raise a glass to Marvin and Jackie, Tim said, holding up his champagne flute. May your love be as strong and unwavering as your dedication to justice. The guests cheered and clinked their glasses together, and Marvin couldn't help but feel grateful to have such a supportive group of friends by his side on his big day. Jackie's maid of honor shared stories of Marvin and Jackie's journey as a couple, eliciting both tears and smiles from the guests. The wedding cake was a magnificent 5-tiered creation, adorned with delicate white sugar flowers and gold accents. As he and Jackie cut the cake and fed each other the first bites, their guests cheered and captured the moment on their phones and cameras. Throughout the reception, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude and contentment. Despite their challenges and the uncertainty of what lay ahead, he knew that he and Jackie were a perfect match, and he was committed to facing whatever the future held together. As the night ended and the guests said their goodbyes, he and Jackie shared one last dance, swaying to the gentle melody of their favorite song. At that moment, surrounded by love and the joy of their union, the mysteries of the parallel worlds were far from his mind, and all that mattered to him was the love he shared with his. The next day, Marvin and Jackie boarded their flight to Jamaica, excited to begin their honeymoon and enjoy some much-needed relaxation after the whirlwind of the wedding. As the airplane's engines began to roar to life, Marvin grasped Jackie's hand, offering her a reassuring smile. "Ready for the adventure of a lifetime?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Absolutely," she responded, returning his smile with equal excitement. Their flight to Jamaica was an amalgamation of light-hearted banter, shared dreams for their future, and recollections of their beautifully executed wedding. The warmth of their shared laughter filled the cabin, a promise of the blissful days ahead of them. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the intoxicating fragrance of tropical flowers, the azure skies above, and the friendly smiles of the local Jamaicans. A short drive led them to an all-inclusive resort, nestled in the heart of the island's picturesque coastline. Their suite was a vision of paradise, an expansive king-size bed covered in crisp white linen, a cozy sitting area tastefully decorated with island-inspired accents, and a balcony offering breathtaking views of the seemingly endless Caribbean Sea. Their first couple of days were filled with an array of thrilling activities, from snorkeling in the clear turquoise waters teeming with vibrant marine life, to embarking on exhilarating hikes through the lush rainforest. One evening was particularly memorable, a sunset cruise on a catamaran, the golden hues of the setting sun reflecting on the shimmering ocean as they toasted to their love. "Eat, my love," Marvin urged Jackie one afternoon, holding out a forkful of authentic jerk chicken during lunch at a beachside restaurant. Jackie laughed, taking a bite and delighting in the rich, smoky flavors. "This is amazing! You have to try the lobster," she said, returning the gesture with a piece of her meal. As the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, the island came alive with the rhythmic beats of reggae music. Hand in hand, Marvin and Jackie would sway to the rhythm, their laughter mingling with the music, truly immersing themselves in the lively Jamaican culture. Their honeymoon in Jamaica was more than just a holiday. It was an unforgettable journey of discovery, adventure, and profound love. On the night of day 4, they walked hand in hand along the sandy beach, the mood casting a silver glow on the waves. The warm, salty air blew through their hair as they strolled along the shore, enjoying the peacefulness of the night. The sound of the waves crashing onto the shore was soothing, and the starry sky above was breathtaking. Walking, they talked about their dreams and hopes for the future together. Jackie smiled up at him, her eyes sparking in the moonlight, as they stopped to watch groups of crabs scurrying along the sand. After a while, they came across a small cove surrounded by tall cliffs. The water was calm and clear, and they decided to swim. They removed their clothes and waded into the water, laughing and splashing each other. The moon was high overhead as they swam, and they felt like they were the only two people in the world. They talked and laughed, enjoying the moment, and as they swam back to shore, they held each other close, the warm sand beneath their feet. They walked back to their hotel, their arms around each other, and when they reached their room, they fell asleep in each other's arms, the sound of the waves lulling them to sleep. It was a perfect romantic night, one that they would always cherish. The next day in the afternoon, as they lounged on the sun-soaked beach, Marvin drifted off to sleep, his mind clouded by the mysterious dreams that had been haunting him. In his dream, he witnessed a shadowy figure stalking a young woman on a bust beach. Meanwhile, Marvin Hunt had indeed traveled to Virginia Beach in the parallel world. The sun and the ocean seemed to hold a sinister allure for him. As he strolled along the crowded boardwalk, he spotted a young woman, alone and seemingly vulnerable. He couldn't resist the urge to follow her, his mind already planning the gruesome details of his next kill. Back in Jamaica, Jackie gently shook him awake, concerned by the troubled expression on his face. The vivid dream visibly shook him, but he did his best to brush it off and refocus on the beautiful surroundings and the woman he loved. Though the shadows of the other Marvins continued to linger, he was determined not to let them overshadow his honeymoon and the precious time he had with Jackie. As the days passed, he and Jackie continued to enjoy the idyllic beauty of Jamaica, doing their best to escape the worries and responsibilities of their everyday lives. Little did they know that the fate of the three Marvins would soon come to a head, altering the course of their lives forever. Chapter 13. A Dark Encounter. As the warm sun beat down on his face, Marvin Hunt strolled along the boardwalk, taking in the sights and sounds of Virginia Beach. He was there for a little R&R, a chance to get away from the stress of work and the dark thoughts that haunted him. But as he walked among the throngs of people, his eyes scanned the crowd, searching for his next date. He had joined an online dating site and had been chatting with a few women for the past week. But so far, none of them had piqued his interest. He was looking for someone special, someone he could connect with on a deeper level. And as he walked, he couldn't help but size up every woman he passed, wondering if she could be the one. As the day wore on, Marvin spent his time lounging on the beach, sipping cocktails and chatting with other vacationers. But his mind was never far from the search for his next victim. He knew he had to be careful, though. He didn't want to give himself away too soon or come on too strong. He had to be patient and wait for the right opportunity. That opportunity came later that night, when he wandered into a local bar. The place was packed with people and the music was thumping. Marvin found a spot at the bar, ordered a drink, and scanned the room for potential dates. And then he saw her. She was sitting alone at a table in the corner, nursing a drink and looking lost in thought. She was beautiful, with long dark hair and deep brown eyes. Marvin felt his heart race as he approached her table. "Is it okay if I sit here?" he asked, flashing his most charming smile. The woman looked up, surprised, but then smiled back. "Sure," she said, gesturing to the empty seat across from her. Marvin settled in, and they struck up a conversation. Her name was Rachel, and she was a freelance photographer. She'd been in town for a job and enjoyed some downtime before returning to Maryland. Marvin was smitten, and he knew he had to make a move. As the night wore on, they continued to chat, laughing and joking as they shared stories about their lives. Under the guise of an endearing man, Marvin was hanging on to Rachel's every word, his attention laser-focused on her. Then, as the bar was winding down, he seized the opportunity. "Rachel, how about we take this conversation to the beach? The night is still young," he suggested, a seemingly innocent invitation hanging in the air. A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed her face. but it was quickly replaced with a smile. "That does sound nice, Marvin," she agreed, offering him her hand. Hand in hand, they strolled along the shoreline, the salty sea air filling their lungs. All the while, Marvin was masked by excitement, the thrill of what was to come masked behind his kindly smile. As they gazed at the ceaseless waves, Marvin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Here she was, the woman he'd been seeking, seemingly delivered into his hands. Just when he thought things were falling into place, a group of Rachel's friends, fellow tourists from Maryland, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, their cheerful voices disrupting his thoughts. With an invitation to join them at a local nightclub, Rachel turned to Marvin, her apologetic eyes meeting his. "Marvin, I think I'm going to join them. It's been a while since I saw them last. But let's meet up again, all right?" she asked, her words hopeful. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but he quickly masked it with a congenial smile. "Of course, Rachel. Enjoy your time with your friends," he replied. His plans with Rachel might have been interrupted, but his resolve wasn't shaken. Marvin knew he had to bide his time. After all, the night was still young. Marvin's mind raced with thoughts of who he could potentially target as his next victim. He had already scanned the beach for attractive women, but none caught his eye. He knew he had to be patient and wait for the right opportunity. He decided to walk along the boardwalk, looking for potential targets. As he strolled, he noticed a group of women in their mid-20s laughing and enjoying each other's company. One of the women, a tall blonde with a slim figure, caught Marvin's eye. He followed the group discreetly, making sure not to draw attention to himself. Marvin listened to their conversations as they walked and learned they were in town for a bachelorette party. His mind began to race with thoughts of how he could potentially get close to the blonde woman. Marvin heard one of the women call her Katie. Her blonde hair gleamed like spun gold under the moonlight, and her bright blue eyes shimmered with life and excitement, matching the jubilant tone of their celebration. The rest of the group was an equally fascinating kaleidoscope of personalities. Jessica, a redhead with a spirit as fiery as her hair, was the life of the party, laughing heartily and nudging her friends. Bella, a refined brunette, met every joke with a burst of delightful laughter, her mirth spreading warmth throughout the group. Amy, petite with soft chestnut curls, seemed shy and reserved, but Marvin could see the sparks of audacity in her eyes. Dark-haired and vivacious Sophia was the group's natural leader, her sharp wit and charisma guiding their conversation. They were engrossed in their world of celebration, their voices a chorus of shared joy. Jessica suddenly raised her glass high, shouting over the sound of crashing waves, "Ladies, are we ready to make Bella's bachelorette party a night to remember?" The air filled with cheers, an echo of shared anticipation. Katie chimed in next, her voice laced with playful mischief. "To Bella's last night of singlehood." Bella blushed, her friends' laughter surrounding her like a comforting embrace. Observing this, Marvin saw his opportunity and approached them. His face, etched with confusion, politely interjected, "Excuse me, ladies, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I seem to have lost my way. Could you direct me to the Sailor's Grub?" The women paused, their laughter subsiding as they turned their attention toward him. After a moment, Sophia, ever the leader, started explaining the directions. Marvin, however, was not focusing on her words. Instead, his attention was drawn towards Katie, whose eyes held an unmistakable glint of interest. The gears in his mind started turning, recalibrating his plans to incorporate this unexpected encounter. Marvin introduced himself as Mark and struck up a conversation with Katie. They talked for a while, exchanging stories and laughing together. Marvin was pleased with how well his plan was going. As the night went on, the group of women invited Marvin to join them for drinks at a nearby bar. Marvin agreed, playing the part of the charming and friendly stranger. He seamlessly integrated himself into the group, matching their laughs, participating in their stories, and navigating through the dynamics of the women's friendship with surprising ease. The bar, a lively place echoing with tropical tunes and a cheerful crowd, added to the intoxicating camaraderie that Marvin was becoming a part of. He paid particular attention to Katie, constantly engaging her in conversations, carefully crafting an image of an intriguing and sensitive man who seemed genuinely interested in her thoughts and feelings. He asked her about her favorite books, dreams and aspirations, drawing her further into the conversational embrace. Hours slipped by unnoticed in the bar's effervescent ambience. As the clock approached midnight, Marvin saw his opportunity. He leaned in towards Katie, his voice barely a whisper over the music. "Katie, have you ever seen the Jamaican moon from the pier? The sight is breathtaking." Katie looked intrigued but slightly hesitant, glancing toward her friends, who were engrossed in their conversation. Marvin added, "We won't be gone long. I think it's a sight that shouldn't be missed, especially on a night as beautiful as this." Katie paused, her eyes glancing between Marvin and her friends before finally agreeing. They excused themselves, Marvin assuring the group they'd be back soon. As they left the bar's laughter-filled air behind, Katie's attention was fully on Marvin, unaware of the danger she was walking towards. His plan was unfurling just as he'd hoped, leaving him with a thrill of anticipation for what lay ahead. As they strolled towards the pier, Marvin could sense Katie's excitement. The moon cast a silvery glow on the ocean, making the waves glisten as they broke against the shore. The sight was indeed breathtaking, just as Marvin had promised. They stopped for a while, leaning against the wooden rails, their eyes fixated on the hypnotic rhythm of the sea. "It's beautiful," Katie breathed out, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Marvin simply nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. However, his plan had hit a snag as the pier was unusually bustling with locals and tourists alike, drawn out by the mesmerizing night. Marvin had hoped for a secluded spot, but it was not meant to be tonight. He kept up the affable charm, engaging Katie in more conversation, walking her back towards the bar, a hint of disappointment hidden behind his casual demeanor. At the bar, the ladies were intrigued by Katie's tales of the moonlit pier. They clapped and cheered, already planning a group visit for the next night. Katie looked at Marvin excitedly. "Guess you'll have to play tour guide for all of us tomorrow, Mark." Marvin chuckled, playing along with the plan. "Sounds like a great idea. A moonlight pier tour it is." Despite the delay, he felt his plan was still very much in motion. Yawning, they decided it was time to call it a night. Seizing the opportunity, Marvin offered, "Would you like some company walking back to your hotel, Katie?" A tired smile spread across her face as she nodded in agreement. During the walk, Marvin continued their earlier conversations, delving into everything from childhood memories to their favorite books. He was careful to maintain a friendly, relaxed atmosphere, skillfully establishing a rapport with Katie. Upon reaching the hotel, Marvin asked, "Would you mind if I use your restroom before heading out? It's a bit of a long drive back to my place." Katie seemed a bit taken aback, but after a moment's pause, she replied, "Sure, just be quick." Once inside her room, Marvin's eyes darted around, evaluating the space and exits and noting the layout. Just as he was about to capitalize on his opportunity, a knock resounded through the room, halting him in his tracks. Katie opened the door to find two of her friends, Amy and Sophia, giggling. "We forgot our room key," Amy explained, a sheepish grin on her face. Sophia waved at Marvin, who was emerging from the bathroom. "Hope we didn't interrupt anything, Mark." "No, not at all," Marvin responded, a forced smile on his face. He thanked the women for their company, promised to see them the next day, and then departed. His disappointment was concealed beneath his calm demeanor, but Marvin was already recalibrating his plan inside. As he left her room, he felt a sense of frustration wash over him. He was determined to find his next victim, someone who would satisfy his dark desires. He ventured deeper into the labyrinthine hotel. The corridors echoed with intermittent laughter and muffled chatter seeping from behind closed doors. These pockets of revelry, while tempting, held no allure for him. He saw groups of girls laughing and having fun, but none of them caught his eye. He wanted someone who was alone, vulnerable, and easy to manipulate. Eventually, he found himself at the hotel bar. He motioned for the bartender, a tall woman with an effervescent personality who promptly served him a scotch on the rocks. Across the bar, he could overhear a couple engaging in a lively debate about the merits of various tropical cocktails. "I'm telling you, nothing beats a classic mojito," the man insisted, a playful challenge in his tone. "Ah, but you're forgetting the luscious sweetness of a pina colada," countered the woman, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Meanwhile, at a corner booth, a trio of older men were sharing colourful anecdotes from their younger days. Their hearty laughter punctuated their tales, reminiscences steeped in nostalgia and camaraderie. Yet, Marvin's searching gaze found no potential targets in the convivial crowd. He sipped his drink slowly, immersing himself in the bar's vibrant ambiance, while his mind relentlessly plotted his next move. That's when he saw her, a young woman sitting alone at the end of the bar. She cradled a glass of amber liquid, and the glow of her phone screen snared her attention. Marvin finished his drink with a measured swig, relishing the burn that trickled down his throat, mirroring the thrill that began to pulse through his veins. He navigated through the crowd, an apex predator closing in on his prey. As he neared her, he had the chance to absorb her more fully. Diane was a portrait of understated beauty. Waves of chestnut hair tumbled down her shoulders, framing a face marked by soft, distinctive features. Her eyes, a warm hazel, held an aura of introspection. Her lips, glossed in a shade of rosy pink, curved into a gentle smile as she looked up from her phone to greet Marvin. "Hi there, I'm Marvin," he introduced himself, offering her his most disarming smile. "May I buy you a drink?" Taken aback for a moment, Diane glanced at him, scrutinizing his features. Apparently satisfied, she responded with a playful chuckle. "Well, I can never say no to a generous offer, Marvin. Sure, why not?" Their conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated with shared laughter and exchanged anecdotes. Marvin's charm was at its most potent. His suave demeanor matched with an enticing allure that Diane found irresistibly magnetic. As the night progressed, Diane began to let her guard down, charmed by the enigmatic Marvin. She found his confidence alluring, his intriguing personality sparking an unexpected attraction. Little did she know, a dark hunger poised to strike was lurking beneath the charismatic facade. On the other hand, Marvin felt a satisfaction he hadn't experienced in a while. With her radiant beauty and unsuspecting innocence, Diane was shaping up to be his perfect victim. As the night wore on, Marvin and Diane grew more intimate. They exchanged phone numbers and made plans to meet up a couple of days later. Marvin couldn't wait to see her again and indulged in his twisted desires. As he walked back to his hotel room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. He had found what he was looking for and knew nothing would stand in his way. He was a predator, and he reveled in the power he held over his unsuspecting victims. The next day, Marvin watched Diane from afar as she strolled along the sandy shores of Virginia Beach, seeming carefree and oblivious to the danger that lurked nearby. As he watched the Navy ships in the distance, he was particularly intrigued by the USS Winston S. Churchill, DDG-81. The powerful, imposing ship only seemed to fuel his twisted desires, further motivating him to carry out his sinister plan. Finally, the night came when he decided to strike. In the twisted recesses of his mind, he craved the power and control that came with taking a life, and he believed that Diane was the perfect target to satisfy his insatiable urges. As Diane returned to her hotel room after an evening out, he silently followed her down the dimly lit hallway. He had managed to acquire a key card to her room, and as she entered, he slipped in right behind her, undetected. As the door to her hotel room clicked closed, Diane turned to face the intruder. Her heart hammered in her chest as she recognized the man standing before her. It was Marvin. She had met him yesterday evening at the hotel bar, and he had seemed charming and charismatic at the time. But now, in the dimly lit room, his demeanor had changed. His eyes were cold and calculating, and a sense of dread washed over her. Before she could even scream, Marvin moved towards her with an unnatural quickness. His hand covered her mouth, muffling any sound she might have made. She struggled against him, but he was too strong. He pulled out a small knife with his other hand and held it up to her throat. Her futile attempts to fight back only served to intensify his twisted excitement. "Shh, don't scream," he whispered in her ear. "If you stay quiet and do as I say, you won't get hurt." Diane nodded, tears streaming down her face. She knew she had to stay calm if she wanted to survive. Marvin's presence was menacing, and she could feel the danger emanating from him. Marvin held her captive in the hotel room for what seemed like hours. He made her do unspeakable things that made her feel sick to her stomach. Eventually, Marvin grew tired, and with chilling precision, he carried out the gruesome murder, leaving behind a scene that would undoubtedly haunt those who discovered it. As he finished, a sick satisfaction washed over him, the adrenaline rush of the kill momentarily quelling his dark desires. Knowing that time was of the essence, and he swiftly cleaned up any evidence linking him to the crime. He left the hotel room, blending in with the other guests and returning to his room. His practiced, methodical approach allowed him to evade detection once more, and he reveled in the knowledge that he had successfully completed another kill. As the sun began to rise over Virginia Beach, casting its golden light over the tranquil waves, the darkness of his actions stood in stark contrast to the beauty of the natural world. Unbeknownst to him, his actions also cast a dark shadow over the lives of the other Marvins, drawing their fates ever closer to a dramatic and unpredictable collision. Reporter Marvin, along with his wife Lisa and daughter Chelsea, arrived in Virginia Beach for a weekend getaway. After the revelation of Lisa's affair, she suggested they take some time away from their regular lives to try and reconnect as a family. He looked forward to spending quality time with his daughter, building sandcastles on the beach and soaking in the sun. The beach was a picture-perfect scene of family fun and relaxation. Children played in the sand and splashed in the gentle waves, while couples strolled hand in hand along the shore. Seagulls soared overhead, their cries mingling with the sound of laughter and the ocean breeze. He did his best to focus on the present moment, enjoying the warm sand beneath his feet and watching Chelsea's delight as she discovered seashells and chased after the foamy surf. "Daddy, look, I found a pretty shell." Chelsea's jubilant voice interrupted Marvin's observations. He turned, accepting the proffered seashell with a smile, praising her for the find. Their family idyll was abruptly broken when Marvin's phone buzzed. He glanced at Lisa apologetically before answering the call. It was a source from the police department. A chill washed over him as he listened to the grim news. Another body had been found at Virginia Beach, the murder scene eerily similar to a case he had been following for weeks. Marvin ended the call, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of his sunglasses as he processed the information. His journalistic instincts were already pricking, the thrill of a new lead clashing with the bitter reality of the situation, and he couldn't resist the urge to investigate. With the pretext of going for a walk to clear his head, he slipped away from Lisa and Chelsea, making his way to the hotel where the murder occurred. As he approached the crime scene, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had been drawn to this place by some unseen force. The hotel was swarming with police and forensic teams, the atmosphere tense and heavy with the weight of the tragedy that had occurred within its walls. Marvin managed to talk his way into the building, using his reporter credentials and well-honed charm to gain access. As he entered the room where the body had been found, his heart caught in his throat. The scene was chillingly similar to the murders he'd been investigating in his world. The sight of the victim's lifeless body, the violent signature of the killer etched into her skin, sent a wave of grim recognition washing over Marvin. A shiver coursed down his spine as he realized the terrifying possibility. The serial killer he had been trailing was potentially here at Virginia Beach, marking their bloody trail. Marvin's heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts immediately flying to his wife and daughter, frolicking unaware on the sunny beach. This was supposed to be a time for relaxation, a respite from the dark horrors he usually had to face as a crime reporter. But now it seemed like the shadow had followed him even here, creeping into their family getaway. The wave of fear that clenched his heart was like ice, chilling him from within. The decision came quickly. He couldn't risk their safety, not when a murderer lurked nearby. He needed to get them away from here, back to their home where he hoped they would be safe. As he exited the crime scene, his face was a mask of steely determination. He called Lisa, his voice tense as he explained the situation. Lisa listened, her voice wavering with fear as she agreed to cut their vacation short. Their shared concern for Chelsea, their precious little girl, only solidified their decision. They hurriedly packed up, their previous joy replaced by an ominous sense of dread. As they left the beach, Marvin couldn't help but glance back, the sea breeze carrying faint echoes of laughter that clashed horribly with the grim reality of their situation. Marvin was deep in thought during their journey back home, the chilling crime scene replaying in his mind. He had to find this killer, not only for the sake of the victims, but also to ensure his family's safety. The drive back was filled with silent tension, the horrifying news casting a heavy cloud over them. As they reached home, Marvin pulled Lisa into a tight embrace, whispering assurances that he would do everything in his power to keep them safe. With renewed resolve, he vowed to do whatever it took to uncover the truth and help bring the killer to justice. Meanwhile, Detective Marvin, still in Jamaica enjoying his honeymoon with Jackie, received an unexpected call from his co-worker back in Washington, D.C. His co-worker, Detective Laura Thompson, had been tasked with keeping him in the loop on any new developments in the serial killer case, even while he was away. "Marvin, I hate to bother you on your honeymoon, but we've got a new development," Laura began, her voice tinged with urgency. "Another victim was found in a hotel at Virginia Beach. The MO is the same. We think it's our guy." Marvin felt his heart sink as he listened to the details of the latest murder. The killer had struck again, and he was thousands of miles away, unable to do anything about it. His concern for the people in his city was growing, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to be there, working to put an end to the violence. "I appreciate the update, Laura," he replied, his voice tight with concern. "I know I'm supposed to be on vacation, but I can't help but feel like I should be there doing something." Laura hesitated momentarily, then said, "I understand, Marvin. We're doing everything we can here, but I know it's not the same as having you on the case. Just try to enjoy your time off and we'll keep you updated." As they ended the call, the case consumed his thoughts, and the nightmares that had been plaguing him only intensified. The visions of the killer haunted him, and he could not escape the feeling that there was a deeper connection between them. Unable to sleep and desperate for relief, he turned to alcohol more frequently. He knew it wasn't a healthy way to cope, but he was struggling to find any other solace amidst the turmoil of his thoughts. Jackie noticed her husband's growing unease and increased drinking, and though she tried to be understanding and supportive, the tension between them began to rise. Their honeymoon, meant to be a time of joy and celebration, was quickly overshadowed by the darkness that followed him from his world to theirs. As the days passed, his eagerness to return to Washington, D.C. and get back to work grew stronger. He knew he needed to confront the nightmares and the killer that haunted him, and he couldn't do that from the idyllic shores of Jamaica. Marvin and Jackie found themselves on an early morning flight back to Washington, D.C. 2 days later. The cabin was dimly lit, the soft hum of the engines providing soothing background noise. Marvin's fingers absent-mindedly traced patterns on the airplane's window, his thoughts consumed by the haunting case he was about to dive back into. Across from him, Jackie had fallen into a fitful sleep, her forehead resting against the cool windowpane. She'd put on a brave front, supporting him and understanding his need to cut short their honeymoon. Marvin glanced at his wife, her features softened by sleep, starkly contrasting to the worry lines that had been creasing her forehead lately. His heart clenched at the sight. His demons and career choices cast a dark shadow over their newlywed bliss. Meanwhile, the rest of the cabin was settling into a quiet calm, with the occasional rustle of a magazine page or a soft click of a seatbelt buckle breaking the silence. The cabin crew moved around like graceful shadows, providing comfort to the passengers on the long-haul flight. However, Marvin was lost in his thoughts, mentally preparing himself for the daunting task ahead. He kept replaying the gruesome images from the Virginia Beach crime scene in his mind, linking it with previous cases he'd worked on. Cold dread washed over him as he thought about the serial killer, the pain and fear the killer caused. The plane began its descent into Washington, D.C., the seatbelt sign illuminating the cabin with its soft red glow. As the aircraft glided over the city, Marvin peered down at the grid of streets and buildings. His battlefield. He glanced at Jackie, who was now awake and looking at him with concern in her eyes. He reached out, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Their honeymoon may have been abruptly halted, but he was certain of one thing. They were in this together, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the plane touched down, they shared a look, an unspoken promise to weather this storm hand in hand. Chapter 14. Back to Reality. Marvin Hunt returned to Washington, D.C. after his trip to Virginia Beach, feeling refreshed and invigorated by his latest kill. As he walked into work, his co-workers greeted him with smiles and comments about how well-rested he looked after his vacation. "Hey, Marvin," called out his co-worker Jason, "you look like a new man. Did you have a good time on your vacation?" Marvin smiled and nodded, playing the part of the content and relaxed vacationer. "Yeah, it was great. Just what I needed to recharge my batteries." Another co-worker, Sarah, said, "I heard about that murder at the hotel in Virginia Beach. That's terrible. Were you anywhere near there?" He felt a momentary flicker of panic, but he quickly composed himself and lied, "No, I wasn't near that hotel. I heard about it too, though. Really awful what happened." His co-workers nodded in agreement, and the conversation shifted to other topics. He was relieved to have deflected their curiosity, but couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The more he killed, the more he felt as though his carefully constructed facade was beginning to crack. Marvin's morning routine at work was as meticulous as the rest of his life. Seated at his desk, he began an orderly scan through the pile of criminal files that came in overnight. Each page represented a different thread in the complex tapestry of human transgressions. Some were dull, everyday misdemeanors, while others were eerie reminders of the darker corners of the human mind. His current assignment was assisting the FBI in developing a criminal profile for a case that had baffled them. The case involved a series of burglaries that had escalated into murder. Marvin read through the reports, piecing together the psychological puzzle with a practiced eye. He chuckled as he came across the more ludicrous mistakes the criminal had made, like leaving behind a clear fingerprint at the crime scene or using a credit card to purchase conspicuous items a few days before the murder. "Amateurs," he muttered to himself, shaking his head in amused disbelief. But even amongst the laughable blunders, there were things Marvin acknowledged as smart moves. The way the criminal had managed to evade surveillance, or how they had exploited the victim's routine. He mentally noted these, a student absorbing lessons to enhance his craft. A perverse pleasure surged through Marvin as he dissected these crimes. The files were his textbooks, each one offering insight into the psychology of criminals, the patterns law enforcement looked for, and the mistakes that often led to capture. They served as a twisted entertainment source, confirming his superiority in this lethal game of cat and mouse. Marvin felt invigorated as he plunged into his work, the gruesome details of each case fueling his dark desires. He was Marvin Hunt, a respected criminal psychologist by day and a masterful serial killer by night, skillfully walking the line between his dual personas. His office was his sanctuary, where he played the role of the criminologist, all the while reveling in his secret life as the perpetrator. That night, as he lay in bed, he was plagued by another vivid nightmare. In the dream, he was being chased by the police, his heart pounding in his chest as he sprinted through the dark streets of Washington, D.C. Just as he thought he had managed to evade capture, he was tackled to the ground by someone with a badge. As he looked up, he found himself staring into his own face, filled with determination and righteous fury. The nightmares were becoming more intense, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before his luck ran out. The walls between the worlds were closing in, and the day of reckoning was fast approaching. Reporter Marvin and his family returned to Washington, D.C., their getaway to Virginia Beach, ending on a sad note with the discovery of another victim. As he returned to work, he couldn't shake the feeling that the killer was expanding their circle of victims, becoming bolder and more dangerous with each passing day. Sitting down with Katrina, Marvin recounted the events that had unfolded in Virginia Beach. "I was just trying to enjoy some time with my family, but when I heard about the murder, I had to check it out. It was chilling, Katrina. The MO was the same as the killings here in D.C., which means the killer is branching out." Katrina listened with a mixture of concern and fascination. "That's terrifying. Do you think the police have any leads?" Marvin shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to call the lead detective on the case and see if I can get a story for the paper. We need to keep the public informed." Picking up the phone, he dialed the number for the lead detective on the serial killer case. In the parallel world, the lead detective was none other than Marvin himself. However, in reporter Marvin's world, he spoke to Detective John Horton. "Detective Horton, this is Marvin from the Washington Daily. I want to talk to you about the serial killer case. Do you have any updates you can share with our readers?" Detective Horton hesitated before answering. "Marvin, I appreciate your dedication to keeping the public informed, but we're trying to keep a tight lid on some aspects of this investigation. We don't want to tip off the killer or create unnecessary panic. However, I can tell you that we're pursuing all leads and doing everything in our power to bring this person to justice." As he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but feel frustrated by the lack of concrete information. He knew the detective was doing his best, but the killer seemed to be one step ahead. The atmosphere at the newspaper office was tense, as the staff felt the pressure of reporting on a serial killer who seemed to be toying with the police and the public alike. As he delved further into the case, he couldn't shake the eerie feeling that there was more to this killer than met the eye, and that he was somehow connected to the killer in a way he couldn't yet comprehend. Meanwhile, as the police continued their investigation of the latest murder in Virginia Beach, Detective Hannah Wynne and Detective Mike Sullivan sat across from each other in the dimly lit office, the only light coming from a desk lamp. They were surrounded by papers and files strewn across the table, a testament to the grueling hours they had put into the Virginia Beach murder investigation. Mike was an older, seasoned detective with a rugged face and silver hair. Hannah, in contrast, was in her early 30s, bright and determined. They made an unlikely pair, but worked well together, each respecting the other's skill and experience. "We need a break," Mike said, running a hand through his hair. "A real lead." "I might have something," Hannah said, her tone piquing Mike's interest. She held up a small plastic card. A Starbucks reward card was found at the scene. "Could be anyone's," Mike muttered, but his eyes stayed focused on the card. Hannah nodded. "True, but we have to check every lead. We've got prints on it. They're not the victims and don't match any from our database." "You're thinking it could be the killers?" Mike asked, the glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. "It's a long shot, but yes. If we could get this to a bigger lab," Hannah suggested, trailing off. "Washington, D.C., Mike finished her thought. "They have a bigger database. Might be worth a shot." "We need something, Mike," Hannah added, her voice conveying a sense of urgency. "This could be it." Mike nodded, his eyes hard but hopeful. "Let's do it. Let's send it to D.C." Despite the exhaustion etched on their faces, the discovery of the Starbucks reward card brought renewed energy into the room. The two detectives couldn't help but hold on to the glimmer of hope that this could finally be the lead they desperately needed. Marvin Hunt worked in the same building as the forensic lab and overheard some of his co-workers talking about the discovery of the Starbucks reward card in relation to the case. He felt his stomach churn with fear as he realized he had made a terrible mistake, accidentally dropping his Starbucks reward card at the crime scene. In full-on panic mode, he plotted how to retrieve the card or swap it for a different one before the forensic team discovered his fingerprints. His mind raced as he tried to think of a plan, but the pressure was mounting. and he was finding it difficult to focus. Surrounded by the sterile clinical environment of the lab building, he felt the walls closing in on him. The once familiar halls now seemed like a labyrinth designed to trap him in his guilt and fear. He knew that he had to act quickly, or else his secret life as a serial killer would be exposed, and his carefully constructed world would come crashing down around him. With his heart pounding, he decided to take a risk. He waited for the perfect opportunity when no one was around and sneaked into the forensic lab. His hands shook as he searched for the Starbucks reward card among the evidence, desperately hoping to swap it out with one he found in the trash can at the park before anyone noticed. As the seconds ticked by, he felt like time had slowed down, each moment stretching out like an eternity. As he rifled through the evidence in the forensic lab, finally locating the Starbucks reward card he had mistakenly dropped at the crime scene. With a mixture of relief and adrenaline coursing through his veins, he swapped it out for a different card without being seen. Glancing around nervously, he realized that he'd been incredibly lucky. The lab was deserted, with only the hum of machines and the faint sound of footsteps in the distance. It seemed as if fate was on his side, at least for now. He left the lab quickly, doing his best to act casually and avoid arousing suspicion. Once he was back in the safety of his own space, he couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration. He had narrowly escaped being caught, and the thrill of that close call was intoxicating. To dispose of the Starbucks reward card, he meticulously wiped it clean of any fingerprints, snapped it in half, and dropped the pieces into separate trash cans on his way home. That night, unable to contain his excitement, he celebrated his narrow escape. He went to a local bar, drinking heavily and reveling in the feeling of having cheated fate. The dimly lit bar, filled with clinking glasses and laughter, provided the perfect backdrop for his private celebration. As the night wore on, he became increasingly intoxicated, the alcohol only fueling his sense of invincibility. He was convinced he could continue his killing spree without being caught. Little did he know, however, that the other Marvins in the parallel worlds were getting closer to discovering the truth, and that his days of evading capture were numbered. Back in the Virginia Beach Police Department, Detectives Hannah Wynne and Mike Sullivan sat in their shared office, the tension palpable in the room. It had been a couple of days since they sent the Starbucks reward card to the forensic lab in Washington, D.C., and they were anxiously awaiting the results. The phone on Hannah's desk rang, jolting them from their thoughts. She swiftly picked up, and the pounding of Mike's heart drowned out her greeting. "Yes. I see," she said, her voice dropping with every word. As she hung up, she shared a long, heavy look with Mike. The gleam of hope they once had was replaced with disappointment. "No prints, no DNA," she reported, her words sounding hollow in the quiet room. Mike slumped back in his chair, the weight of the setback visible on his face. "Back to square one," he muttered, his voice filled with frustration and exhaustion. "It's like chasing a ghost," Hannah echoed, her gaze falling on the overflowing case files on their desk. They both knew the grim reality. Without a solid lead or evidence, they were indeed back to the beginning, staring at an uphill battle. Yet they also knew they couldn't afford to lose hope. This was not the end, but another obstacle in their relentless pursuit of justice. They would have to dig deeper and chase every lead, no matter how insignificant it might seem. Their resolve, though tested, remained unbroken. Marvin Hunt, the illusion of invincibility, continued. Unaware of the relentless efforts of the detectives on his trail, he reveled in his perceived freedom. Little did he know the net was slowly tightening around him. Chapter 15. Unexpected Encounters. Detective Marvin decided to enjoy a lunch break with his co-workers at a popular restaurant in the city. As they chatted and laughed over their meals, little did he know that in a parallel world, reporter Marvin was also at the same restaurant, having lunch with his own co-workers. Both groups were oblivious that their lives were intertwined in ways they couldn't imagine. In another parallel world, Marvin Hunt was working up a sweat, and trying to maintain his normal facade at the gym. Unbeknownst to him, the lead detective who had been tirelessly hunting him down was also at the same gym, working out just a few machines away. Their paths had crossed, yet they remained unaware of each other's true identities. Meanwhile, reporter Marvin decided to spend a sunny afternoon at the park with his daughter Chelsea, hoping to relax and enjoy some quality time with her. As they played and laughed together, the serial killer in his world was also at the park, sitting on a park bench and casually eating a sandwich. His eyes scanned the park, observing the college sorority girls hanging out as he considered his next potential victim. By sheer coincidence, the lead detective that reporter Marvin knew was also at the park, out for a leisurely walk to clear his head. As Detective Horton strolled along, they crossed paths and began a conversation. They exchanged pleasantries and discussed the latest developments in the serial killer case. These unexpected encounters in the various parallel worlds were a testament to just how closely the lives of the three Marvins were connected. Though they remained unaware of the full extent of their intertwined fates, the boundaries between their worlds were beginning to blur, and it was only a matter of time before the truth would be revealed. One evening, while browsing the internet, reporter Marvin stumbled upon a YouTube video discussing parallel universes. Intrigued, he watched the video and found himself fascinated by the concept. The idea of multiple versions of himself existing in different worlds, experiencing different lives, suddenly resonated deeply with him. He couldn't help but think about his recurring nightmares, where he saw himself as the serial killer and his strange connection to the case. Even more puzzling was the appearance of the lead detective in his dreams, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Determined to explore this further, he researched parallel universes and dreams. He spent hours poring over articles, books, and videos, trying to make sense of his experiences. As he delved deeper into the subject, he found theories suggesting that dreams could act as windows into parallel worlds, allowing glimpses into alternate realities. Although the concept seemed far-fetched, he couldn't shake the feeling that it somehow held the key to understanding his nightmares and the inexplicable connections he felt. He began questioning whether his dreams were more than mere coincidences, and whether they might be linked to the real-life events unfolding around him. In his search for answers, he reached out to experts in the field, discussing his experiences and seeking their input. While some dismissed his theories as pure fantasy, others encouraged him to continue his investigation and remain open to the possibility that his dreams could reveal glimpses of parallel worlds. Driven by curiosity and a growing sense of urgency, he dedicated himself to unraveling the mystery of his nightmares and uncovering the truth about the connections between the three Marvins. Unbeknownst to him, his pursuit of the truth would bring him closer to the other Marvins than he could ever have imagined, ultimately revealing the serial killer's true identity. As his visions became clearer, he became increasingly troubled by the realization that he was the serial killer in his nightmares. What confused him even more was that he was also the detective chasing the same killer. His research into parallel universes had led him down a rabbit hole, opening up a world of possibilities he had never considered before. He spent hours watching more YouTube videos on parallel universes, encountering various theories and ideas. Some videos featured quantum physicists discussing the many worlds interpretation, positing that every possible outcome of an event created a new universe. Others showcased spiritual teachers and philosophers discussing the concept of interconnected realities. He read articles and scientific papers, learning about the multiverse theory and the idea that our universe might be just one of countless others, each with its own unique set of rules and circumstances. Immersed in the intriguing realm of the collective unconscious, Marvin found himself arranging a meeting with Dr. Evelyn Carter, a renowned psychologist who specialized in the field. Nestled in the comfortable confines of Dr. Carter's office, surrounded by book-laden shelves and a calming ambience, Marvin braced himself for a deep dive into his subconscious. "Dr. Carter," Marvin started, with a slight hesitation in his voice, "I've been having these dreams. They're rather peculiar. I keep seeing other versions of myself, living different lives in what seems to be parallel worlds." Evelyn leaned back in her chair, her eyes reflecting a mix of fascination and curiosity. "Interesting. Have you ever heard of the concept of the collective unconscious, Marvin?" she asked with a thoughtful expression. "I have, yes," Marvin replied. "It's a theory by Carl Jung, isn't it? About shared memories and experiences across humanity." "Correct," Evelyn nodded, her gaze steady on Marvin. "Your dreams could be manifestations of this collective unconscious. The versions of you see in these dreams could connect you and those alternate selves across parallel realities." Marvin's heart pounded in his chest as he digested her words. A sense of exhilaration washed over him, tinged with an edge of fear. Here he was, teetering on the cusp of the unimaginable. A doorway had been opened, revealing a path to explain his strange dreams, but it also posed new questions about the nature of reality. "Parallel realities," he echoed, his voice barely a whisper. That is both terrifying and fascinating, Dr. Carter." Evelyn offered him a reassuring smile. "Indeed, Marvin, it is. But remember, these are theories. However, the nature of your dreams and their seeming connection to your reality is definitely a profound matter worth exploring further." Marvin left Dr. Carter's office with a mix of apprehension and determination. This revelation marked a pivotal point in his journey. He found himself standing at a crossroads, and his curiosity piqued, his resolve hardened. He was more eager than ever to discover the truth about these parallel worlds and the connection between the three Marvins. As he continued to explore the possibility of parallel universes, he began to notice more and more synchronicities between his life and the lives of the other two Marvins. He couldn't shake the feeling that the three of them were somehow connected, and he became obsessed with the idea of unraveling the mystery that seemed to bind them together. One evening he came across an article about a local support group for people who believed they had experienced glimpses of alternate realities. Intrigued, he attended the group's next meeting, hoping to find others who could relate to his experiences and perhaps provide some answers. Marvin entered a room buzzing with a peculiar energy. It was an eclectic mix of people gathered at a community center downtown, all members of a group called Realms Beyond. A motley crew of individuals, from professors to stay-at-home parents, retirees to college students, shared an extraordinary commonality, experiences with what they believed were alternative dimensions. As the meeting commenced, the participants shared their experiences one by one. There was a physics professor who claimed to have mathematical proof of parallel universes, a retiree who insisted he'd lived a different life in his dreams every night, and a young woman who said she could feel the emotions and thoughts of her alternate self. The stories were riveting, astounding, and at times deeply unsettling. Despite the surreal nature of the gathering, Marvin couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging. These people, like him, were grappling with the inexplicable, each seeking answers to their bewildering experiences. When it was his turn, Marvin, with slight hesitation, opened up about the two Marvins, the serial killer and the detective. He noticed the room grow quieter as he described his vivid, recurring dreams of living alternate lives. The faces around him mirrored his curiosity and fear, their eyes wide with intrigue and empathy. Once the meeting ended, a woman named Eleanor approached him. Her aura exuded a comforting blend of calm and intelligence, and her gaze was marked with keen interest. "Your story, Marvin," she began, "is one of the most fascinating I've ever come across." Eleanor introduced herself as a dream researcher who had been exploring the ties between dreams and alternate realities for years. "Marvin, I can help you delve deeper into these dreams," she proposed. "We could explore lucid dreaming, maintain a dream journal, anything that might help uncover the secrets hidden within your subconscious." Marvin listened intently as Eleanor spoke, intrigued by her knowledge of dreams and alternate realities. She recounted a story she had heard about three people who had experienced the same vivid dream, each seeing themselves in a different reality. The three individuals had never met before, yet their dreams were so interconnected that they felt they were experiencing the same events in different worlds. Eleanor explained that she believed Marvin's dreams were similar, that they were a manifestation of his subconscious mind exploring different realities. She hypothesized that perhaps the two Marvins in his dreams represented different aspects of his personality, each exploring a different life path. Marvin was fascinated by her theories and asked her more questions about her research. Eleanor happily shared her knowledge and experiences, discussing her dreams and how they led her to her current field of study. As they spoke, Marvin realized that his dreams were not just random occurrences, but a doorway to understanding himself on a deeper level. He made a mental note to continue exploring this connection between his dreams and reality, knowing that it could unlock hidden truths about himself and the world around him. Chapter 16. A World of Possibilities. During one of his dreams, reporter Marvin saw the serial killer stalking another victim. His heart raced as he paced back and forth in his living room, desperately trying to figure out how to handle the situation. The vivid images of the serial killer stalking a young teacher at a middle school in Arlington, Virginia, was fresh in his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling of urgency. He had never experienced such a strong connection to his dreams, which frightened him. His breathing was shallow and his palms were sweaty. His eyes darted around the room as he tried to think of someone he could trust with this information. He considered confiding in Katrina, his co-worker, but worried about how she would react to his dreams about the parallel worlds. He also considered contacting the lead detective he'd been working with, but feared being dismissed as a lunatic. He decided to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed his laptop and began researching everything he could about the middle school in Arlington, Virginia. He learned the names of teachers and staff, studied the school's layout, and even looked up its security protocols. As he gathered more information, he grew increasingly determined to find a way to prevent the impending murder, even if it meant risking his reputation and career. Bolstered by his newfound resolve, he reached out to the lead detective on the case, hoping that sharing his suspicions would prompt an investigation. As he dialed the number, his hands trembled with a mix of fear and anticipation. He knew he was taking a huge risk, but couldn't bear the thought of doing anything. "Detective Horton," the voice on the other end of the line answered. He took a deep breath and launched into explaining his dreams, the parallel worlds, and his concerns about the young teacher in Arlington. The detective listened patiently, but Marvin could sense his skepticism. "Marvin, I understand you're worried, but we can't base an investigation on a dream," Detective Horton said cautiously. "I know it sounds crazy," Marvin pleaded, "but something tells me this is real. Can you at least look into it just to be sure?" Detective Horton hesitated before answering. "All right, Marvin. I'll see what I can do, but I can't promise anything." Marvin thanked him and hung up the phone, a mixture of relief and anxiety filling his chest. Marvin felt a sense of duty to the community and knew he had a unique opportunity to make a difference as a reporter. On his way home, he drove by one of the local schools and noticed the parking lot was empty except for a lone car. It was then that he had the idea to do a stakeout. He reasoned that he might strike at this location if the killer targeted teachers. Although he knew the risks involved, he felt he had to act. He had to find a way to help the police catch this dangerous and sick individual before anyone else was hurt. With his heart racing and his mind made up, he parked his car and prepared for the long wait ahead. His timing could not have been better because it wasn't long before he saw a man in a black hooded sweatshirt attacking a teacher in the parking lot. He immediately sprang into action. He had to do something to help. Without a second thought, he ran towards the man, yelling and waving his arms to try and distract him. The man turned and looked at him momentarily, then took off running. Marvin gave chase and was joined by a group of men playing basketball on a court next to the school. But the hooded assailant got away. Marvin's heart pounded in his chest as he caught his breath, his mind racing with the realization that he had just witnessed an attempted murder. The scene in the parking lot mirrored his dream so closely that he couldn't deny the connection. He felt a strange mix of terror and relief, knowing that his intervention had likely saved the young teacher's life. "Did you get a good look at him?" Marvin asked Kwame. Kwame was one of the men that gave chase. Kwame shook his head with frustration evident in his voice. Not really. He was Caucasian, about 6 foot tall, but that's all I could make out. He wore a hooded sweatshirt so that I couldn't see his face. He nodded, knowing that the description matched his appearance, and a shiver ran down his spine. He thanked Kwame and the other men for their help, exchanging contact information in case they remembered anything else or saw the attacker again. Marvin knew he needed to share this new development with Detective Horton, but he hesitated, fearing that his involvement in the incident might make him a suspect. He decided to contact Katrina first, seeking her advice and support. He recounted the events at the school and his conversation with Kwame, hoping she would have some insight into how he should proceed. "Marvin, this is huge," Katrina said, her voice filled with concern. "You have to tell Detective Horton. I know it's scary, but if you don't, it'll look even more suspicious if they find out later." Marvin knew she was right and steeled himself for the difficult conversation ahead. He called Detective Horton and relayed the details of the attack, the chase, and his conversation with Kwame. Detective Horton listened intently, his tone shifting from skepticism to urgency. "Marvin, you did the right thing by telling me," Detective Horton said. "We'll look into this immediately. I need you to come to the station for a formal statement." Marvin agreed, his nerves tingling with apprehension as he hung up the phone. He knew he was taking a risk by involving himself in the case, but couldn't stand by and let the serial killer strike again. As he prepared to head to the police station, he felt the weight of the parallel worlds pressing down on him, and he vowed to do everything in his power to end the violence. The next day, Marvin went to see Eleanor and told her about what had just occurred. Eleanor's eyes reflected a mix of concern and fascination. "Marvin, after hearing your stories and considering the possibility of parallel universes, I'm convinced you're experiencing events from 2 other realities. In one, you're a detective who's investigating the serial killer, and in the other, you are the serial killer," she explained. Her voice was calm but held a hint of urgency. "It seems like you're somehow connected to these other versions of yourself and witnessing their actions and experiences. I know it sounds crazy, but I believe you." Marvin listened intently, his mind racing with questions and uncertainty. Eleanor continued, "I think you should use this unique insight to your advantage. Try to understand how Detective Marvin in the parallel world thinks and what clues he uncovers. It might help you in your investigation here, and perhaps even lead you to the truth behind the killer." Eleanor placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Marvin, you can't change what happens in the other universes, but you can use that knowledge to make a difference in our world. Focus on what you can do here and now, and please stay safe." Marvin felt a mixture of emotions. Fear, anxiety, and disbelief were at the forefront, but a glimmer of hope was there too. If he could harness the information from these dreams or visions, he might be able to make a real difference and put an end to the killings in his reality. Despite the overwhelming situation, he knew he had to try. For the sake of the victims and his sanity, he had to use this unique connection to bring the serial killer to justice. In the parallel universe, Marvin Hunt had been carefully stalking the young teacher for days, watching her routine and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He knew the school parking lot's layout and had even noted the blind spots where security cameras wouldn't capture his actions. As the school day ended, the parking lot gradually emptied, leaving only a few cars behind. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the pavement and creating an eerie atmosphere. Dressed in all black and wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, he felt a rush of adrenaline course through his veins as he prepared for his attack. The young teacher exited the school building and began walking towards her car, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. His heart raced with anticipation as he waited for the right moment to pounce. Just as she was about to unlock her car door, he sprang from the shadows, grabbing her and covering her mouth to muffle her screams. He felt immense power and control as he carried out his twisted plan. The teacher struggled desperately, but it was futile. Marvin felt a sick sense of satisfaction as her life slipped away, knowing he had once again evaded capture and succeeded in his mission. After ensuring the teacher was dead, Marvin quickly surveyed the scene to ensure he hadn't left any evidence behind. He glanced around the parking lot, his eyes scanning for any witnesses, but he appeared alone. The shadows grew longer, and the once bustling school grounds now felt desolate and abandoned. With the coast clear, Marvin slipped away, melting into the darkness as though he had never been there. He felt invincible, knowing that he had outsmarted the police once again and added another victim to his growing list. Little did he know that his actions had not gone unnoticed in a parallel world. The teacher survived, and the net was slowly closing in on him. In a third universe, Detective Marvin received a phone call about the murder of a teacher at a local school. The urgency in the caller's voice instantly put him on high alert. He rushed to the crime scene, his heart pounding with a mixture of dread and determination. Arriving at the school, he was met by a chaotic scene. Police and emergency vehicles were scattered around the parking lot, their flashing lights casting an eerie glow on the surrounding area. As he approached, he could feel the weight of the situation bearing down on him. He spoke with his fellow law enforcement officers, who had already begun securing the area and gathering evidence. They informed him about the witness, Kwame, who had seen a man in a black hooded sweatshirt running away from the scene. According to Kwame, the suspect appeared Hispanic and around 5'8". Marvin approached the victim's body, steeling himself for the gruesome sight. He noticed the same chilling carving on her skin that had been found on the previous victims. It was a grim reminder that the serial killer was still at large and growing bolder with each attack. As the investigation continued, a reporter arrived eager to gather information for a story. The reporter asked him about the case details, trying to extract as much information as possible. He was cautious with his answers, knowing he couldn't reveal too much to the public. As the day wore on, he continued gathering information and coordinating efforts with his team. The pressure to catch the killer was mounting, but he refused to let it break him. In each universe, the lead detective was determined to bring the serial killer to justice and protect those around them. In Detective Marvin's dream, he could vividly see a man who looked like him sprinting across the parking lot as he chased after the serial killer. The adrenaline coursed through him, making the dream feel incredibly real. He watched as the man, now revealed to be a reporter, screamed at the top of his lungs, alerting the teacher and causing the killer to flee. The scene played out in stark contrast to the reality he was facing in his world. As he continued to watch the events unfold in his dream, he felt a mixture of relief and envy. In this alternate reality, the teacher had been saved, and the reporter version of himself had played a crucial role in preventing another tragedy. When he awoke from the dream, he couldn't help but feel that there was something deeper and more meaningful to the images that had flashed through his mind. The dream had felt so real and tangible that he couldn't shake the sense that there was a connection between his life and the events he had witnessed. Though he was still grappling with the devastating reality of the teacher's murder in his world, the dream offered hope. It fueled his determination to catch the serial killer and protect future victims from the same fate. As he went about his day, he couldn't shake the images from his dream. The reporter who had saved the teacher seemed familiar, and he felt an inexplicable kinship with him. He wondered whether there could be some truth to the idea of parallel universes, and whether the actions of his doppelganger in another reality might somehow guide him in his pursuit of justice. Detective Marvin, with his investigation leading to dead ends, decided to consult a renowned psychic. He hoped her insight might help him find the crucial information to solve the case and his dreams. Madame Zara's small, dimly lit shop was in an alleyway in downtown DC. It was an unassuming place you might miss if you didn't know what you were looking for. As he pushed open the door, a soft chime sounded, and the air wafted heavy with the earthy aroma of incense, the sharp scent of sage, and the floral fragrance of lavender. Madame Zara had been assisting the police department on their most challenging cases for years, offering her extraordinary psychic abilities when traditional investigative methods fell short. With her jet-black hair cascading down to her shoulders and her deep, penetrating gaze that seemed to unravel your soul, Zara was an enigma, a woman who existed on the edges of the tangible world, always straddling the boundary of the supernatural. Her velvet voice greeted him, "Ah, Marvin, you've come at a crucial time." He was guided to a low table laden with a crystal ball, tarot cards, and an array of ancient artifacts. In the center of the room, a single candle danced erratically, throwing capricious shadows that seemed to be telling their own stories. As Marvin settled across from her, he felt a chill descend despite the room's warmth. The flickering flame reflected in Madame Zara's onyx eyes as she held his gaze, her eyes seeming to peer right into his soul. "Marvin," she began, her voice a low murmur, "you carry connections far deeper than the plane we inhabit." Her hands moved gracefully, almost hypnotically, as she shuffled her tarot cards. "In a reality parallel to ours, you are the reporter you chase, chronicling the atrocities committed by the killer. In another, you bear the weight of the killer's darkness. Your soul is intertwined across dimensions," she confessed, tone serious yet compassionate. Silence enveloped the room, save for the soft crackle of the burning candle. Marvin's heart pounded in his chest, grappling with disbelief and shock, a heavy mantle of responsibility settling on his shoulders. Yet, amidst the tumult of emotions, a flicker of determination sparked. She continued, "I can't explain why you're linked to these other versions of yourself, but I believe this connection isn't a coincidence. The universe is giving you a chance to learn from these parallel lives, to gain knowledge that could help you solve the case here." Madame Zara's eyes softened with empathy. "I understand that this is difficult to accept, and the burden must be heavy on your shoulders. But you must be strong and use this unique opportunity to your advantage. Thank you, Madame Zara," he finally murmured, rising. The chime echoed eerily as he left the shop, almost like a spectre whispering secrets. Marvin felt mixed emotions, fear, disbelief, and the weight of responsibility. He took a deep breath, trying to process the information. Determined, he embraced the psychic's words and used information from the other realities to help him investigate. Back at the police station, he began to look for patterns and connections between the cases in his reality and those in other realities. He focused on finding any similarities between the victims, the crime scenes, or even the killer's modus operandi. Over the following days, Marvin found himself engrossed in an entirely different kind of investigation. His desk, usually strewn with case files, now bore a collection of books, articles, and scientific journals, all discussing the enthralling topic of parallel universes. The notion of the multiverse, an infinite number of universes, each unique and teeming with endless possibilities, became his obsession. He pored over quantum theories and postulations, fascinated by the idea of countless Marvins living out different lives across myriad realities. Each page he turned added more fuel to his curiosity. He wondered if the labyrinth of this knowledge could lead him toward unraveling the cryptic clues of his case. During dinner one evening, he shared with his wife Jackie his newfound fascination and the revelations Madame Zara had imparted. Jackie, the owner of a charming bookstore, was no stranger to the power of words and ideas. She brought him an armful of books from her shop, each addressing parallel universes from scientific, philosophical, and even metaphysical angles. "Thought these might help, love," she offered, setting the books down with a gentle smile. The soft worry lines etched on her forehead betrayed her concern, yet her support was unwavering. Over dinner, they pored over the books together, a pair of lamps casting a warm glow on their faces. Jackie pointed out certain theories and ideas, her curiosity sparked by the otherworldly concepts the books proposed. But amidst the animated discussions and hypotheses, Jackie's gaze often lingered on Marvin, silently assessing his demeanor. His intensity, while admirable, worried her. She could see the weight of the investigation taking a toll on him. Yet she stood beside him, her love and support forming the bulwark he needed, in the face of the inexplicable mystery he was determined to solve. As each day passed, Marvin delved deeper into the abyss of this newfound knowledge, the lines between realities blurring, and the promise of unearthing the truth growing stronger. Chapter 17. FBI Investigation. The FBI had been investigating the serial murders for months, and had finally caught a break when they found out that reporter Marvin had been sharing information with Detective Horton. They immediately called him in for questioning, suspecting he may have been involved in the murders. The FBI agent questioning him was a middle-aged man with short, cropped hair and a muscular build. He carries himself with a sense of authority, and his steely gaze and stern expression convey a no-nonsense attitude. He is dressed in a dark suit and tie and wears a badge on his lapel. The FBI agent looked at the reporter with suspicion in his eyes. "You seem to know an awful lot about these murders. How is it that you're always one step ahead?" Marvin bristled at the accusation. "I'm a journalist. It's my job to investigate and report on the facts. I've been working closely with Detective Horton on this case." The FBI agent raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? And what exactly have you been helping with?" "I've been sharing information and providing leads whenever I come across something useful," Marvin explained. Detective Horton spoke up, coming to his defense. "He's been a valuable asset to our investigation. He's helped us make connections we might not have otherwise seen." The FBI agent looked between the two of them, considering their words. "All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now, but you'll be in big trouble if I find out you're holding back information." Marvin nodded, relieved. "I understand. I just want to help bring this killer to justice." After several hours of intense questioning, the FBI was finally satisfied that Marvin had not been involved in the killings. Despite being cleared of any wrongdoing, Marvin knew that the authorities still watched him closely. He felt like he had a target on his back, and the killer could strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Detective Horton continued to work tirelessly on the case, following every lead and trying to piece together the clues left by the killer. He remained in close contact with Marvin, who provided valuable insights and information. Marvin tells Katrina about his encounter with the FBI. She listens intently and expresses concern for him. She asks him to tell her everything that's been happening and promises to support him. Marvin takes a deep breath and starts from the beginning, telling her about the murders, his suspicions about the killer, and his encounters with both Detective Marvin and Serial Killer Marvin in his dreams. He described how they all had the same first name and how it was like they were different versions of the same person in parallel worlds. Then he went on to tell her about the 3 interlocking circles carved into the victims' bodies, and how it was a symbol that the serial killer used to mark his victims. As he talks, Katrina's eyes widen in shock and horror at the gruesome details of the murders. She asks him how he's been dealing with all of this on his own, and encourages him to take care of his mental health. She offers to be there for him whenever he needs someone to talk to or to lean on. Marvin feels grateful for her support and thanks her for listening. Meanwhile, Detective Marvin and his wife Jackie finally found their dream home in a lovely suburban neighborhood. The house was a charming 2-story colonial with 4 bedrooms, a spacious backyard, and a beautiful garden filled with colorful flowers. The neighborhood had tree-lined streets and friendly neighbors, making it an ideal place to start a family and settle down. Both he and Jackie were thrilled with their new home. The excitement of moving in and decorating the space brought them closer together. They spent their weekends browsing furniture stores and antique shops, searching for unique pieces that would make their house feel like a true home. Despite their busy schedules, they prioritized their relationship, setting aside time each week for date nights and quality time together. They looked forward to creating more memories in their new home, continuing to build a happy and fulfilling life together. Moving into their new home was a blissful whirlwind of unpacking boxes and arranging furniture, the echo of their laughter dancing through the halls. The house locale was perfectly nestled between Jackie's quaint bookstore, a haven of literature and coffee aroma, and Marvin's police station, with its stoic facade and bustling energy. Their world was now perfectly confined within this delightful triangle, echoing an uncanny symmetry that Marvin had started to notice elsewhere too. It began subtly. The number 3 on their mailbox, the 3 steps leading up to their porch, the trio of oak trees guarding their backyard. At first, Marvin dismissed these observations as mere coincidences, but the pattern also began to unravel in other areas of his life. His case files frequently bore triple-digit numbers. There were always 3 coffee mugs left in the dishwasher. Even the daily newspaper had started featuring triple murder stories prominently. His heart pounded in his chest as he stepped into Madame Zara's dimly lit shop, the familiar scent of incense and mystery washing over him. "Madame Zara," he began, trying to steady his voice, "there's something I've been noticing recently. It's like a pattern. The number 3, it's everywhere around me." Madame Zara listened intently, her striking eyes studying his face. "Numbers often carry spiritual or symbolic meaning, Marvin. Perhaps this 3 you see everywhere is a sign. Maybe it's the universe's way of guiding you," she suggested, her voice echoing in the peaceful silence of the shop. Caught in a spiral of mysteries, the case, his dreams, and now this pattern, Marvin felt a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Little did he know that this journey into the enigmatic realms of parallel universes and mystic symbols was far from over. For reporter Marvin, the city's rhythm was like a beautifully composed song, a melody he had learned to anticipate and appreciate. However, an odd syncopation had recently slipped into this tune, a pattern, a triad that continued reverberating in his world. It started innocuously, he thought, as a coincidence. The number of the apartment he'd interviewed a witness in was 333. The byline of his articles was usually the 3rd one. The old clock in his office always seemed to stop at 3:03. Even his recent story pitches were met with his editor's exact response: "Maybe the 3rd time's the charm, Marvin." These instances kept accumulating, imprinting the frequency of 3 onto his consciousness. Desperate for understanding, Marvin turned to Eleanor, his newfound ally in exploring alternate realities. "Eleanor, I've been seeing a pattern, a series of 3s, everywhere." His voice trembled slightly as he divulged his recent observations. Eleanor, her eyes betraying intrigue, leaned forward. "3s? Interesting. Numerical patterns are quite common in the exploitation of dreams and alternate realities. They're believed to represent the interconnectedness of the universe." Marvin mulled over Eleanor's words, a kernel of thought beginning to germinate in his mind. The pattern of 3s was all coming back to him. The 3 victims in each of his investigations, their lives prematurely cut short. The 3 interlocking circles carved into their bodies, a macabre signature. And now this ongoing triadic occurrence in his everyday life. A strange connection seemed to be forming, an eerie synchronicity between the pattern of 3s and the ongoing investigation. His mind began to race. Could there be a connection? Could these recurring 3s, this sacred number representing completeness and balance, have something to do with the symbols of the victims? Marvin felt an icy shiver creep up his spine. The concept was harrowing, yet it bore a particular grim resonance. He decided to keep this hypothesis to himself for now, fearing it may sound far-fetched to Eleanor or worse, put her in danger. Nevertheless, it was a theory that he couldn't ignore. This uncanny pattern, this cryptic guide provided by the universe, was perhaps the key he'd been searching for in his pursuit of the elusive killer. He silently vowed to unravel this mystery, to draw out the meaning behind the number 3 and its potential link to the interlocking circles. The reporter in him was more committed than ever to solving the case, as he found himself veering towards an enigma far beyond any normal criminal investigation. As Marvin stepped into the warm embrace of their suburban home that evening, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of his wife Lisa's homemade roast chicken. The dining table was adorned with a feast. The roast chicken was perfectly cooked, its fragrant herbs permeating the room, while the sides of mashed potatoes and grilled vegetables were comfort food. Over dinner, Chelsea excitedly chatted about her day at school. She was an excellent storyteller, her tales full of animated expressions and enthusiastic recollections. Lisa shared anecdotes from her work. Marvin found solace in these ordinary family moments, a peaceful respite from the bizarre events unfolding in his life. Once they had savored the last bites of their meal, the family transitioned to the cozy living room. Their tradition was to read a book together each night, an activity that Chelsea eagerly looked forward to. Marvin picked up the well-worn copy of Matilda, Chelsea's current favorite, and began to read aloud. The soft lamplight cast an inviting glow around them, and they nestled into the plush sofa, the sound of Marvin's voice narrating the charming tale filling the room. As he read, Marvin took a moment to glance at Lisa and Chelsea. Their attention on the story, the content, smiles on their faces. These were the moments that reminded him of what truly mattered. Amid his enigmatic mysteries and daunting challenges, the love and bond he shared with his family were his pillars of strength. The inexplicable pattern of threes, the haunting dreams, and the puzzling investigation all seemed manageable when he had Lisa and Chelsea's unwavering support. As the evening transitioned into night, Marvin felt fortified, ready to face the bewildering path that lay ahead. Chapter 18. Unexpected Connection, When Worlds Collide. Marvin Hunt tossed and turned in his bed, unable to find a comfortable position or escape the restless thoughts that plagued him. The urge to kill again gnawed at him like a persistent itch, making it impossible to relax or clear his mind. As he lay in bed, he looked around his house. The dim glow of the moonlight seeped through the curtains, casting eerie shadows on the walls. He noticed the framed pictures of his friends, a reminder of his seemingly ordinary life outside his murderous alter ego. It was almost as if there were two separate Marvins, the one who lived a regular life and the one who was consumed by darkness and bloodlust. The conflicting emotions and impulses left him feeling overwhelmed and tormented. He knew that giving in to his desire to kill again would put him at greater risk of being caught, but the urge was too powerful to resist. In his mind, he began to plan his next kill, trying to think of the perfect victim and the ideal location to carry out the act. It was almost as if the thought of the kill was the only thing that could calm him and lull him to sleep. As he eventually drifted off, his dreams were filled with images of stalking his prey, the thrill of the chase, and the satisfaction of fulfilling his darkest desires. One evening, Detective Marvin sat in his dimly lit office, the only light source coming from his computer screen. The soft tapping of his fingers on the keyboard echoed in the otherwise silent room as he sifted through old case files. His eyes strained as he read through the endless reports and evidence, his mind constantly wandering as he tried to piece together the unsolved case that had been haunting him. The flickering light of the monitor cast eerie shadows on the walls, adding to the somber mood of the room. Every now and then he would mutter under his breath in frustration, or scribble a note on a pad of paper next to his keyboard. He was determined to find the missing piece to solve the case and bring justice to the victim's family. As he clicked through the files, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt and regret. The case had been unsolved for so long, and he couldn't help but feel like he had let the victim and their loved ones down. The clock on his desk ticked away, marking the hours passing by as he pored over the case details. He didn't notice the darkness outside his window until the moon had risen high in the sky, casting a ghostly glow over the city. Finally, as the early morning hours approached, Marvin leaned back in his chair, exhausted but determined. He had stumbled upon an unsolved case from a few years before that had always haunted him. Opening the file and reading the details, he experienced a sudden, inexplicable connection to the reporter Marvin in the parallel universe. At that exact moment, reporter Marvin was also looking into the same unsolved case in his world, wondering if there might be any connection to the serial killer he'd been investigating. Reporter Marvin sat at his desk, surrounded by stacks of files and his laptop open in front of him. He had been poring over information on the serial killer case for hours, his mind racing with the possibilities and potential connections. But something kept nagging at him, an unsolved case from a few years back that he had encountered in his research. He switched to a different tab on his computer and began scrolling through the files on the old case. The details were hazy, the evidence inconclusive, but something about it piqued his interest. He couldn't shake the feeling that there might be a connection to the current case, that the two murderers might be working together or sharing information. We were unknowingly tapping into each other's thoughts and perceptions. Detective Marvin could see through reporter Marvin's eyes. He saw the reporter's cluttered desk, his notepad filled with scribbled notes, and his computer screen displaying the same case file he was reading. Similarly, he saw the detective's office, with its organized shelves and corkboard filled with photographs and evidence connected to the ongoing investigation. They both heard each other's thoughts, as if they were spoken aloud. Detective Marvin's voice in his head said, "There must be something we've missed, some clue that connects all these cases." Reporter Marvin's thoughts echoed the same sentiment. There has to be a link between these cases and the serial killer. The experience was disorienting and surreal for both Marvins. As quickly as the connection formed, it faded away, leaving them both bewildered and questioning their sanity. They couldn't shake the feeling that they had just made contact with another version of themselves, and they were left with a burning curiosity to explore this connection further and see if they could use it to their advantage in solving the case. Detective Marvin was left feeling bewildered and confused after the encounter. He couldn't shake the feeling that something important was happening, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. As he pondered the situation, his mind raced with a million questions. Was it even possible? And if it was, what did that mean for their investigation? Despite the uncertainty, Marvin couldn't deny the sense of excitement that was growing inside him. He had always been a curious person, and the idea of exploring new and uncharted territories was tantalizing. But he also knew that he needed to be careful. The case he was working on was too important to risk getting sidetracked by something that might turn out to be a dead end. Detective Marvin arrived home, his thoughts tangled in the day's strange occurrences. He said goodnight to Jackie and slipped under the covers, his mind spinning with questions. As he drifted to sleep, the image of the two other Marvins filled his mind. In his dream, he found himself standing in a place that seemed to be nowhere and everywhere all at once. He saw the reporter Marvin, hunched over his desk, scribbling away in his notepad. Every detail was so vivid, he could see the faint lines on the reporter's forehead, a sign of the man's constant brooding over the unsolved cases. The dim light of the desk lamp cast long shadows that danced on the crumpled paper strewn around him. A shift in the scene brings the detective to the killer Marvin. It was a chilling sight. The room was cold and eerily silent, devoid of any warmth. Marvin could see him standing before a large mirror, his face partially hidden by shadows. He was studying a photo, his eyes cold and emotionless, contrasting with the image of the innocent Marvin who loved his wife and daughter. Marvin watched these scenes unfold, as though he was a silent observer, unable to interact but privy to their lives. A sense of dread washed over him as he observed the killer Marvin, a chilling reminder of the dangerous path one of his other selves had taken. The dream ended abruptly, leaving Marvin wide awake in the early morning. He lay there staring at the ceiling, his heart pounding. The dream was unsettling, too real to be a figment of his imagination. It gave him a first-hand look into the lives of the two other Marvins. But what did it all mean? And how could he use this knowledge to his advantage? As the sun began to rise, Detective Marvin found himself no closer to the answers he sought, but he felt a renewed determination. The dream not only reaffirmed the existence of the other Marvins, but also strengthened his resolve to solve the case and stop the killer. The lives of innocent people depended on it, and he wouldn't let them down. Chapter 19. Bridging Worlds, Unlikely Connections. Still puzzled by his extraordinary experience, reporter Marvin decided to share it with Eleanor. He told her about the unsolved case he'd been looking at, and how he somehow communicated with the detective in the parallel world. Eleanor, intrigued by the possibility, suggested that Marvin try to establish a connection with the detective again, hoping it might lead to a breakthrough in the case. He hesitantly agreed to give it a try. Marvin sat at his desk, intently staring at the computer screen. His mind was racing, trying to connect the dots between the unsolved case he had been investigating and the serial killer case that had consumed his thoughts for weeks. As he scrolled through the documents, he saw an image of Detective Marvin, the lead investigator on the unsolved case. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, as if he was being pulled into another reality. The world around him blurred and twisted until he found himself standing face to face with Detective Marvin. At first, reporter Marvin was disoriented and confused. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, trying to make sense of what had just happened. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he wasn't sure if he was dreaming or if this was some sort of hallucination. But as he looked into Detective Marvin's eyes, he knew this was real. Both Marvins were astonished by this newfound ability to communicate across parallel worlds. They cautiously introduced themselves, explaining their backgrounds and respective roles in their realities. As they spoke, they realized the potential of their connection. They could share information and insights on the serial killer case, hoping that together they could put an end to the gruesome murders. Detective Marvin began to explain the details of the case to reporter Marvin. He pointed out key pieces of evidence and explained how he'd been working tirelessly to piece together the clues. Reporter Marvin listened intently, taking in every word. As the conversation continued, reporter Marvin felt a sense of connection to Detective Marvin. It was as if they were two sides of the same coin, each with a unique perspective on the case. They shared a passion for justice and a determination to solve the unsolved case. The two Marvins agreed to maintain communication, exchanging knowledge and evidence as they investigated the case. They knew that working together, despite the seemingly impossible circumstances, could be the key to finally stopping the killer and restoring peace in both worlds. Eventually, the conversation came to an end, and reporter Marvin found himself back in his reality. He sat at his desk, staring at the computer screen before him, trying to process what had just happened. But despite the confusion and disorientation, he felt a sense of clarity. He knew he and Detective Marvin were connected profoundly, and he was determined to use that connection to help solve the case. The sudden appearance of another version of himself initially took aback Detective Marvin. But as he listened to reporter Marvin's explanation of their interdimensional connection, he began to see the potential benefits of their unique situation. He had been struggling to solve the case that had haunted him for months, but now he saw an opportunity to approach it from a completely different angle. The fact that they could share information and insights from two different realities was a game changer. Detective Marvin realized he could use this connection to his advantage to finally bring closure to the unsolved case. He was filled with a sense of excitement and urgency, knowing that he had to act quickly to capitalize on this opportunity. He began to ask reporter Marvin detailed questions about his version of the case and compared it to his own. As they exchanged information, Detective Marvin felt a sense of relief and reassurance that he wasn't alone in his pursuit of justice. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that came with the realization that he was communicating with another version of himself. It was a strange and surreal experience that he knew he would never fully comprehend. Despite the unease, Detective Marvin remained focused on the task at hand. He continued to ask questions and brainstorm with reporter Marvin, determined to use their connection to solve the case once and for all. As Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin continued communicating across their parallel worlds, they began uncovering new information and evidence about the serial killer. They meticulously shared their findings, piecing together a more detailed serial killer profile and his methods. The two Marvins discovered that the serial killer seemed to have a fascination with the number 3, which was reflected in the carvings on the victims and the intervals between the murders. In his world, Detective Marvin worked tirelessly with his team, utilizing the shared information to narrow down the list of potential suspects. In the other world, reporter Marvin continued investigating and writing about the case, hoping his articles would bring new leads and raise public awareness about the serial killer. As the investigation progressed, both Marvins knew they were getting closer, but they also sensed that the serial killer was growing more desperate and unpredictable. The stakes were high, and the two Marvins knew they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. One day, while reviewing the evidence, Detective Marvin noticed a seemingly insignificant detail that he had initially overlooked. He shared his discovery with reporter Marvin, who realized this new information could be the key to finally catching the serial killer. The two Marvins devised a plan, coordinating their efforts across parallel worlds to set a trap for the elusive murderer. As the plan unfolded, tensions ran high in both worlds. The two Marvins knew they were taking a significant risk, but also understood this could be their best chance at stopping the killings. With the trap set and the pieces in place, they anxiously awaited the moment when the serial killer would finally reveal himself. Frustrated by the failed trap, Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin realized that their only chance to catch the serial killers in their worlds was to make contact with the serial killer from their dreams. They knew that reaching out to him could be dangerous, but they also believed he could help them catch the other serial killers in their respective worlds. Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin decided to use the same method they had employed to establish contact with each other, hoping it would also work for connecting with the serial killer Marvin as well. They both sat in their homes, focusing intently on the image of the serial killer Marvin and concentrating on reaching out across the parallel worlds. As they focused their thoughts, they felt a sudden shift in their perception, as if a door had opened between the worlds. They could now sense the presence of serial killer Marvin, and they knew he could also sense them. They cautiously began communicating, sending thoughts and images to each other as they formed a mental connection. Marvin Hunt sat in his dimly lit apartment, and his mind focused on his next victim. He suddenly felt a jolt of panic run through his body. It was as if he could feel the presence of two other versions of himself invading his thoughts. At first, he tried to push the thoughts away, telling himself it was just his imagination. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger by the moment. He felt he was being watched, like every move he made was scrutinized. He looked around the room, trying to find the source of his unease. Nothing seemed out of place, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He paced back and forth, his mind racing with questions. "Stop," it said clear as day. "We need to talk." Marvin Hunt, his heart racing in his chest. He had never experienced anything like this before. It was like he was conversing with himself, but not himself. He tried to fight the sensation, telling himself it was impossible. But the voice persisted, growing stronger and more insistent by the second. Reluctantly, he allowed himself to listen. And as he did, he realized that the other versions of himself were not there to harm him. They knew about his crimes, they told him, and they wanted his help. He was initially shocked and disoriented by the sudden intrusion into his mind. He felt invaded and threatened, unsure of who these other versions of himself were and what they wanted from him. However, as Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin shared their stories and explained their intentions, Marvin Hunt's curiosity was piqued. He felt a connection to these other Marvins, and although he was cautious, he eventually decided to help them pursue the other serial killers. As they collaborated, the three Marvins delved deeper into the investigations of the other serial killers. Marvin Hunt's twisted mind and experience with criminal behavior became invaluable in understanding the motives and methods of the other killers. Slowly but surely, they started to piece together vital clues and evidence. One day, Detective Marvin was poring over case files in his dimly lit office, the glow of his desk lamp casting long shadows on the cluttered workspace. At the same moment, in an alternate reality, reporter Marvin sat at his worn-out desk, littered with notes and paper clippings, the blinking cursor on his computer screen waiting for his next line of thought. Suddenly, Detective Marvin's head shot up. his eyes distant as he tuned into a familiar presence. "Do you see it too?" He heard the voice of reporter Marvin echo in his mind, clear as a bell despite the vast metaphysical distance. In response, Detective Marvin's mind projected an image of a file he was currently reading. A victim's photograph showed the unmistakable mark of 3 interlocking circles. "Same marking, same number, just like the victims in your world." There was a pause, and he could almost sense reporter Marvin studying the image. "Yes," the mental reply came, laced with trepidation. "We've been viewing these as separate cases, separate killers. But what if it's one entity? In my reality," Marvin Hunt confessed, an undercurrent of remorse threading through his mental voice, "I am the killer. I understand forensics, crime scene investigation, because I am one of you." This admission dropped like a bombshell, leaving the 2 Marvins reeling. Detective Marvin grappled with this revelation. The killer they were pursuing was a mirror image of themselves in another reality. "So you're suggesting the killer in our world could be someone like us?" Detective Marvin grappled with the implications. "A professional in law enforcement or psychology?" "It's not just a suggestion, it's my reality." Marvin Hunt's mental voice held a tone of deep regret. This kind of person is often drawn to professions that allow him to understand his victims better, to stay one step ahead. With this chilling revelation, Detective Marvin combed his list of suspects again. This time he focused on those who, like them, delved into the human psyche and criminal investigations. A cold shiver of recognition hit him when he noticed a name that fits their profile perfectly. John Stoke, a respected forensic psychologist who had previously worked on several high-profile cases. This realization cast a sinister shadow over their investigation, ensnaring them further into the tangled threads of the killer's intricate web spanning multiple realities. As Detective Marvin delved deeper into Stoke's history, he began to piece together a disturbing pattern of behavior. He discovered that Stoke was fascinated with serial killers and had even written a book on the subject. He also uncovered evidence that suggested Stoke had been present at some of the crime scenes in his own case, ostensibly to offer his expertise to the police. Excited by his breakthrough, Detective Marvin contacted reporter Marvin to share his findings. He explained his suspicions about Stoke and the evidence that had led him to this conclusion. Though initially skeptical, reporter Marvin was soon convinced by Detective Marvin's arguments and promised to investigate the forensic psychologist assisting the police on the serial killer murders in his world. As they continued comparing notes and sharing information, Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin began to see the connections between the 2 worlds and serial killer Marvin's role in both. They vowed to work together to bring justice to the victims and their families, even as they struggled to accept the chilling realization that the killer could be anyone, even someone as seemingly benign as a forensic psychologist. Marvin Hunt's voice echoed clearly in Detective Marvin's mind, as if he were right in the room. "If you want to catch him, Marvin, you must be at the Regency Grand, room 33, precisely at 5 p.m. That's his hunting ground," he advised, his tone eerily calm considering the circumstances. The Regency Grand, an old but charming hotel nestled among the glitzy high-rises of the city, was the place Marvin Hunt had specified. Its quiet, unassuming exterior belied the high-profile operation about to unfold within. The unsuspecting hotel, with its classic architecture and nondescript facade, was about to play a central role in their shared mission. The clock was ticking down to 5 p.m. Marvin and his team had meticulously transformed the seemingly innocuous Room 33 into a well-disguised trap brimming with hidden surveillance equipment. Next door in Room 34, they lay in wait, their nerves taut with anticipation. The stillness in the room was palpable, broken only by the low hum of the surveillance monitor and the muffled sounds of the city outside. Now all they had to do was wait for the clock to strike 5 p.m. and hope that Marvin Hunt's information was accurate. After all, life was potentially at stake, and every second counted. John Stoke's arrival was as mundane as the hotel he entered, an average-looking man with an average gait carrying a standard-issue briefcase. Nothing about him screamed serial killer, which was perhaps what made him so frighteningly dangerous. The clock ticked agonizingly slow, each passing minute adding to the thick coil of tension in room 34. And then, a knock on the door of room 33. The housekeeper, innocent of her peril, entered the room. Marvin could hear his heartbeat thundering in his ears. "No harm to the innocent," Marvin whispered into his team's earpieces, his tone grim. His hand was steady despite the adrenaline surging through him. "On my signal only." As Stoke moved to close the door, Marvin sprang into action. "Now!" he commanded. His team burst through the adjoining door with a thunderous crash, the element of surprise working in their favor. Stoke was pinned to the ground in seconds, his startled face a mirror of disbelief. "No sudden moves, Stoke!" Marvin barked and quickly cuffed the startled man's hands behind his back. The metallic clink of the handcuffs resounded in the room, marking the culmination of their meticulously planned operation. "John Stoke, you're under arrest for the attempted murder," Marvin announced, his voice echoing in the sudden stillness of room 33. As Detective Marvin straightened up, he nodded at one of his team members, a tough and seasoned detective named Teresa. "Read him his rights," he commanded briefly, keeping his eyes fixed on Stoke. Teresa stepped forward, pulling out her badge and mirroring Marvin's stern gaze. "John Stoke, you have the right to remain silent," she began, her voice steady and authoritative. "Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney." Stoke's bewildered gaze flicked back and forth between Marvin and Teresa. "How did you know?" he repeated, his voice growing more frantic with each repetition. "How did you know?" Meanwhile, the young housekeeper, now free from Stoke's impending threat, crumbled to the floor, tears streaming down her face. But her sobs were not of terror, but relief, as the chilling realization of her narrow escape began to sink in. One of the female officers gently wrapped a blanket around the shaken woman, her reassuring voice starkly contrasting Stoke's frantic outbursts. "You're safe now, miss. It's over." Despite the chaos, Marvin felt a wave of relief wash over him. They'd done it. They'd caught Stoke. As he looked around the room, he knew that none of them would ever forget this day. Meanwhile, Marvin Hunt, who had been planning the same murder in his world, was able to carry out the act without being caught. He carefully chose his victim, a young housekeeper at a hotel. After luring her to a hotel room, he carried out the killing and disappeared without a trace. As the three Marvins discussed Stoke's arrest, Marvin Hunt expressed his disappointment at being unable to change his ways. Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin knew that they had to continue working together to bring justice to their worlds and catch the other killer still at large. With the help of Marvin Hunt, they were able to catch one of the two serial killers. They knew they still had a long way to go, but this was a victory nonetheless. As they ended the psychic connection, Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. They knew they were playing a dangerous game and didn't know what the future held, but for now, they were one step closer to bringing the other serial killer to justice. Feeling relieved after his last murder, Marvin Hunt reclined comfortably in his cherished wingback chair, engrossed in the tattered copy of The Silence of the Lambs. He'd read it several times before, yet each perusal stirred an odd mixture of adrenaline and anticipation within him. The portrayal of the infamous Hannibal Lecter was chilling yet fascinating. Marvin was aware of the eerie similarities between him and Lecter. They shared a refined intellect, a matching profession, and a similarly twisted duality of nature. Marvin, like Lecter, reveled in his malevolence, a dark thrill that tugged at the corners of his being. His actions, undoubtedly criminal, were committed with a kind of sadistic pleasure that he couldn't deny. The fear reflected in his victims' eyes, their bodies growing cold and lifeless under his touch, sent waves of thrill through him. It was a disturbing satisfaction that had him questioning his humanity. Every line he read about Lecter's heinous acts served as a mirror reflecting his dark reality. It was discomforting, yet he couldn't turn away. His struggle to rationalize his crimes echoed the battles faced by the other Marvins in their worlds, trying to comprehend the mind of a killer. But Marvin felt an unusual exhilaration when he closed the book and stared into the fading evening light. His deeds may be monstrous, but they painted his existence with vibrant, dark strokes. He was a crucial thread in a cosmic tapestry of parallel realities, causing a strange feeling of significance to course through him. His sense of guilt gnawed at him, yet this sensation of being part of an intricate, larger-than-life narrative made him feel alive. Embracing the silence of the night, Marvin was prepared for whatever the dawn might herald. After all, every new day brought a fresh canvas for him to color with his darkness. Chapter 20. Capturing the Serial Killer. Detective. Marvin sat down for an interview with a local reporter to discuss the recent capture of the serial killer in his world. The interview took place in a conference room at the police department, with several officers standing guard outside. The room was brightly lit, and the sound of cameras clicking and reporters typing could be heard in the background. During the interview, he talked about his team's hard work and dedication in solving the case. He emphasized the importance of old-fashioned police work, such as canvassing neighborhoods and following up on leads. He also mentioned the use of technology in the investigation, including surveillance footage and DNA analysis. The reporter asked about the possibility of multiple or copycat killers, but Detective Marvin played down those theories. He stated that the evidence pointed to a single perpetrator, and that they were confident in their identification and apprehension of the killer. The public response to the interview was positive, with many praising Detective Marvin and his team for their dedication and hard work. Some speculated about the possibility of other killers or conspiracies, but overall, the public felt reassured that the killer had been caught and justice had been served. Meanwhile, the serial killer in reporter Marvin's world struck again. He killed a young woman who bartered at a local bar. She had been closing the bar for the night when the killer attacked her from behind. The environment was dark and quiet, with few witnesses around. Reporter Marvin felt frustrated and saddened by the latest murder. He knew that time was running out, and they needed to catch the killer before he struck again. With the help of Detective Marvin and the insights Marvin Hunt provided, they gathered more clues and narrowed the search. Marvin Hunt offered a few clues on the killer, including a specific type of weapon he used and his preferred victim type. The detectives could focus their search and gather more evidence with this information. Despite the challenges and setbacks, Detective Marvin remained committed to helping reporter Marvin catch the killer. They worked tirelessly to gather more clues, conduct interviews, and analyze evidence. With each new piece of information, they felt they were getting closer to catching the killer and ending the reign of terror. As the investigation continued, the public in reporter Marvin's world grew increasingly concerned about the ongoing killings. A sense of unease and fear permeated the community, with many people taking extra precautions to protect themselves and their loved ones. The pressure was on to catch the killer, and reporter Marvin and Detective Marvin knew they could not quit. Reporter Marvin decided to share some of his findings with Detective Horton, but he would not tell him about the other Marvins. Detective Horton listened intently and began to realize that reporter Marvin was onto something. He saw some of the same connections and patterns that Detective Marvin had noticed. Meanwhile, as the eerie stillness of the evening enveloped the city, Marvin Hunt let his sinister desires guide him. Simultaneously, through their shared connection, Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin could do nothing but observe helplessly. Each could sense Marvin Hunt's intentions, a dreadful anticipation that began to coil like a serpent in their minds. A lone woman, exiting the late-night show at the city's historic Hemingway Theatre, unknowingly stepped into Marvin Hunt's dangerous crosshairs. The usually bustling streets now stood ominously silent, the solitary street lamp casting a long, distorted shadow of the woman, an unwitting prey in the jaws of a predator. As Marvin Hunt shadowed her through the dimly lit streets, the eyes of the two Marvins followed every subtle movement. The sharp intake of breath, the anxious glance over the shoulder. Despite being in different realities, they could almost feel the woman's heart pounding in her chest, her instincts subtly alerting her to the danger lurking nearby. Marvin Hunt made his move swiftly, a ghost materializing from the shadows. The woman froze, her blood-curdling scream echoing through the desolate streets as terror bloomed in her eyes. A potent wave of guilt and impotence gripped the helpless, spectating Marvins. Marvin Hunt executed his cruel act with disturbing efficiency, the nocturnal silence punctuated by the chilling symphony of violence. He marked his victim with a macabre symbol, a gruesome testament to his monstrosity. Afterward, he stood back to admire his work, a twisted sense of satisfaction radiating from him, further rousing disgust within the observing Marvins. After ensuring his heinous act bore no witnesses, Marvin Hunt vanished into the night, leaving behind a chilling silence. Anger simmered within the Marvins, but they recognized their sickening necessity. Marvin Hunt, the killer they despised, was their key to stopping the monster in reporter Marvin's world, a bitter pill swallowed in the hope of sparing more innocent lives from a similar terrifying fate. Detective Horton and reporter Marvin continued investigating the unsolved murders in reporter Marvin's world, but they hit a dead end. They had no leads and no new evidence to go on. Meanwhile, the killer continued to strike, and the people in the city lived in fear. A new lead emerged one day when a witness came forward, claiming to have seen a suspicious-looking man near one of the crime scenes. Detective Horton quickly followed up on the lead and managed to obtain some CCTV footage of the man in question. After analyzing the footage, the police identified the man as John Robinson. Police lights flickered in the evening murk as officers descended upon the run-down house where John Robinson was holed up. They cornered him, managing to bring him in without incident. Under the harsh glare of the interrogation room light, Robinson sat in a metal chair, looking much like a cornered rat. He repeatedly denied having anything to do with the killings. The seasoned detectives watched his every move, scrutinizing him through the one-way mirror. After hours of relentless questioning, the facade of defiance Robinson maintained began to crumble. Wearied, he confessed, but not to the serial killings. He admitted to a single murder, a crime of greed. He told them of a poker game gone wrong, an argument over money, and a deadly confrontation that ended with a life extinguished. Detective Horton sat in the gloom of his office, feeling a mix of triumph and frustration. One murderer off the streets was indeed a victory, but they were no closer to finding the true monster they were hunting. He flicked through case files and post-mortem photos, his eyes scanning for any detail that may point them in the right direction. His phone buzzed with incoming calls from other precincts as he relayed the news. There was shared disappointment and frustration on the other end of the line. The DC and Virginia departments, equally stumped, had no new leads, no break in their cases. "Damn it, Robinson," Detective Horton muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. "Why couldn't you be our guy?" His office seemed smaller, the walls closing in with every passing minute, and the shadow of the serial killer seemed to loom larger, more menacing. One murder was solved, but the hunt for the serial killer was far from over. Despite the setback, Detective Horton was determined to continue the investigation and bring the serial killer to justice. He knew he couldn't give up and needed to search for new leads or evidence to help him catch the killer. Detective Horton arrived home feeling exhausted and defeated. He kicked off his shoes and hung up his coat, trying to shake off the weight of the case that seemed to be consuming him. The thought of the serial killer still being out there, lurking in the shadows, sent shivers down his spine. As he walked into the living room, his wife, Pam, greeted him with a warm smile. She knew he had a tough day at work and had prepared his favorite drink, a bourbon on the rocks. She handed him the glass and sat beside him on the couch. "How was your day, honey?" Pam asked, sensing the tension in her husband's voice. Detective Horton took a long sip of his drink before answering. "It was tough. We still don't have any leads on the serial killer." Pam put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I know it's hard, but you're doing everything possible to catch him. You're a great detective, and I'm proud of you." Detective Horton sighed and leaned back into the couch. He appreciated his wife's support, but the weight of the case was still heavy on his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling of failure. The living room was cozy, with warm colors and comfortable furniture. A fire crackled in the fireplace, casting a soft glow across the room. He looked around, taking in the familiar surroundings that offered him comfort and solace. He took another sip of his drink and closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the fire and the comfort of his home wash over him. He knew he couldn't let the case consume him entirely, and needed to find some balance in his life. "Thanks, Pam," he said, opening his eyes and looking at her. "I'm just tired. I think I'm going to take a shower and go to bed early tonight." Pam nodded and stood up, gently kissing her husband on the forehead. "I'll be here when you wake up," she said before leaving the room. As he went to the bedroom, he couldn't help but feel grateful for his wife and the home they had built together. It was a reminder that there was still good in the world, even in the midst of the darkness he was facing on the job. He took a long shower, letting the hot water soothe his tired muscles. As he climbed into bed, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He knew he couldn't solve the case alone, but was determined to keep searching for any leads and bring the killer to justice. With that thought, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep, much-needed sleep. Detective Horton was back at his desk the following morning, his eyes tired but determined. The aroma of the strong black coffee in his mug was a familiar wake-up call. Even though Robinson wasn't the serial killer they were hunting for, there was still a sense of accomplishment in solving a murder case. And with every case solved, he knew they were a step closer to catching their real target. Pam had left a note with a smiley face drawn on it, her unwavering support bringing a comforting warmth to his heart. He folded the letter and put it in his wallet, an anchor to hold on to during the stormy investigation. He dialed the number of reporter Marvin, who had been closely following the case, ready to provide an update. "Marvin, it's Horton," he began, his voice firm yet weary. "We've got some developments. John Robinson, the man we brought in last night, he's not our serial killer. He confessed to a single murder over a dispute about money." There was a brief silence on the other end before Marvin responded. Well, at least you got one killer off the streets, Horton. What's the plan now?" "We go back to square one," Horton replied. "We continue the hunt. There's a predator out there and we need to stop him." As Horton spoke, he could see the stack of unsolved case files on his desk, each symbol of the task ahead. But he wasn't alone in this. That knowledge sparked a new fire in him. The monster would be caught, he vowed. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 21. The Courtroom Murder, a Bold Move. Marvin Hunt was in court as an expert witness for a high-profile murder trial. As he sat on the witness stand, his eyes wandered around the courtroom, scanning the faces of the jurors, the judge, and the other lawyers. But it was the female defense attorney that caught his attention. There was something about her that intrigued him. Maybe it was the way she carried herself, or the sharpness of her mind that was evident in the way she cross-examined the prosecution's witnesses. Whatever it was, he found himself drawn to her. Over the next few days, he made a point to be at the courthouse during the trial. He watched the female defense attorney closely, studying her every move. He noted her routine when she arrived, left the courthouse, and even followed her to a nearby coffee shop during a lunch break. He knew it was risky, but the thrill of the chase was too intoxicating to resist. He had always been drawn to strong, independent women, and something about the female lawyer's demeanor and confidence made him want her even more. As the trial continued, he couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to possess her. He started fantasizing about what it would be like to have her all to himself, to control her every move and make her his. The idea consumed him, and he knew he had to find a way to make it a reality. But he also knew that he couldn't act too quickly. He had to be patient, to wait for the right opportunity to present itself. So he watched and observed, biding his time until he could move. Little did he know the female defense attorney had also noticed his presence in the courtroom. She felt a chill run down her spine every time she caught his gaze, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about him. But she pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the trial and doing her best to represent her client. Unknown to them, their paths were about to collide in a way that would change their lives forever. Marvin Hunt carefully planned his next move after studying her habits and routine. He knew she would be leaving the courthouse after 6 p.m., so he waited patiently for her to exit. As she walked to her car in the deserted parking lot, he approached her from behind and placed a cloth over her mouth, rendering her unconscious. He then dragged her to a secluded area near the courthouse, tied her up and killed her. He carved the 3 interlocking circles into her body, taunting the police and leaving his signature mark. He knew that this would make the detectives realize that he was still out there, and that he was still one step ahead of them. As he left the courthouse, he saw a few police officers patrolling the area, but he was confident they wouldn't find him. He smirked as he walked away, excited at the thought of outsmarting the police once again. The environment was eerie and quiet, with only the wind blowing through the trees. It was dark and gloomy, casting shadows all around. The deserted parking lot was dimly lit, and the only people around were the few police officers patrolling the area. He felt satisfied as he watched the news coverage of the murder the next day. He knew that the police were once again at a loss, and he reveled in the fact that he could still elude them. The same murder occurred in reporter Marvin's world. Reporter Marvin felt a mix of dread and determination as he arrived at the courthouse. He knew this murder was connected to the others he had been investigating, and he was determined to find any clues that could lead to the killer's capture. As he went through the bustling courthouse, he finally found Detective Horton standing outside the crime scene. The detective looked up as he approached, and his expression was grim. "Reporter Marvin," he said, nodding in greeting. "This one's bad, just like the others." Reporter Marvin felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had seen some grisly crime scenes in his time, but the idea of a killer striking in such a public place as a courthouse was chilling. "What did you find?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Detective Horton motioned for him to follow him into the crime scene. As they stepped through the yellow tape and into the courtroom, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The scene was almost identical to the one he had seen in the other world. The victim, a young female lawyer, lay slumped over the judge's bench, her throat cut from ear to ear. The same interlocking circles that had been carved into the other victims were etched onto the walls of the courtroom in blood. "The killer's getting bolder," Detective Horton said, shaking his head. "He's sending a message. We need to catch him before he strikes again." Reporter Marvin nodded grimly, his mind already racing with the possibilities. He knew that this case was far from over, and that he needed to stay one step ahead of the killer if he was going to help catch him. The 3 Marvins communicate with each other through their minds. Detective Marvin and Reporter Marvin ask Marvin Hunt why he didn't tell them in advance about the courthouse murder before it happened. Marvin Hunt simply shrugged. "I wanted to see if you could solve it without my help," he replied. Reporter Marvin was fuming. "You could have prevented another murder," he said through gritted teeth. "How could you be so evil?" Marvin Hunt leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "I've already told you I have my motivations," he said. Detective Marvin sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "We need your help to catch this killer, Marvin Hunt. We can't do it without you," he said. Marvin Hunt considered this for a moment before nodding. "Fine, I'll help you catch him, but on my terms," he said, a hint of a smirk on his face. Reporter Marvin wasn't satisfied with the response, but knew he needed Marvin Hunt's help. Reporter Marvin couldn't shake off his anger towards Marvin Hunt. He couldn't believe that someone who claimed to want to help could be so callous about innocent lives. But then again, he thought Marvin Hunt was a serial killer himself. Marvin Hunt felt a sense of satisfaction and power, knowing that the other versions of himself needed his help. He relished the feeling of being in control. In his mind, he was the superior Marvin, the one who had managed to evade capture and continue his twisted pursuits. He knew that the other Marvins could benefit from his knowledge and experience, but he also felt a sense of superiority over them. As he sat in his spare bedroom, he contemplated his next move. His spare bedroom is where he created his macabre shrine. The flames cast grotesque shadows on the walls, dancing with a rhythm only a disturbed mind could comprehend. This was his secret space, his twisted sanctuary, a tribute to his heinous deeds. In the center of the room, atop a vintage oak table, the altar stood. Various items collected from his victims were meticulously arranged. A gold locket, an emerald hairpin, a silk handkerchief, and other personal items, each a chilling testament to a life brutally ended. They were his trophies, his perverse mementos of domination and control. Pictures of his victims were scattered among the items, their smiling faces belying the terror they experienced in their final moments. Marvin looked at the photos with a sense of pride, his heart pounding with the thrill of his secret exploits. Each face was a reminder of his power, his supremacy in this deadly game. Behind his satisfaction and arrogance, a sense of anticipation lingered. Marvin knew his game was far from over. He yearned for the thrill of the hunt, the next victim, the next addition to his grim collection. As he stared at his ghastly altar, the flickering candlelight reflected in his eyes, a chilling determination to continue his reign of terror. Chapter 22. Hunting the Shadows of Marvin. As the intricacies of the investigation unfolded, a feeling of dread began to set in for both Detective Marvin and Reporter Marvin. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a shocking reality that was harder to accept than they had ever imagined. Their shared consciousness buzzed with silent intensity, each revelation sending ripples of disbelief through their minds. They had started noticing subtle hints in Marvin Hunt's demeanor, a veiled smirk during their mental conferences, an uncalled-for haste in dismissing some leads. His knowledge seemed a tad too precise, his guesses a bit too accurate. The more they thought about it, the more the pieces fell into place. When they delved deeper into the case files, they struck upon the chilling similarity. The distinctive pattern carved on the victims' bodies was too peculiar to be a coincidence. 3 interlocked circles, a symbol that was all too familiar to them now, and then it struck them like a bolt out of the blue. The symbol was a sign, a message left by Marvin Hunt for himself, a cruel testament to his macabre control over the multiverse. The more they compared the cases, the more horrifying truth started to dawn upon them. Marvin Hunt wasn't just an accomplice. He wasn't merely guiding the killers. He was the puppeteer, the invisible hand behind the scenes, controlling, manipulating, and leading them on a wild goose chase, while he continued his grim dance of death across dimensions. The revelation was not just shocking, and it was heart-wrenching. They had trusted him, allowed him into their minds, and relied on him to catch the murderer. And all the while he was pulling the strings, using their trust against them, mocking their efforts. The case of John Stoke was a prime example. With his uncanny ability to influence others across dimensions, Marvin Hunt had implanted false memories into Stoke's mind. Stoke, already wrestling with his personal demons, was made to believe he was the killer. It was the perfect cover for Marvin Hunt to continue his atrocities. A sense of determination ignited within them as they pieced together this chilling puzzle. They might have been fooled once, but they wouldn't let Marvin Hunt continue his reign of terror. They would bring him down, one reality at a time. Detective Marvin and Reporter Marvin were shocked and horrified by this revelation. A week later, Detective Marvin and Reporter Marvin received a letter in their world from Marvin Hunt. The letter was a detailed confession of all the murders he had committed, and an explanation of his motives, and why he chose to involve himself in the investigations of the other parallel worlds. He told them in the letter that the interlocking circles symbolized the interconnectedness of the different worlds, and what was happening in one world could have consequences in another. Detective Marvin and Reporter Marvin were shocked and disturbed by the letter's contents. It was difficult for them to process that he manipulated them to further his agenda of continuing his killing spread in multiple parallel worlds. As they continued to read, they came across a section of the letter that gave them pause. Marvin Hunt had left behind clues to the existence of other parallel worlds, and hinted at the possibility of other versions of themselves in those worlds. Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin sat in stunned silence, the letter from Marvin Hunt clutched tightly in Detective Marvin's hands. The words seemed to burn into their minds, their implications spiraling out into a tangled web of disbelief and trepidation. The shock of his deception was profound, but the revelation of additional parallel worlds truly left them reeling. Marvin Hunt had dangled a tantalizing hint about the existence of other Marvins, other lives, other realities. Yet the thought of an infinite string of parallel worlds seemed too enormous to comprehend. Then, as abruptly as he had begun his communication, Marvin Hunt disappeared. The connection that had thrummed with his presence went silent, leaving a gaping void. It was an unnerving silence, like the aftermath of a violent storm. But amidst the havoc there was a shred of hope, a narrow sliver of respite. Marvin Hunt had promised not to target their worlds again. It was a small mercy in the grand scheme of his monstrous acts. But could they trust the words of a manipulative serial killer? Distrust gnawed at their minds, but they knew they couldn't afford to take Marvin Hunt's words at face value. The threat of his return loomed over them like an ominous cloud. They knew they had to remain vigilant, always watching, always prepared for the worst. Their commitment to justice was renewed with a burning intensity. No matter how daunting the task, they wouldn't stop until they brought Marvin Hunt to justice, not just for their worlds, but for all the other realities he had tormented. It was a daunting endgame, but both Detective Marvin and reporter Marvin faced it with fierce determination. Their worlds might have been spared further brutality, but they knew they had a greater responsibility. For the countless innocent lives across dimensions, for justice and the chance of peace, they would continue their quest, shining a beacon of hope in the face of the darkest of realities. "We need to figure out how to travel between these worlds, like Marvin Hunt," reporter Marvin said, his voice barely more than a whisper, as if afraid to acknowledge the enormity of the task they were setting for themselves. Detective Marvin looked up, and there was a hard determination set in his features. "I agree," he said, his voice firm, resolute. "We cannot stand by while he continues his monstrous acts in other realities." They both stood up facing a mirror. "For justice, for the innocents, for peace. We will find a way," Detective Marvin declared, his words echoing in the room. "We will," reporter Marvin affirmed. "We'll stop at nothing until we bring Marvin Hunt to justice." They made their vow in unison, a pact that solidified their determination and commitment. No matter how arduous the journey was, they were ready to step into the labyrinth of parallel realities and stop Marvin Hunt once and for all. It was not just their promise to each other. It was their promise to every innocent life in every dimension that Marvin Hunt dared to terrorize. And with that shared commitment, they knew they would never walk alone in this daunting task. Meanwhile, Marvin Hunt reflected on the events that had led him down this dark path as the investigation into the serial killer ended. It all began years ago in college, when he discovered his ability to travel between parallel worlds. It all started when he had a vivid dream that felt incredibly real. The dream took place in a world similar to his own, but had subtle differences, like a different color of the sky or people with different names. As he started experimenting with lucid dreaming, he discovered that he could enter these parallel worlds at will. At first, he was fascinated by this newfound power and spent countless hours exploring different versions of reality. He realized that his actions had no consequences in some of these parallel worlds. He could indulge in his darkest desires and not have to worry about getting caught. As he continued to explore these worlds, he found that he could return to his reality with newfound knowledge and skills that he could use to his advantage. Over time, he became increasingly addicted to this power and started using it to plan and execute his murders. He believed that taking lives opened the doorway to other worlds and allowed him to continue his dark experiments, and so began his descent into darkness as he sought to maintain his grip on this power at any cost. With this newfound power, he embarked on a killing spree that spanned multiple parallel universes, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Marvin's mind was consumed with the possibilities of what he might find in other worlds. He wondered if other versions of himself had taken different paths in life, and if they too were serial killers. The thought both excited and terrified him. As he closed his eyes and focused his mind, he felt the familiar sensation of being pulled into another reality. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a world that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Looking around, he saw that the cityscape was similar to the one he had just left, but the people and their behaviors differed. He walked around, taking in the sights and sounds of this new reality. As he walked, he couldn't help but feel like he was being watched. He turned around, and to his shock, he saw another version of himself standing behind him. This version of himself was dressed in all black and had a sinister smile on his face. Marvin's heart raced as he realized that he had found another version of himself, but one that had embraced his dark side. The other Marvin spoke in a voice that was both chilling and familiar. "We have much to discuss," he said, his eyes never leaving Marvin's. As the two Marvins began talking, Marvin knew he had stumbled upon something incredible. The story was far from over, and Marvin Hunt knew he was about to embark on a journey that would push him to his limits and force him to confront the darkest parts of his soul. Chapter 23. The Power of the Number 3. The power of the number 3 is deeply ingrained in the fabric of our universe. It has been revered and celebrated across many cultures and belief systems for centuries. In this story, the number 3 is significant because there are 3 Marvins, each with their unique personalities and struggles. The first, Marvin, the serial killer, represents humanity's dark and twisted aspects. He is a cold and calculating killer, driven by his dark thoughts and desires. The second Marvin, the detective, represents light and justice. He is a tireless investigator, driven by a desire to protect and serve his community. The third, Marvin the reporter, represents the balance between light and dark. He's a storyteller, bringing attention to the world's good and bad. The number 3 also plays a role in the structure of this story. The 3 Marvins provide a triptych of perspectives on the same events, each offering unique insights and experiences. This structure allows for a deeper exploration of the story's themes and the characters' motivations. The power of the number 3 can also be seen in other aspects of the story. The murders committed by the serial killer all follow a pattern of 3, with 3 victims per cycle. In conclusion, the potent symbolism of the number 3 weaves a captivating narrative throughout this first installment of the Chasing Shadows trilogy. It is a profound emblem of the tension and equilibrium between light and darkness, construction and obliteration. Each manifestation of Marvin distinctly portrays diverse facets of the human condition, offering a nuanced exploration of the world and the intricate events that take place. This initial tale is just the beginning, setting the stage for a multidimensional exploration of humanity's most profound questions and challenges. The saga of the 3 Marvins is far from over, as the yet-to-be-written second and third books of the Chasing Shadows series promise to delve deeper into the labyrinth of parallel realities, the enigmatic Marvin Hunt, and the relentless pursuit of justice across dimensions. The journey has just begun, and the shadows still have many secrets to reveal. Esteemed readers, in the tapestry of storytelling, I am honored that you embarked on this intricate journey alongside me. Suspense, mystery, and the enigmatic dance between light and darkness were my guiding threads. The number 3, a universal symbol of significance, threads its way through our tale, resonating across epochs and cultures, a triad of power and mystery. Within our story, the Trinity of Marvins symbolizes the delicate equilibrium in the universe, the sinister intentions of the serial killer, the justice-seeking detective, and the reporter, a window into the world's balance. Together, they mirror the complexity of existence. The symbolism of 3 paints a vibrant canvas, exploring the human dichotomy, the tension between creation and destruction, and the myriad shades that lie within. Yet this is but a prelude. the opening chapter of the grand Chasing Shadows trilogy. The saga spirals deeper into the heart of parallel realities, where the enigma of Marvin Hunt is poised to unravel. The labyrinthine dimensions, the relentless pursuit of justice, they await your return in the chapters that follow. As the final curtain falls on this act, I extend my deepest gratitude. Your presence on this transformative journey has been a privilege. And as the shadows retreat, know they carry many more secrets, awaiting your curious gaze. And so, dear readers, as echoes of tomorrow and spectral voyages still resonate, as the transit chronicles and the gangland of the digital age beckon exploration, I bid you adieu for now. Sharing this odyssey with you has been an honor. Until our paths cross again, may the shadows guide your way, yours in exploration, MM2.